Tonight, my sleepy friends. You don't need to know where this story's going. It's enough to move slowly, one step at a time. Before maps, travellers relied on memory, landmarks and repetition, navigating the world through familiar paths, shared knowledge, and quiet adjustments made along the way. If you enjoy these slow journeys through the human experience, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, let a fan or soft background noise take over, and let's begin. Before the first lines were drawn to show distance or direction, people moved through the world guided by what they could see, remember, and ask. You are entering a time when journeys depend not on certainty, but on observation, patience, and shared. You wake early, before the sun has fully cleared the horizon. The air is cool and still. Around you, the landscape begins to show itself in stages as the light spreads. First, the nearest trees take shape, then the slope of the land beyond, then the line where earth meets sky. You do not consult anything, you simply look, and the direction you need becomes clear. The sun rises in the east. This is not written anywhere. It is observed. Every morning of your life you have watched it climb from the same general direction. By midday it will be high and southward if you live in the northern half of the world. By evening it will sink westward. This rhythm is so constant that you do not think about it as navigation. It is simply how the day unfolds. You begin walking. The ground beneath your feet is uneven but familiar in character. You have walked on earth like this before. Small stones press through the soles of your footwear. Grass bends under your weight. The terrain rises gently, and you adjust your pace without deciding to. Your body responds to the slope. You breathe a little deeper. Your steps shorten slightly. Ahead, a river curves through the valley. You have never been to this exact spot, but rivers behave in predictable ways. They flow downhill. They lead somewhere. If you follow this one, it will eventually meet another body of water, or pass by a settlement, or lead you to a crossing point others have used. You do not need a map to understand that water connects places. You pause at the riverbank. The current moves steadily from your left to your right. This tells you which way is downstream. You crouch and touch the water. It is cold and clear. You drink from your hands, then stand and continue along the bank. The path is not marked, but the ground near the water is easier to walk on. Others have passed this way. You can see where the grass has been flattened and where stones have been shifted aside. By mid-morning, the sun is higher. You glance at it, then at the shadows it casts. The shadows point in the opposite direction of the sun. This gives you another reference. If you're moving toward a destination you know lies westward, you keep the morning sun behind you. If you need to go north, you keep it to your right. The adjustments are small and constant. You're always reorienting, always checking. The river bends. You follow the bend. The landscape opens into a wider plain. You can see farther now. In the distance, a hill rises with a distinctive flat top. You have heard others mention this hill. It marks the boundary between two regions. Seeing it tells you that you are closer than you were yesterday. The hill does not move. It will be there tomorrow and the day after. Landmarks like this anchor your sense of place. You walk for hours. The sun climbs, then begins its slow descent. You do not count the hours. You notice the light changing. The shadows grow longer. The air cools slightly. Your body tells you that the day is aging. You start thinking about where you will stop for the night. Ahead, a grove of trees clusters near a bend in the river. Trees near water often mean shelter and firewood. You alter your path slightly to approach them. As you get closer, you see the remains of old fires. Others have camped here. The ground is flattened in places where people have slept. This is not a formal campsite. There are no signs, no markers, but it is known. You set down your pack and rest. The sun is still above the horizon, but you are not in a hurry. Travelling without maps means you do not expect to arrive at an exact time. You move until it makes sense to stop. You stop until it makes sense to move again. The stars will come out later. You know their patterns as well as you know the sun's path. In the northern sky, certain stars stay fixed while others wheel slowly around them. Sailors use these stars to find their way across open water. Herders use them to guide their flocks home across dark plains. You do not need to be on a ship or tending animals to recognise them. They are part of the world you live in. You gather small sticks for a fire. The work is unhurried. You arrange the wood carefully, then strike a spark. The fire catches. Smoke rises straight up in the still evening air. You sit beside it and eat something simple from your pack. Bread, dried fruit, and a piece of hard cheese. The food does not need preparation. You chew slowly and watch the light fade. Night comes gradually. The river continues its soft murmur. The fire crackles. You lie down on your side, your pack beneath your head. The ground is firm but not uncomfortable. You have slept on ground like this many times. Above you the stars appear one by one. You recognise the patterns. They are exactly where they should be. You close your eyes. Tomorrow you will walk again. The sun will rise. The river will still be there. The hill in the distance will guide you. None of this requires a map. It simply requires presence. Before you leave on any journey, you sit down and examine your footwear. Shoes, boots, sandals, or simple wrappings. Whatever you wear on your feet will carry you across every step of the road ahead. If they fail, your journey becomes much harder. So you check them carefully. You turn one shoe over in your hands. The sole is made of thick leather, stitched and layered for durability. You press your thumb against it, feeling for thin spots. Near the heel, the leather has worn down slightly. Not enough to need replacement yet, but enough to watch. You make a mental note. If you are travelling for many days, this will worsen. You may need to add another layer before you go too far. The stitching along the side is still tight. You tug gently at the seam to test it. The thread holds. This stitching was done with sinew or heavy cord, something strong enough to endure wet and dry, cold and heat. If it begins to loosen, you will need to restitch it before the gap widens. A small tear becomes a large one quickly when you're walking. You set the shoes aside and pick up your pack. It is made of canvas or woven fabric, sturdy but not heavy. The straps are the most important part. You check where they attach to the body of the pack. The fabric is reinforced here with extra layers, but even reinforced fabric can fray. You run your fingers along the seams, feeling for rough edges or loose threads. Everything seems sound. Inside the pack, you arrange your belongings with care. Heavier items go at the bottom, close to your back. This keeps the weight balanced. Lighter things go on top. You do not overfill it. A pack that is too full becomes awkward and pulls you backward. A pack that is too loose shifts and sways as you walk. You have learned the right amount through experience. Your walking staff leans against the wall. You pick it up and roll it between your palms, checking the wood for cracks. A staff is more than a tool for balance. It helps you test the ground ahead, probe soft earth, and measure the depth of water. It takes weight off your knees on steep slopes. It steadies you on uneven ground. This one is made of hardwood, smooth from years of handling. The top is worn where your hand grips it. Near the base, a small split has appeared in the grain. You touch it with your fingertip. It is shallow, not deep enough to weaken the staff, but it will grow if left untended. You fetch a strip of leather and wrap it tightly around the split, binding it closed. The leather will dry and tighten further, holding the wood together. This repair will last for many miles. You check your water container. It is made of stitched hide or tightly woven fibres sealed with pitch. You fill it and let it sit, watching for leaks. Water seeps slowly through one seam. Not much, just a thin, damp line. You empty the container and let it dry, then apply more pitch to the seam, pressing it in with your fingers. When it hardens, the leak will stop. If you're travelling by boat, the work is similar but larger. You walk the length of the hull, examining the joints where planks meet. You press your hand against the wood, feeling for movement. A loose plank means water will enter. You check the caulking between the boards, the tar and fibre that keeps the gap sealed. Where it has dried and cracked, you scrape it out and replace it. The oars need attention too. You lift one and sight down its length. A straight oar is easier to pull through water. A warped one fights you with every stroke. This one is mostly straight, but the blade has a rough edge where it struck a rock. You take a stone and smooth the splinters away, then rub the wood with a bit of fat to protect it from rot. Sleds require their own care. The runners must be smooth. You turn the sled over and run your hand along the bottom. Any roughness will slow you down or catch on obstacles. You scrape away burrs with a blade, then polish the surface. In cold climates, you might coat the runners with ice by wetting them and letting them freeze. Ice slides more easily than wood. You do this work in the evening or in the early morning before you set out. It is not rushed. Each task is small, but together they ensure that your tools will not fail you when you need them most. A torn strap, a cracked staff, or a leaking water container. Any of these can turn a manageable journey into a difficulty. You also carry materials for repairs: extra cord, a bit of leather, a small knife, a needle, and thread. These take up little space but allow you to fix problems as they arise. You do not wait for something to break completely. You mend it when you notice the first signs of wear. Other travellers do the same. When you meet someone on the road, you might pause and share techniques. One person shows you how they reinforce a pack strap. Another demonstrates a knot that holds better under strain. These exchanges are brief and practical. No one needs to explain why this knowledge matters. Everyone who travels understands. At night, after you have stopped and made camp, you check your tools again. Even a single day of walking can reveal new wear. You examine your footwear, your pack, and your staff. You make small adjustments. You prepare for the next day. This routine is part of the rhythm of travel. Movement and maintenance go together. One does not happen without the other. You're about to travel to a place you have never been. Before you leave, you sit with someone who has made this journey before. They do not draw you a map. They tell you what to look for. They describe a river crossing. 2 days walking from here, they say, you will reach a wide river. The current is strong in spring, but by summer it slows. There is a place where the water is shallower. You will know it because a large flat stone sits in the middle of the river. The stone is white with dark streaks. People have piled smaller stones on top of it over the years. Cross there. They tell you about a ridge. After you cross the river, they say, follow the valley northward. The valley will narrow. When it narrows, look for a ridge on your left. The ridge has a notch in it, like a broken tooth. Pass through the notch. On the other side, the land opens again. They mention a tree. Near the place where you will stop for the second night, there is an old tree with a split trunk. The split happened long ago and both halves still grow. People often camp beneath it because the canopy is wide and gives good shelter. If you reach the tree, you are on the right path. You listen carefully. You do not write anything down. Writing is rare, and even if you could write, carrying written directions would not help you recognize the stone, the ridge, or the tree when you see them. You must remember, so you picture each landmark as it is described. You imagine the white stone in the river, the notch in the ridge, and the tree with 2 trunks. You fix these images in your mind. The person continues. They tell you about a settlement you will pass. It is small, just a few families. They live near a spring. The spring comes out of the hillside and forms a clear pool. If you're thirsty, you can drink there. The people are used to travellers. They may offer you food or a place to rest. You do not need to ask. They will gesture or bring something out to you. You can offer something in return if you have it. They warn you about a section of the path that becomes muddy after rain. It is not dangerous, just slow. If the ground is wet, go around to the higher ground on the right. The detour is longer but easier. You will still reach the same place. All of this knowledge has been shared in the same way. The person telling you learned it from someone else, who learned it from someone before them. No one invented these directions. They accumulated over time as people walked the same route and noticed the same features. The The white stone did not become a landmark because someone decided it should. It became a landmark because it was obvious and useful. You also learn by watching. If you travel with others, you observe how they move through unfamiliar territory. They pause and look around before choosing a direction. They test the ground with a staff before stepping on uncertain surfaces. They sniff the air to detect water or smoke from a distant fire. You do not ask them to explain these actions. You simply notice and begin to do the same. Children learn to travel this way. They walk behind their parents or other adults, watching where feet are placed, noticing when the group stops to reorient. By the time they are old enough to travel alone, they have already absorbed countless small lessons. They know to look for game trails when the human path is unclear, because animals often find the easiest route. They know to follow ridge lines when the valleys are thick with brush. They know that smoke rising in the distance means people, and people mean information. Sometimes the guidance is less direct. You might ask someone which way leads to a particular place. They point. You ask how far. They shrug, or they say something like 3 days, maybe 4. The vagueness is not carelessness. Distance depends on weather, on how fast you walk, and on whether you stop to rest or push through. Exact measurements would be false precision. You might ask if the route is difficult. They tilt their aid, considering. Some parts are steep, they say. There is a marsh that can be slow to cross, but people go this way all the time. You will manage. This reassurance is not empty. If the route were truly dangerous, they would say so. If they tell you it is passable, it is. Trade routes are known this way. Merchants and herders travel the same paths year after year, learning the locations of water sources, safe crossings, and places to camp. They share this knowledge with others in their trade. A merchant travelling to a distant market might tell another merchant which villages along the way are welcoming, which ones are indifferent, and where to expect tolls or gifts. Nomadic groups carry knowledge of vast territories in their collective memory. They know where to find grazing land in each season, which water sources are reliable, and which areas flood during the rains. This knowledge is essential to survival, so it is taught carefully and remembered precisely. A young herder learns the migration routes by travelling them year after year, until the pattern is as familiar as the layout of their own camp. Even in places where you might expect isolation, knowledge circulates. A farmer who rarely leaves their fields still knows the path to the nearest village because they walk it several times a year. The villager knows the path to the regional centre because they go there for festivals or to trade. The person at the regional centre knows the routes that lead farther out. Information flows from person to person, connecting distant places through overlapping circles of knowledge. You do not need to know every part of a long journey yourself. You only need to know the next section. When you reach the end of that section, you ask again. People point, describe, and reassure. You continue. This method works because human presence is widespread. Wherever you go, you will eventually encounter someone, and that someone will know the area around them. Sometimes you meet another traveller on the road. You stop and exchange news. Where are you coming from? Where are you headed? They tell you about conditions ahead. The river is low right now. The pass is clear. There is a festival in a village 2 days east, if you want to join. You share what you know about the road behind you. This exchange costs nothing and benefits both of you. Guidance is not always verbal. Cairns mark trails in rocky areas, small stacks of stones, each one placed deliberately by someone who passed before. You add a stone to the cairn as you pass, maintaining the marker for those who come after. In forests, people blaze trees by cutting a mark into the bark. The mark is subtle, just a notch or a scrape, but if you're looking for it, you will see it. These markers are made by travellers for travellers. No authority places them. They appear because they are useful. If a cairn falls, someone rebuilds it. If a blaze fades, someone refreshes it. The system sustains itself through use. You do not travel alone in knowledge, even when you travel alone in body. Every step you take follows steps taken before. Every direction you choose is informed by information passed to you by others. The web of shared knowledge stretches across the land, invisible but strong, guiding you forward. You have been walking since early morning. The sun is now high, the air has warmed, your legs are steady but beginning to feel the accumulation of hours. You reach a place where the path widens and a large tree offers shade. You stop. Stopping is not a failure. It is part of the process. You set down your pack and sit on the ground with your back against the tree. The relief is immediate. Your shoulders relax. Your feet flatten against the earth. You close your eyes for a moment and simply rest. The shade is cooler than the open path. A breeze moves through the branches above you. You listen to the leaves rustling. Somewhere nearby, water trickles over stones. You do not need to see it to know it is there. The sound is enough. You may walk over to drink later, but for now, you sit. You have not travelled a specific distance. You do not know exactly how far you have come or how far remains. You stopped because your body suggested it. This is how you measure progress. Not in miles, but in the rhythm of effort and rest. Other travellers pass by. Some nod to you. Some stop and sit nearby. You do not need to speak. The tree is large enough to shade several people. Everyone understands that rest is shared when it's available. You might exchange a few words. The weather is mild. The path ahead is clear. Then silence returns. Everyone rests in their own way. After a while you stand. Your legs feel lighter. You pick up your pack, adjust the straps, and continue. The break was not long, perhaps the time it takes for the sun to move a hand's width across the sky. But it was enough. By mid-afternoon, you stop again. This time there is no tree, just a flat rock beside the path. You sit on the rock and eat a piece of bread. You chew slowly, looking out over the landscape. The view is wide here. You can see the valley stretching away, the hills beyond. The bread is plain but satisfying. You drink from your water container. The water is warm but clean. You do not hurry. Hurrying wears you out. You have learned that steady movement, broken by regular pauses, carries you farther than pushing through without rest. You finish the bread and sit a little longer. Your breathing is calm. Your heart rate is slow. You are ready to continue. The rhythm of rest varies depending on the terrain. On flat ground, you might walk for hours before stopping. On steep slopes, you rest more often. Climbing takes more effort. Your breath comes faster. Your muscles work harder. You pause to let your body recover, then climb again. Descending also requires rest, though for different reasons. Going downhill is easier on your lungs but harder on your knees and ankles. The constant braking and balancing tires your legs in a different way. You stop to shake out the tension, to let your joints settle. If you're travelling with a group, rest happens collectively. Someone suggests a stop and the group agrees. You sit together sharing food or water. Conversation is light. People comment on the weather, the landscape and small observations. No one is in a rush to move on. The group sets its own pace. Sometimes rest is extended. You reach a place that is particularly pleasant. A meadow with soft grass, a stream with clear water, a grove of trees. The group decides to stay for a while. You might stop for an hour or for the rest of the afternoon. There is no schedule to keep. The journey will take as long as it takes. In hot weather, you rest during the hottest part of the day. Walking in midday heat is exhausting and unnecessary. You find shade and wait for the temperature to drop. You might doze or simply sit quietly. When the sun lowers and the air cools, you resume walking. In cold weather, rest means staying warm. You do not sit directly on frozen ground. You find a sheltered spot out of the wind. You might light a small fire or wrap yourself in an extra layer. Rest in the cold is briefer. Your body cools quickly when you stop moving, so you balance the need for recovery with the need to keep generating heat. Rain changes the rhythm too. If the rain is light, you keep walking. If it becomes heavy, you stop and wait it out. You find cover under a rock overhang or beneath dense trees. You sit and watch the rain. It will pass. There is no point in struggling through it if you do not have to. Waiting is a kind of rest. You wait for rain to ease. You wait for fog to lift. You wait for a river to drop after a storm. Waiting is not wasted time. It is part of travelling wisely. You accept the conditions you cannot change and adjust your movement accordingly. At the end of the day, rest becomes sleep. But before sleep, there is the work of making camp. You gather firewood, prepare food, and arrange your bedding. These tasks are restful in their own way. They are different from walking. They use your body differently. The change itself is a kind of rest. You do not feel guilty about resting. No one judges you for stopping. Everyone who travels knows that rest sustains movement. You rest so that you can continue. You continue so that you can rest again. The rhythm is natural, built into the structure of the journey. You carry food that does not spoil quickly. Dried meat, hard bread, cheese, nuts, and dried fruit. These things last for days without refrigeration. They are compact and lightweight. They provide energy without requiring much preparation. You reach into your pack and pull out what you need. You sit on the ground and unwrap a piece of dried meat. The texture is tough and chewy. You tear off a bite and work it slowly between your teeth. It takes time to soften. The flavour is concentrated, salty and rich. You do not need much. A few bites are filling. You break off a piece of bread. The crust is hard, the inside dense. You dip it in water to soften it, then eat it piece by piece. The bread is plain, made from ground grain and water, and baked until firm. It was made days ago, maybe longer. It has not gone stale. Bread like this is meant to last. You add a bit of cheese. The cheese is also hard, aged until it is firm enough to travel without falling apart. You cut a thin slice with your knife and eat it with the bread. The combination is satisfying. Simple, but enough. If you are near water, you might cook something. You gather a few sticks and make a small fire. You fill a clay pot or metal container with water from the stream and set it over the fire. While the water heats, you add grain. Barley, wheat, oats, whatever you're carrying. The grain softens as it cooks, absorbing the water. You stir occasionally with a stick. The mixture thickens into a porridge. You might add a pinch of salt if you have it, or a handful of dried berries. When it is done, you remove the pot from the fire and let it cool slightly. You eat directly from the pot, scooping the porridge with a piece of flatbread or a carved wooden spoon. The meal is warm and filling. It settles in your stomach and steadies you. You eat slowly, without urgency. The fire crackles. The sky above is wide and clear. You're in no rush. If you're travelling with others, you share the work. One person gathers firewood. Another fetches water. Someone else prepares the food. The tasks are divided naturally without formal assignment. Everyone contributes what they can. You might pool resources. One person has dried fish. Another has vegetables. Someone else has oil or fat for cooking. You combine these ingredients into a stew. The pot simmers over the fire. The smell is simple but good. When it is ready, you serve it into bowls or onto flatbread. Everyone eats together. Sharing food is common among travellers. If you have extra, you offer it. If someone else has extra, they offer it to you. No one counts, no one measures. The assumption is that generosity will balance out over time. Today you share your bread. Tomorrow someone shares their dried fruit with you. There are foods that require no cooking at all. You crack open nuts with a stone and eat the kernels. You peel fruit if you find it along the way. Apples, berries, and wild plums. You eat what is in season, what is available. You do not plan meals around specific ingredients. You adapt to what you have. In some places, you encounter others who offer food. You pass through a village and someone brings out a bowl of soup or a basket of bread. You accept it with gratitude. You might give something in return, a small token or a bit of your own supplies. The exchange is informal. No one calculates value precisely. Sometimes you hunt or forage. You set a simple snare and check it in the morning. If you catch something, you prepare it. If not, you move on. You gather edible plants if you recognize them. Greens, roots, mushrooms. You know which ones are safe because you have been taught. You do not experiment with unknown plants. Cooking on the move is minimalistic. You do not have many tools. A pot, a knife, perhaps a flat stone for grinding or a bowl for mixing. You work with what you can carry. The methods are straightforward. Boiling, roasting over coals, drying in the sun. You preserve food as you travel. If you catch more fish than you can eat, you split them open and lay them in the sun to dry. If you come across fruit, you might dry some of it to carry with you. Preservation extends your supplies and reduces waste. You also manage water carefully. You drink when you pass a clean source. You fill your container whenever you can. Water is heavier than food, so you do not carry more than you need. But you make sure you always have some. Thirst is harder to ignore than hunger. In cold weather, you melt snow for water. You scoop clean snow into your pot and hold it over the fire. The snow melts slowly. You wait patiently. When it becomes water, you drink it or use it for cooking. You do not eat snow directly. It cools your body too much. In hot weather, you ration your water. You take small sips throughout the day rather than drinking large amounts at once. You rest in the shade to reduce sweating. You travel in the early morning or late afternoon when the temperature is lower. Meals on the move are not elaborate, but they are nourishing. They fuel your body for the work of walking. They provide moments of rest and satisfaction. You do not expect variety or complexity. You expect enough, and you receive it. The light is beginning to fade. The sun sits low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the land. You have been walking most of the day. Now your thoughts turn towards stopping. You look for a place to spend the night. Not just any spot, but one that offers a few basic things. Shelter from wind, proximity to water, level ground, a source of firewood. You do not need all of these, but having most of them makes the evening more comfortable. You see a cluster of trees near a small stream. The trees are not dense, but they break the wind. The ground beneath them is relatively flat, covered in a layer of dry leaves. The stream is close enough that you can hear it. This will do. You set down your pack and begin to settle in. The first task is to clear a spot for sleeping. You push aside any large stones or sticks. You smooth the ground with your foot. You spread out a piece of cloth or hide to lie on. The preparation is simple. It does not take long. Next, you gather wood for a fire. You walk slowly around the area, picking up fallen branches. You choose pieces that are dry, not green or damp. Dry wood burns more easily and produces less smoke. You break the larger branches into shorter lengths by snapping them over your knee or against a rock. You arrange the wood in a small pile near your sleeping spot. You build the fire carefully. Small twigs and dry leaves at the centre, larger sticks arranged around them. You strike a spark with flint and steel, or use a fire drill if that is what you carry. The spark catches. You blow gently to encourage the flame. The fire grows. The fire is not large. You do not need a bonfire. A small, steady fire provides warmth and light without wasting wood. You feed it occasionally, adding a stick when the flames begin to die down. The fire becomes a companion. It crackles softly. The light flickers across the trees. You sit beside the fire and prepare a simple meal. Perhaps you boil water and add grain, or warm a piece of flatbread near the flames. You eat slowly, savouring the warmth of the food. The day's walking is behind you. The evening is calm. As the sky darkens, the temperature drops. You add another layer of clothing or wrap yourself in a blanket. The fire keeps the immediate area warm, but the air beyond its reach is cool. You do not mind. The contrast is pleasant. You might spend this time on small tasks. Checking your belongings, mending a tear in your pack, sharpening your knife. These activities are quiet and unhurried. They give your hand something to do while your mind rests, or you might simply sit and watch the fire. There is no pressure to be productive. If you're travelling with others, the evening is a time for conversation. Not intense discussion, but gentle talk. Someone mentions something they saw during the day. Another person responds. The conversation meanders, touching on this and that. No one dominates. No, everyone speaks when they feel inclined and falls silent when they do not. Children, if there are any, settle down near the fire. They are tired from the day's walking. They curl up close to the adults, wrapped in blankets. They may ask a question or two, but mostly they are content to listen to the adults talk. Sleep finds them quickly. You check the fire one more time, making sure it is contained and will not spread. You place a few larger logs on it so that it will burn slowly through the night. The warmth will last for hours, fading gradually as the wood turns to coals. You arrange your bedding more carefully now. You fold your pack into a pillow. You lie down on your side, pulling the blanket up around your shoulders. The ground is firm but not uncomfortable. You've slept on ground like this many times. Your body knows how to settle. The fire casts a soft glow. Beyond it, the darkness is complete. You can hear the stream, the occasional rustle of leaves, and the distant call of a night bird. These sounds are familiar. They do not alarm you. They are simply the sounds of the world continuing around you. You close your eyes. Your body is tired in a good way. The tiredness that comes from movement and fresh air. Your muscles relax. Your breathing slows. The day's journey is finished. Tomorrow will bring more walking, but tomorrow is not here yet. For now, there is only this moment. Rest. Warmth. The quiet security of having stopped. You lie on your side, wrapped in a wool blanket. The fire has burned down to coals, glowing faintly in the darkness. The air is cool against your face, but beneath the blanket you are warm. Your body sinks into the ground, finding comfort in the stillness after a long day of movement. Sleep comes easily most nights. Your body's ready for it. You have walked for hours. You have eaten. The work of the day is done. There is nothing more to accomplish until morning. You let your thoughts drift without holding on to them. Images from the day pass through your mind. The river you crossed, the hill in the distance, the shape of clouds. They fade as sleep deepens. Sometimes you wake during the night. This is normal. The fire has dimmed further, or the cold has crept in, or you need to adjust your position. You open your eyes and lie still for a moment, orienting yourself. The stars are visible overhead. The moon, if it is out, casts a pale light across the landscape. You recognize where you are. There is no confusion. You might add wood to the fire. You reach out from under the blanket and place a stick on the coals. The stick catches after a moment and a small flame rises. You watch it for a few seconds, then pull your arm back into the warmth. The fire will burn a little longer now, or you might simply shift your position. Lying on one side for hours can make your shoulder or hip ache. You roll onto your other side, you pull the blanket tighter, you settle again. Sleep returns quickly. If you need to relieve yourself, you get up and walk a short distance from your sleeping spot. The night is dark, but your eyes have adjusted. You can see enough to move safely. You do what you need to do and return to your blanket. The brief exposure to the cold makes the warmth of the blanket even more welcome when you lie back down. You're not afraid of the dark. The night is simply another part of the day. It is quieter, cooler and darker, but not threatening. You have slept outdoors many times. You know that the night will pass and morning will come. If you are travelling with others, you are aware of them nearby. You can hear their breathing and the occasional rustle as someone shifts in their sleep. This presence is reassuring. You're not alone. If something were wrong, someone would notice. But nothing is wrong. Everyone sleeps peacefully. Animals may move through the area during the night. You might hear footsteps, the snap of a twig, or a distant call. These sounds do not alarm you. Animals are part of the landscape. They're going about their own business, just as you are going about yours. They are not interested in you, and you're not interested in them. The sounds fade into the background. Rain sometimes begins during the night. You wake to the soft patter of drops on leaves, on the ground around you. If the rain is light, you stay where you are. You pull the blanket over your head and let the rain fall. Your blanket is made of wool or oiled hide, materials that repel water to some degree. You will get damp, but not soaked. If the rain is heavier, you might need to move. You gather your belongings quickly and shift to a spot with better cover, perhaps beneath a rocky overhang or under a denser cluster of trees. You resettle and wait for the rain to ease. It is an inconvenience, but not a crisis. Rain is part of travelling. You adapt. In very cold weather, you sleep close to the fire. You might even tend it through the night, waking periodically to add wood. The fire keeps you warm enough to rest without freezing. You do not expect to sleep deeply on the coldest nights. You doze lightly, maintaining the fire, keeping yourself safe. In warm weather, sleep is easier. You do not need a large fire, just enough to provide light and keep insects away. You lie on top of your blanket rather than under it. The night air is comfortable. You sleep soundly, waking only once or twice. Dreams come and go. Sometimes you dream of the road ahead, of places you have been, or places you are going. Sometimes the dreams are unrelated, fragments of memory or imagination. You do not dwell on them. When you wake, they fade quickly. As the night progresses, the darkness begins to lift. The sky at the horizon turns from black to deep blue. The stars fade. The world takes shape again, slowly revealing itself. You do not wake suddenly. You drift up from sleep gradually, becoming aware of the light, the sounds of early morning and the coolness of the air. You open your eyes. The fire is out, just a pile of grey ash now. You sit up and stretch. Your body is stiff from lying still, but the stiffness fades as you move. You stand and fold your blanket. You gather your belongings and prepare to continue. The night has passed without incident. You are rested. You are ready. The road waits, and you return to it. You have been travelling for days now, maybe longer. The landscape has changed gradually. Hills have given way to plains. Forests have thinned into open grassland. Rivers have narrowed or widened. But the act of travelling remains the same. You wake, you walk, you rest, and you sleep. The pattern repeats. This is how journeys have always been made. Long before maps were drawn, before roads were paved, before distances were measured in miles or kilometres, people moved across the land this way. They followed the sun and the stars. They learned from those who had gone before. They carried what they needed and adapted to what they found. You are part of a continuity that stretches back through countless generations. The route you are walking has been walked by others. The river you crossed was crossed by travellers before you. The tree you rested under has shaded many people over many years. You are one among many, moving through the world as humans have always moved. Trade happens because of journeys like yours. Goods are carried from one place to another. Salt from the coast, grain from the plains, metal from the mountains, cloth from the looms of distant villages. Each item travels in the hands or on the back of someone walking, riding or rowing. The objects move slowly, but they move steadily. Over time, they cover great distances. Information travels the same way. A story told in one village is carried to another. A technique for weaving or forging is shared along the road. News of births, deaths, marriages and harvests. All of this moves from place to place through travellers who stop to talk and share what they know. People migrate across vast distances over generations. A family might leave one region and settle in another, many days of walking away. Their children grow up in the new place but remember the old. They might travel back to visit, or they might never return. But the knowledge of both places remains in the family, linking distant areas through memory and relationship. Seasonal movements follow the same pathways year after year. Herders drive their flocks to high pastures in summer and back to the lowlands in winter. Fishers move along coastlines, following the migrations of fish. Hunters track game across familiar territories. These movements are not random. They are purposeful and informed by generations of observation. Pilgrimages bring people to sacred sites. They walk for weeks or months to reach a mountain, a spring, or a temple. The journey itself is meaningful. The slow accumulation of steps, the passage through different lands, and the encounters with other travellers. All of this is part of the pilgrimage. The destination is important, but so is the path. You meet people along the way who are making similar journeys. A merchant heading to a market. A family travelling to visit relatives. a messenger carrying news, a healer seeking herbs. Each person has their own purpose, but the methods are the same. Everyone walks, everyone rests, everyone navigates by landmarks and shared knowledge. The skills you use are passed down. You learn to read the sky from your parents or from other adults in your community. You learn to choose a campsite, to tend a fire, and to repair your tools. These skills are not written in books. They are demonstrated and practiced. They are ordinary knowledge, available to anyone who travels. The landscape itself is a kind of map. It holds information for those who know how to read it. The shape of the hills tells you where water will collect. The type of vegetation indicates the quality of the soil. The flight of birds suggests the direction of the nearest water source. You do not need a drawn map when the land itself provides guidance. Time is measured differently when you travel without maps. You do not count hours or calculate arrival times. You measure progress in landmarks. I reached the Whitestone today. Tomorrow I will pass through the notch in the ridge. The day after that, the tree with the split trunk. Each landmark is a small achievement, a confirmation that you are on the right path. The journey changes you subtly. You become more attuned to your surroundings. You notice details you would have overlooked before. The angle of the sun, the smell of rain approaching, the texture of the ground underfoot. Travel sharpens your awareness because awareness is what keeps you moving in the right direction. You also develop patience. You cannot rush a journey made on foot. You cannot will yourself to arrive faster. You simply keep walking day after day until you reach your destination. The rhythm of travel teaches you to accept the pace. You learn to find satisfaction in steady progress rather than speed. When you finally arrive, the arrival is not dramatic. You do not burst through a gate or announce yourself. You simply walk into the place you are heading toward. You're tired, perhaps, but not exhausted. You're ready to rest, but you're also ready to begin the next part of your journey, whatever that may be. And then, at some point, you will travel again. Maybe soon, maybe later. The reasons will vary. Trade, family, curiosity, necessity. But the methods will be the same. You will gather your tools, check your footwear, ask for directions, and set out. You will follow the sun and the stars. You will rest when you're tired. You will share food with others. You will sleep under the sky. This is how people have always moved through the world. Slowly, steadily, guided by observation and memory. Without maps, but not without direction. Without certainty, but not without confidence. The land is vast, but it is knowable. The journey is long, but it is manageable. You walk, and in walking, you find your way. You settle into your blanket now, wherever you are tonight. The fire has burned low. The stars are bright above. Tomorrow you will walk again, as you did today, as you will continue to do for as long as the journey requires. The road is patient. So are you. You stand at the threshold of your new life, feeling the salt wind push against your coat like an insistent hand trying to turn you back towards civilization. Behind you, the supply boat is already growing smaller, heading back toward the mainland village that will now exist only as a collection of distant lights after sunset. Before you rises your lighthouse, a white tower standing 70 feet tall against the grey November sky of 1887. This is your new home, though calling it home feels like calling the ocean a pond. The lighthouse occupies a rocky promontory that juts into the Atlantic like a defiant finger, surrounded on three sides by water that changes colour with the weather. Today, it's the colour of pewter. Tomorrow it might be emerald green, and during storms it turns almost black, though you don't know that yet. You will learn the sea's moods the way other people learn their spouse's expressions. The lighthouse itself is surprisingly graceful, considering its utilitarian purpose. The tower is built from granite blocks, each one weighing several hundred pounds and fitted together with the kind of precision that suggests the builders understood that lives would depend on their craftsmanship. The exterior is painted white, and shows signs of the constant maintenance required to withstand salt spray and wind. At the top, the lantern room gleams with hundreds of glass panes, refracting the afternoon light into scattered diamonds. Attached to the base of the tower is the keeper's dwelling, a 2-story stone building that looks almost cosy compared to the tower's austere functionality. Smoke rises from the chimney, evidence that the previous keeper followed protocol and left the stove burning to prevent dampness from setting into the walls. In a few hours, that previous keeper will finish explaining your duties and depart on the supply boat's return trip, leaving you alone with your new responsibilities. The path from the landing to the lighthouse is paved with stones that have been worn smooth by countless footsteps. Alongside it runs a wooden rail currently decorated with dried salt crystals that sparkle in the weak sunlight. You'll learn to appreciate that rail during winter storms when the wind tries to pluck you off your feet and send you tumbling into the rocks below. Your appointment as assistant lighthouse keeper came through the lighthouse board after months of paperwork and references. The position pays $40 per month. Not a fortune, but steady employment in an era when economic depressions come as regularly as seasons. More importantly, it offers something that's increasingly rare: a clear purpose. Every ship captain who safely navigates past this promontory will owe their success partly to your diligence, though they'll never know your name. The isolation is already palpable, and you've been here less than an hour. The nearest village is 6 miles by water, 12 by the coastal road that becomes impassable during winter storms. The supply boat comes once a month, weather permitting. During bad winters, you might go 10 weeks without seeing another human face beyond your headkeeper. For some people, this would feel like imprisonment. For you, it feels like an escape from the increasingly crowded and complicated world of the 1880s, where cities grow faster than anyone can manage them, and telegraph wires connect everything to everything else, in ways that make privacy feel obsolete. The previous keeper emerges from the dwelling, wiping his hands on his apron. He's a weathered man in his 60s whose face has been carved by wind and sun into something resembling the surrounding rock formations. His name is Jeremiah, and he spent the last 15 years at this station. Now his rheumatism has grown too severe for the constant climbing that the position requires, and he's been transferred to a harbour light with shorter stairs and more medical access. He gestures for you to follow him, and your education begins. The first lesson, he explains, is understanding that the lighthouse is not just a building, it's a machine, a living system that requires constant attention and care. Every component depends on every other component, and neglecting any single element can mean disaster for ships depending on your light. You climb the tower's interior spiral staircase, your footsteps echoing off the curved iron walls. The stairs are steep and narrow, designed to fit within the tower's tapering structure. There are 93 steps from bottom to top, and Jeremiah informs you that you'll climb them at least 6 times per day, more during storms when you need to monitor the light more frequently. Your legs will hurt for the first month, then they'll adapt, becoming strong in ways that surprise you when you eventually visit town and find you can walk up hills that wind other people. The rooms within the tower are surprisingly cosy. There's a small storage area for lamp oil, another for cleaning supplies, and a third that serves as a workshop for repairs. Everything smells of oil and metal and the particular mustiness that comes from stone buildings near the sea. The walls are thick enough that the roar of waves becomes muted to a steady background rhythm, like living inside a large seashell. At the top you emerge into the lantern room and the view steals whatever breath the climb hasn't already taken. Glass surrounds you on all sides, offering a panoramic vista of ocean, sky, and the rocky coastline stretching in both directions. The Fresnel lens dominates the centre of the room, a magnificent arrangement of glass prisms that stands taller than you and represents the pinnacle of 19th century optical engineering. Jeremiah explains that this particular lens is a third-order Fresnel, with 186 separate glass prisms arranged in concentric rings around the lamp at its centre. The lens rotates on a clockwork mechanism powered by weights that descend through the tower, requiring rewinding every 4 hours. When properly maintained and lit, this lens can amplify the light of a single lamp to be visible for 15 miles at sea. a beacon that can mean the difference between safe passage and shipwreck. The lamp itself burns colza oil, derived from rapeseed. It requires careful trimming of the wick every few hours to prevent smoking, which would blacken the lens and diminish the light. The lens must be cleaned daily with special polishing cloths that never quite lose the smell of the cleaning solution. The clockwork mechanism needs weekly oiling. The windows require constant washing to remove salt deposits. The list of maintenance tasks feels endless, but Jeremiah assures you that they'll soon become second nature, as natural as breathing. You spend the afternoon learning these tasks, your hands awkward on equipment that Jeremiah handles with unconscious grace. He shows you how to judge when the wick needs trimming by the colour of the flame, how to wind the clockwork with exactly the right tension, and how to clean the lens without leaving streaks that will scatter the light inefficiently. Each task has been refined through decades of keeper experience into something approaching ritual. As the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon, Jeremiah checks his pocket watch and nods. It's time for the most important moment of the keeper's day, the lighting ceremony. You follow him through the preparation, opening the ventilators to prevent heat build-up, checking the oil reservoir and adjusting the wick to the proper height. Then, as the sun touches the horizon, Jeremiah lights a match and applies it to the wick. The lamp catches with a soft whoosh, and immediately the lens begins working its magic. The simple flame becomes something else entirely, a brilliant beam of light that sweeps across the darkening sea as the lens rotates. Standing in the lantern room, you're surrounded by moving patterns of illumination, as if you've somehow stepped inside a kaleidoscope. It's beautiful enough that you forget to breathe for a moment. Jeremiah allows himself a small smile. This, he says, never gets old. For 15 years he's lit this lamp, and it still feels like a small miracle every time. Then he reminds you that the miracle requires constant vigilance. The lamp must never go out between sunset and sunrise, never flicker, never fail. Ships are depending on it, and ships carry human lives. That night, you take your first watch, sitting in the lantern room while the lens rotates and the lamp burns steady. Through the windows, you can see nothing but darkness punctuated by stars and the occasional phosphorescent wave crest. You understand now why lighthouse keepers develop a particular philosophy about their work. You're responsible for something larger than yourself, a light that guides strangers through danger. It's both humbling and oddly comforting. As midnight approaches, you climb down to wake Jeremiah for his watch shift. Tomorrow he'll depart, and this lighthouse will become your sole responsibility, shared only with the head keeper you haven't yet met. Tomorrow, your new life truly begins at the edge of the world, where the most important thing you'll do each day is simply keep a light burning through the darkness. The head keeper's alarm clock sounds at 4:45 a.m, which in December means you're waking in full darkness. Your room in the keeper's dwelling is small but adequate, about 10 feet square, with a narrow bed, a dresser, a washstand, and a hook for hanging your coat. The walls are whitewashed stone that stays cool in summer, and holds winter's chill like a grudge. You've learned to sleep in wool socks and under multiple blankets. You light the bedside candle from the embers you banked in your small stove before retiring. The flame struggles briefly in the cold air before steadying, casting shadows that make the room feel even smaller. Outside, you can hear the eternal conversation between wind and sea, though after 2 months here, you barely notice it unless the weather turns violent. Dressing requires efficiency in the cold. You pull on wool trousers over your long underwear, add a flannel shirt, a wool vest, and your keeper's uniform jacket. The jacket is regulation. Dark blue wool with brass buttons bearing the Lighthouse board insignia. You're supposed to wear it whenever you might encounter visitors, though out here visits are rare enough that you mostly wear it to remind yourself that you have a real job with real authority, even if your kingdom is only 70 feet of tower and a few acres of rock. The water in your washstand has a thin skin of ice that cracks when you push your finger through. You splash your face quickly, gasping at the cold, then dry with a rough towel. Your reflection in the small mirror shows someone whose face is already changing from 2 months of wind and weather. Skin slightly rougher, eyes adapted to constantly scanning horizons, and a general air of competence that wasn't there when you arrived. Downstairs, the headkeeper is already stoking the kitchen stove, coaxing last night's coals back into flames and adding split wood from the box beside the hearth. His name is Samuel, and he's been a keeper for 20 years, the last 5 at this station. He's a methodical man in his 40s who approaches Lighthouse keeping the way a good watchmaker approaches timepieces, with absolute attention to detail and a conviction that proper maintenance prevents most problems. The kitchen is the heart of the dwelling, warm and practical. There's the cast iron stove, a sturdy table with 2 chairs, open shelves holding dishes and dry goods, and windows facing east to catch morning light when it eventually arrives. A kettle perpetually sits on the stove, ready for tea or coffee, and the room smells of wood smoke, yesterday's fish stew, and the yeasty scent of the bread you baked 2 days ago. Samuel nods his greeting, he's not a morning talker, and you begin your part of the routine. Coffee goes into the pot, rough grounds measured by eye and water from the cistern that collects rainwater from the roof. While it brews, you slice bread from the loaf and set out butter, jam, and the smoked herring. That's been a breakfast staple since the supply boat's last visit 3 weeks ago. Breakfast is functional rather than elaborate. The smoked herring is salty enough to wake your mouth, the bread is dense and filling, and the coffee is strong enough that you can feel your thoughts organising themselves with each sip. Samuel reads yesterday's newspaper, already 4 days old when the supply boat delivered it, now a week old, but still your primary connection to the larger world. You learn that President Cleveland has made some pronouncement about tariffs, that there's been another labour dispute in Pittsburgh, and that the weather in New York has been unseasonably warm. After breakfast comes the morning inspection, which Samuel treats with the seriousness of a military drill. You both don your coats and step into the pre-dawn darkness, where the light from your lantern room still sweeps across the sea in its endless rotation. The path to the tower is familiar enough now that you could walk it blindfolded, though you're careful anyway, the stones can be slippery with overnight condensation. Inside the tower you climb the 93 steps with the ease of repetition. Your legs no longer burn by the time you reach the top, and you stopped counting steps weeks ago. In the lantern room, the lamp still burns steady, tended during the night watches. The first task is extinguishing it properly, waiting until dawn is fully established, then carefully reducing the wick before extinguishing the flame. The timing matters. Extinguish too early, and a ship might be approaching in the last darkness. Too late and you're wasting expensive oil. With the lamp out, you open the ventilators to clear accumulated heat and fumes, then begin the cleaning routine. The lens is your primary concern. Dust, salt crystals, and any soot from the lamp must be removed to maintain optimal light transmission. You use special cloths dampened with cleaning solution, working methodically through each section of the Fresnel lens. The prisms catch and scatter the dawn light as you work, throwing rainbow patterns across the lantern room walls. Samuel inspects the clockwork mechanism while you clean, checking for any wear in the gears, ensuring the weights move smoothly during the night, and adding tiny drops of oil to pivot points. The mechanism is remarkably precise, but also remarkably unforgiving of neglect. A few missed maintenance sessions could lead to irregular rotation. An irregular rotation means ships might not see the light at expected intervals. After the lantern room, you descend to check the oil storage, noting the current level in the reservoir and calculating how many more days before you'll need to transfer oil from the storage barrels. Everything is recorded in the keeper's log: oil levels, weather conditions, visibility, any ship sighted, maintenance performed, and even notable bird sightings. The Lighthouse Board reviews these logs during inspections, and keepers have been dismissed for inadequate record keeping. The fog bell gets checked next, even though fog is unlikely in the current crisp December weather. The bell mechanism uses a wound spring to strike at regular intervals during low visibility, and like everything else, it requires regular maintenance. You test it briefly. The deep clang echoes across the rocks and sea, a sound both mournful and reassuring. By the time you complete the morning inspection, real dawn has arrived. The sun rises over the ocean, turning the water from black to grey to blue-green, revealing the endless texture of waves. A fishing schooner is visible to the south, probably heading back to port after a night's work. You make a note in the log. One vessel sighted, schooner rigged, course approximately northwest, distance 3 miles. Back in the dwelling, you and Samuel divide the day's work. He'll handle the paperwork and begin repairs on the supply shed's roof, which leaked during the last storm. You'll manage the daily maintenance tasks and start preparing tomorrow's bread. There's also laundry that needs doing. The Lighthouse board is particular about keepers maintaining neat appearances, and that means regular washing despite the extra work involved. The rest of the morning unfolds in productive routine. You refill oil lamps, sweep floors, check the rain cistern level, and inventory supplies against the list you're preparing for the next supply boat. There's a meditative quality to these tasks, each one contributing to the smooth operation of your small domain. You're responsible for infrastructure, safety, navigation, and record keeping, which makes you part engineer, part bureaucrat, and part guardian of travellers you'll never meet. Around mid-morning, you start bread dough, mixing flour, salt, yeast, and water, in proportions you've learned to judge by feel. The dough is sticky and resistant at first, then gradually becomes smooth and elastic under your kneading. You set it to rise near the stove, covered with a damp cloth, knowing it will double in size by afternoon. There's something satisfying about bread making, the way basic ingredients transform through patient work into something essential. Lunch is simple. Yesterday's stew reheated, more bread and tea. The stew is improved with time, the way stews do, all the flavours meld in together. Samuel mentions that he'll likely transfer to a land station next year. His wife is tired of the isolation and wants to be nearer their grandchildren. This means you might become head keeper here, or transfer to another station, or possibly train a new assistant. In lighthouse keeping, everything is temporary except the lights themselves. After lunch comes more maintenance. There's always more maintenance. You clean windows, trim lamp wicks, polish brass fittings, check the storm shutters, inspect roof shingles, and perform a dozen other small tasks that collectively ensure the lighthouse remains functional and presentable. The lighthouse board sends inspectors without warning, and keepers who fail inspection can be demoted or dismissed. By mid-afternoon, you've earned a brief rest. You sit on the bench outside the dwelling, drinking tea and watching the sea. The fishing schooner from this morning is returning, probably successfully given how low it sits in the water. A few gulls wheel overhead, their cries mixing with the wind. The bread dough has risen properly and now sits in the oven, filling the dwelling with yeasty warmth. This is your life now, routine and responsibility, isolation and purpose, and the endless cycle of maintenance and vigilance. It's not the life you imagined in your youth, but it's proving to be the life you needed. Here at the edge of the world, things are simple, if not easy. The light must burn, the machinery must work, and the ships must be guided safely through the night. Everything else is just details. The Fresnel lens that dominates your lantern room represents decades of optical research, compressed into crystalline precision. Before Augustin Jean Fresnel revolutionized lighthouse technology in the 1820s, lighthouses used simple reflectors that wasted most of their light. Fresnel's innovation, arranging prisms in concentric circles to capture and focus light that would otherwise scatter uselessly, transformed maritime navigation. Standing before your third-order lens, you're looking at technology that's essentially unchanged since Fresnel's original designs, because sometimes the first solution is also the perfect solution. Your lens consists of 186 individual glass prisms held in a bronze framework that rotates around the central lamp. The innermost ring features the largest prisms, called bullseyes, each one hand-ground and polished to tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters. Surrounding these are smaller refracting prisms that capture light travelling at angles and redirect it toward the horizon. The entire assembly weighs nearly 2 tons, yet floats on a mercury bath that allows the clockwork mechanism to rotate it with remarkable smoothness. Understanding the lens means understanding light itself. You've learned that light travels in straight lines until something makes it change direction, which is exactly what each prism does with exquisite precision. The bullseyes concentrate the lamp's output into focused beams that sweep across the sea as the lens rotates. Ship's captains can identify your lighthouse by counting the interval between flashes. Your station produces one flash every 30 seconds, a signature as distinct as a fingerprint. The lamp at the lens's heart is simpler than you'd expect given the sophisticated optics surrounding it. It's essentially just a fancy oil lamp, a brass reservoir holding colza oil, a circular wick that can be raised or lowered, and a chimney to direct fumes upward. But getting that simple lamp to burn steadily for 12 winter hours requires attention that borders on meditation. You've learned to read the flame like a language. A yellow-orange flame means the wick is too high or needs trimming. A blue-white flame means it's perfect. A flickering flame suggests draft problems or contaminated oil. The wick itself is cotton tape about 2 inches wide, and it needs trimming every 4 hours to remove the carbon buildup that accumulates as it burns. Too much trimming and you'll use up the wick prematurely. Too little and smoke will blacken your beautiful lens. Trimming the wick requires small scissors designed specifically for the purpose, sharp enough to cut cleanly through charred cotton, small enough to maneuver in the confined space around the lamp. You wait until the flame is at its lowest safe level, then carefully snip away the blackened edge, creating a smooth circular cut. The flame responds immediately, burning brighter and cleaner. It's a small satisfaction, but satisfaction nonetheless. The oil itself comes in 50-gallon barrels delivered by the supply boat, each barrel weighing over 400 pounds. You and Samuel roll them from the landing to the oil storage room using a wooden track, then decant the oil into smaller containers for daily use. The oil has a faintly vegetal smell and a viscosity that varies with temperature, thinner in summer, thicker in winter. In extreme cold, you sometimes need to warm the oil slightly before adding it to the lamp reservoir. Cleaning the lens is your favourite task, though calling it a task doesn't capture the ritualistic quality it's acquired. You work in the early morning after extinguishing the lamp, when sunlight streams through the lantern room windows and turns the lens into a sculpture of light. Your cleaning cloths are soft flannel, dampened with a solution of alcohol and distilled water. You work systematically, cleaning one prism at a time, buffing until no streaks remain. Each prism reveals its personality during cleaning. Some collect dust preferentially on their upper surfaces, others show salt crystals at their edges, where spray somehow penetrates the lantern room's weatherproofing. The bullseyes require extra attention because any imperfection in their surfaces will scatter light and weaken the beam. You've learned that the best technique is small circular motions followed by vertical buffing, and that checking your work against sunlight reveals streaks that are invisible in other conditions. The clockwork mechanism that rotates the lens is Victorian engineering at its finest. Brass gears, steel cables, and iron weights working in concert to produce perfectly consistent rotation. The weights descend through the tower's centre, connected by cables that wrap around a drum connected to the lens assembly. As the weights fall, they turn the drum, which rotates the lens through a series of reduction gears that slow the rotation to the prescribed speed. Winding the clockwork happens every 4 hours, regardless of weather or fatigue. You open the access panel in the lantern room floor, grasp the windlass handle and begin cranking. The weights rise slowly through the tower's hollow core, accompanied by clicking sounds as the ratchet mechanism prevents reverse motion. Your arms learned quickly to judge the proper rhythm. Too fast and you'll exhaust yourself. Too slow and you'll waste time. The full winding takes about 15 minutes and leaves your shoulders feeling pleasantly worked. Occasionally, usually during storms, something goes wrong. A gear tooth might chip, a cable might fray, or the mercury bath might develop irregularities. These problems transform from abstract possibilities into urgent crises because the light must keep turning. You've learned to perform repairs while the system continues operating, working around moving parts with tools held in hands that can't afford to shake. Once, during a January nor'easter, the clockwork began grinding ominously around 2 a.m. during your watch. You discovered that moisture had somehow penetrated the gear housing, causing rust to bind one of the reduction gears. Samuel joined you in the lantern room, and together you performed emergency field maintenance. disassembling the mechanisms section by section, while manually rotating the lens to keep the light sweeping properly, cleaning each gear, applying fresh oil, and reassembling everything before the next rotation interval. The repair took 3 hours and left you both exhausted and exhilarated. When the clockwork resumed its smooth operation, Samuel actually smiled and said, "This was why lighthouse keeping wasn't for everyone. It required people who could solve problems at 2 a.m. during storms while maintaining a light that ships were depending on." You felt a pride that had nothing to do with ego and everything to do with competence validated. The lens has taught you patience. You cannot rush its cleaning without leaving streaks. You cannot force the clockwork to wind faster than its mechanics allow. You cannot make the lamp burn brighter than its design permits. Instead, you work within constraints, achieving excellence through consistent attention rather than dramatic intervention. It's a philosophy that applies beyond lighthouse keeping, though you don't often have time to contemplate such connections. Sometimes, during quiet afternoons when all maintenance is complete and the sea is calm, you simply sit in the lantern room and watch light move through glass. The sun strikes prisms at changing angles as it crosses the sky, creating patterns that shift with geometric precision. You understand now why Fresnel devoted years to developing this technology. There's something profound about shaping light with such precision, about taking something as ephemeral as photons and bending them to human purpose. The lens will outlast you. It was here before you arrived and will remain after you depart, serving keeper after keeper in its patient mission of guiding ships through darkness. This isn't melancholy, it's comforting. You're part of a continuum, a link in a chain of responsibility that extends backward through decades and forward into an unimaginable future. Your job is simply to maintain your link, keeping it strong and bright for whoever comes next. As sunset approaches and you prepare to light the lamp for another night, you run through the checklist that's become second nature. Ventilators open, oil reservoir full, wick trimmed and positioned, clockwork wound, cleaning completed, and log entries current. Then you strike the match and touch it to the wick, and once again the machine comes to life, transforming a simple flame into a beacon visible for miles across the darkening sea. The light sweeps outward, and somewhere beyond your horizon, a ship's captain sees it and marks their position with relief. You'll never meet that captain or know their name, but for this moment you're connected through the intermediary of light and glass. It's enough. It's everything. The isolation accumulates gradually like snow on a rooftop. The first week felt like a peaceful retreat from city crowds and social obligations. The second week introduced moments of silence so complete you could hear your own heartbeat. By the third month, you've learned that solitude isn't simply the absence of people, it's its own presence, as tangible as wind or weather. Samuel is good company, but lighthouse keeping doesn't encourage extensive conversation. You work parallel rather than together, each managing assigned tasks with practiced efficiency. Meals are brief and functional. Evenings find you both absorbed in separate pursuits, him reading or doing repairs, you writing letters or maintaining personal equipment. The dwelling has become like a ship where two sailors share space while respecting each other's psychological territory. You've discovered that solitude changes how you think. Without constant social input, your mind develops its own rhythms and preoccupations. You find yourself contemplating questions that would seem absurd in city contexts. Whether the gulls recognize individual humans, how fish experience storms, and what percentage of waves break without anyone watching them. These aren't practical questions, but they occupy the mental space that social obligations previously filled. The sea itself becomes a companion of sorts, though an impersonal one. It has moods but no intentions, patterns but no purposes. You've learned to read its changing faces, the long rolling swells that signal distant storms, the sharp chop that means local wind shifts, and the glassy calm that precedes weather changes. Each condition creates its own soundtrack, gentle lapping against rocks, explosive crashes against cliffs, or the peculiar hissing sound of spray suspended in strong wind. Winter storms transform the lighthouse into something between a fortress and a prison. When nor'easters blow in from the Atlantic, Waves reach heights that seem impossible until you witness them. Water explodes against rocks with force that makes the tower vibrate, sending spray high enough to coat the lantern room glass with salt despite its 70-foot elevation. During these storms, you cannot leave the lighthouse grounds. Even the short walk between dwelling and tower becomes dangerous as wind tries to lift you off your feet. You've learned to prepare for storms the way squirrels prepare for winter. When the barometer drops and clouds mass on the horizon, you and Samuel spring into action. Storm shutters get secured over dwelling windows. Extra oil gets hauled up to the lantern room. The fog bell mechanism gets checked and double-checked. Freshwater containers get filled from the cistern. Firewood gets stacked inside near the stove. Then you wait, knowing that the next few days will test both the lighthouse's construction and your own endurance. The worst storm hit in February, a 3-day tempest that made previous storms seem like rehearsals. Waves reached heights that seemed to violate natural laws, sending green water crashing over rocks you'd thought were safely above sea level. The wind howled with voices that sounded almost human, finding every gap in the lighthouse's weatherproofing and exploiting it. You and Samuel took 2-hour watches instead of 4, because the strain of maintaining the light during such conditions exhausted concentration faster than normal. During that storm, you discovered depths of fatigue you hadn't known existed. Your watch shifts became exercises in sustained focus despite overwhelming tiredness, wind noise, and the tower's constant motion as waves hammered its foundation. You learned to climb the 93 steps in a zombie-like state, respond to routine problems through muscle memory alone, and stay alert enough to catch actual emergencies through the fog of exhaustion. When the storm finally broke and the sea calmed, you and Samuel emerged into brilliant sunshine that made the violence of the preceding days seem like a hallucination. The rocks were scoured clean of vegetation. Driftwood littered the grounds. Several windows had cracked despite their storm shutters. But the light had burned steadily throughout, and that was the only measure of success that mattered. Solitude also brings unexpected encounters with wildlife that shares this rocky promontory. Seals haul out on rocks below the lighthouse, their barking carrying up on quiet evenings. Harbour porpoises sometimes pass close enough that you can hear their breathing. During spring and fall migrations, birds stop to rest. Warblers, thrushes, and even once a bewildered-looking wood duck that seemed surprised to find itself here as you were to see it. The birds teach you about navigation and determination. The small ones, weighing barely an ounce, somehow cross hundreds of miles of ocean during migration. Occasionally they're drawn to the lighthouse beam during foggy nights, circling the lantern room in confusion. You've learned to extinguish the lamp briefly during these events, allowing birds to escape the fatal attraction, then relight it once they've departed. The Lighthouse Board doesn't officially sanction this practice, but you suspect most keepers do it anyway. You've also become acquainted with the resident gulls, 3 pairs that nest on the rocks each spring and maintain territories year-round. One pair, which you've mentally named Friedrich and Clara for no particular reason, has grown accustomed to your presence enough that they don't immediately flee when you emerge from the dwelling. They've learned your routines and appear expectantly when you dispose of fish scraps. It's not exactly friendship, but it's a relationship of sorts. The psychological weight of isolation varies with seasons and weather. Summer feels easier despite longer watches, because decent weather allows outdoor work that provides variety and sunshine. Winter compresses life into smaller spaces with shorter days, intensifying the sense of being contained in a small stone box at the edge of civilization. You've learned to recognize the warning signs in yourself and Samuel: increasing irritability, attention lapses, sleep disturbances, and to address them through deliberate routine changes before they become serious problems. Letters become lifelines during deep winter. The supply boat brings mail monthly when weather permits, and you've developed correspondences with family, friends, and even other lighthouse keepers. Writing letters forces articulation of experiences that might otherwise remain wordless impressions. Reading letters brings news of the outside world, though their content often highlights how different your daily concerns have become from those of city dwellers. Your mother writes about church socials and neighbourhood gossip, difficulties with servants, and the rising cost of groceries. Your brother describes his work at the bank and his concerns about his eldest son's education. These letters arrive from a world that feels increasingly foreign despite having left it only months ago. You write back with descriptions of storms and seals, lens maintenance and supply boat visits, and wonder if your life seems as strange to them as theirs now seems to you. You've discovered that solitude sharpens certain perceptions while dulling others. You've become exquisitely attuned to weather patterns, mechanical sounds, and the ocean's moods, but you've noticed your social skills growing rusty. During the supply boat captain's monthly visits, you sometimes struggle with casual conversation, having grown unaccustomed to the rapid-fire exchanges that characterize normal social interaction. You find yourself talking too long about topics the captain clearly finds boring or falling silent when social convention suggests you should respond, but there are compensations. You've learned to find entertainment in things city dwellers would consider mundane, watching sunset colours change minute by minute across the water, tracking cloud formations and predicting the next day's weather, observing how different winds create different patterns in grass that's managed to root itself between rocks. These aren't substitutes for human interaction, but they're sources of genuine interest that expand rather than diminish your experience. Solitude has also forced self-reliance in ways that prove surprisingly satisfying. When equipment breaks, you repair it yourself or improvise solutions. When food supplies run low before the supply boat arrives, you get creative with what remains. When loneliness threatens to overwhelm, you develop strategies. Vigorous physical work, detailed letter writing, self-assigned projects that restore psychological balance. The sea continues its eternal conversation with the rocks, a sound so constant it's become silence. You've learned that isolation isn't the absence of stimulation. It's a different quality of engagement with the world. Instead of the scattered attention demanded by city life, you've developed a sustained focus on narrower concerns. Instead of superficial interactions with many people, you've built deeper relationships with place, purpose, and the handful of individuals who share this isolated existence. As spring approaches and ice finally retreats from the rocks, you find yourself anticipating rather than dreading another season at the light. The isolation that initially felt like deprivation has become a kind of freedom. Here, stripped of social performance and urban distraction, you've discovered a version of yourself that's perhaps more authentic than the person who navigated city streets 6 months ago. It's not a discovery you'd have made anywhere else, and while you occasionally miss civilization's comforts, you wouldn't trade this knowledge for an easier life. The supply boat's arrival is always an event, even after multiple experiences with the routine. You spot it while making afternoon rounds, a dark shape materializing from coastal haze, gradually resolving into the familiar lines of the Lighthouse tender that serves this section of coast. Samuel sees it too and remarks that Captain Morrison is making good time despite yesterday's rough seas. You both head down to the landing, carrying the outgoing mail and your requisition list for next month's supplies. The landing is a stone platform built into the most sheltered section of rocks, with iron rings set into the stone for securing boats. Even in calm weather, the tender doesn't dock directly. Morrison anchors offshore and sends supplies in on a smaller dory rowed by his assistant, a taciturn Maine native named Webb, who can read waves the way you read lamp flames. The dory arrives loaded with crates, barrels and canvas bags. You and Samuel help haul everything up to the landing, while Morrison himself comes ashore to conduct his monthly inspection. He's required to verify that the lighthouse meets Lighthouse Board standards, check the keeper's logs and report any deficiencies. In practice, he's also your primary connection to the outside world, bringing news, letters, occasional treats, and the simple presence of someone new to talk with. Morrison has been running this supply route for 12 years and knows every lighthouse keeper on his circuit by name and temperament. He is a compact man in his 50s with weathered hands and the kind of practical competence that inspires confidence. While you and Samuel unload supplies, he performs his inspection with the thoroughness of someone who takes bureaucratic responsibilities seriously but isn't looking to create problems unnecessarily. He climbs the tower, checks the lens and lamp, examines the fog bell mechanism, and reviews your log entries for the past month. Everything passes inspection, as you knew it would. Samuel runs too tight a station for things to slip. Morrison signs the log to indicate his approval, then produces letters and newspapers from his coat pocket. You resist the urge to tear into them immediately, maintaining the social courtesy of offering Morrison tea before he departs. Over tea in the dwelling's kitchen, Morrison shares news from his other lighthouse stations. The keeper at Portsmouth Harbour Light is retiring after 30 years. There was a rescue at Baker's Island during the February storm, a fishing boat driven onto rocks, all crew saved thanks to the keeper spotting their distress signals. A new assistant keeper at Cape Ann Light is apparently struggling with the isolation and might not complete his probation period. He also shares news from the wider world, filtered through his own perspective. The economy is improving, though fishing remains difficult. There's talk of new lighthouse construction further up the coast. Some inventor claims to be working on electric lights that might eventually replace oil lamps. Though Morrison is sceptical, he's seen too many innovations that looked good on paper, but failed in real conditions. You savour this conversation, even though Morrison's topics are ordinary by city standards. After weeks of only Samuel's company, anyone new is fascinating. You find yourself listening to Morrison's stories about routine supply runs, as if they're high adventure, which probably says more about your isolation than about the story's actual interest level. Morrison also brings small luxuries that aren't on the official supply list. Fresh apples from his own orchard, a tin of fancy tea, and recent issues of Harper's Weekly. These gifts are technically outside regulations, but they're part of the informal economy that makes lighthouse life bearable. In return, you give him fresh-baked bread and smoked fish, items that Morrison will appreciate during his supply runs to other stations. After an hour, Morrison prepares to depart. The tide is turning and he wants to make his next station before dark. You help carry empty barrels back to the dory. These will be cleaned and refilled for next month's delivery. Webb loads them efficiently while Morrison does a final check that he hasn't forgotten anything. The dory pulls away from the landing and you watch it return to the tender. Morrison waves from the deck as the tender's engine coughs to life, and the vessel turns back toward the mainland. Within minutes, it's disappeared into the same coastal haze it emerged from, and you're left with the supplies to sort and the letters to read and the renewed awareness that you won't see another human face for at least 4 weeks. Late March brings weather that can't decide what season it wants to be. One day offers spring sunshine warm enough for shirt sleeves, the next brings freezing rain that coats everything in treacherous ice. The barometer has been falling steadily for 2 days, and the sky has taken on that peculiar yellowish quality that experienced keepers recognise as a storm warning. Samuel checks the barometer again and notes the reading in the log, 29.2 inches and dropping. The wind has shifted to the northeast, and the swells are building with the slow, powerful rhythm that indicates a major storm system approaching. You both know what's coming, a spring nor'easter, potentially worse than winter storms because the temperature contrast between systems creates additional violence. Storm preparation begins with a kind of practiced urgency. You secure everything that could blow away or get damaged. Tools, spare parts, anything left outside gets moved into storage. Storm shutters go up over the dwelling's windows, plunging the interior into premature twilight. Extra lamp oil gets hauled up to the lantern room, along with spare wicks, cleaning supplies, and emergency equipment. The fog bell gets a thorough check because low visibility is virtually guaranteed. You test the mechanism, oil the moving parts, and verify that the spring tension is correct. The bell's deep tone echoes across the rocks, and gulls scatter from their roosting spots in apparent irritation at the noise. Food preparation comes next. You bake extra bread, knowing that the stove may be needed continuously for heat, and that you won't want to deal with baking during the storm's peak. Samuel makes a large pot of stew, enough for several days of reheating. Freshwater containers get filled from the cistern. Candles and matches get staged where they'll be accessible if the storm knocks out your ability to move freely between buildings. The storm arrives that evening, announcing itself with wind that goes from fresh to violent in less than an hour. Rain comes horizontally, finding every tiny gap in the lighthouse's weatherproofing. Waves begin their assault on the rocks with increasing fury, sending spray high enough that you can hear it hitting the lantern room glass 70 feet above sea level. Your watch begins at 8 p.m, and climbing the tower is already noticeably more difficult. The wind makes the iron stairs vibrate, and you can feel the tower swaying slightly, within its design parameters, but still disconcerting. In the lantern room, the lamp burns steady despite the chaos outside. The lens rotates with its usual precision, sending beams of light out into the storm, though you wonder if any ships are close enough to see it through the rain and spray. The noise is extraordinary. Wind howls through the lantern room's ventilators with a sound that varies from whistling to shrieking depending on wind direction. Waves crash against the rocks with reports like cannon fire. Rain hammers the glass with such force that you worry about cracks, though the thick panes are designed to withstand exactly this abuse. Through the windows, when lightning flashes, you catch glimpses of seas so wild they look like moving mountains. You perform your watch duties with extra attention. The lamp needs checking every 30 minutes instead of every hour. Wind-driven variations in the ventilator airflow can affect the flame stability. The clockwork requires monitoring because temperature changes from the violent weather can affect its precision. The windows need constant inspection for any signs of water infiltration that could threaten the lamp or damage the lens. Around midnight you notice water beginning to pool on the lantern room floor beneath the eastern windows. This shouldn't happen. The weatherproofing is supposed to prevent any significant infiltration. You investigate and discover that wind-driven spray has found a tiny gap where the window frame meets the wall, and the sheer volume of water hitting the lighthouse has overwhelmed the normal drainage. You stuff the gap with rags from your cleaning supplies, which slows but doesn't stop the leak. The water is coming in faster than it can drain through the floor's intended drainage holes. If it accumulates enough to reach the lens mechanism, it could cause damage or freeze the rotation. You grab every available cloth and begin a cycle of mopping up water, wringing out cloths, and repeating, all while maintaining your watch duties and monitoring the lamp. By the time Samuel comes to relieve you at 2 a.m, you're exhausted and soaked despite your oilskins. You explain the leak situation, and he nods grimly. This storm is testing the lighthouse in ways that routine weather doesn't. You descend to the dwelling, change into dry clothes, and try to sleep despite wind noise that penetrates even through thick stone walls. 4 hours later, Samuel wakes you early. The leak has worsened, and he needs help. You climb back up to find the lantern room floor covered in a 1/4 inch of water, despite Samuel's efforts. Together you work out a system. One person constantly mops while the other maintains the watch duties and tends the lamp. You trade off every 30 minutes to prevent exhaustion. The storm continues through the next day and into the following night. You and Samuel fall into a rhythm of work, brief rest, and more work. Meals become hasty affairs of bread and cold stew eaten standing up. Sleep comes in 2-hour chunks between watches. The leak remains manageable but requires constant attention. The lamp burns steadily, the lens keeps rotating, and that's what matters. On the 3rd day, the wind finally begins to decrease. The rain continues, but without the driving force of gale-force winds. The waves gradually diminish from terrifying to merely dangerous to simply rough. You and Samuel repair the leak properly using materials from the maintenance supplies, sealing it with oakum and tar that should withstand any future storms. When the storm finally ends, you both emerge into a world that's been scrubbed clean. The rocks gleam in returning sunshine. The sea, still agitated but no longer violent, shows colours you'd almost forgotten during the storm's grey chaos. Driftwood is scattered everywhere, including a massive timber that must have come from a ship somewhere. You make a note in the log to report it, as it might indicate a wreck. The dwelling shows minor damage. Several roof shingles missing, one window cracked despite its storm shutter, and water stains on the ceiling where rain found gaps in the roofing. The lighthouse tower itself is essentially undamaged. It's been standing here for 40 years and will probably stand for another 40, built by people who understood what forces it would need to withstand. You're both exhausted in a way that goes beyond physical tiredness. 3 days of heightened alertness, irregular sleep and constant work have depleted reserves you didn't know you were using. But there's also satisfaction. The storm tested you, and you passed. The light burned steadily throughout. Any ship that needed guidance received it. You did your job. Samuel makes proper coffee, the good kind he reserves for special occasions, and you sit together in the kitchen, not talking much, but sharing the quiet satisfaction of people who've weathered something difficult together. Outside, the gulls have returned to their usual spots, apparently unbothered by having spent 3 days hunkered down in whatever shelter they'd found. The next supply boat visit is still 2 weeks away, but you've already started the mental list of items you'll need to repair storm damage. More roof shingles, window glass, oakum and tar, and paint for areas where the storm stripped it away. The list is long but manageable. Storm damage is part of lighthouse life, as routine as daily maintenance, even if the specific damage varies. That night, lighting the lamp feels different than usual. You go through the same physical motions, checking oil, trimming wick, adjusting ventilators, striking the match, but with renewed appreciation for the ritual's significance. This lamp has burned through worse storms than you'll probably ever experience. It will continue burning long after you've moved on to another station, or retired from lighthouse service entirely. The lens catches the flame and transforms it into beams that sweep out across the darkening sea. Somewhere beyond your horizon, a ship's captain marks their position and continues safely on their course. The storm is over. The light burns on. All is well. Samuel receives his transfer orders in late April. He'll be moving to a harbour light closer to his family by the end of May. The news arrives in a letter from the Lighthouse board, formal and impersonal as all official correspondence. He reads it aloud over breakfast, his tone neutral, though you detect relief underneath. He's been at this isolated station for 5 years, and while he's never complained, you know his wife's letters have grown increasingly urgent about wanting him closer to home. This means changes for you as well. The Lighthouse board offers you the position of head keeper, which comes with a modest pay increase and full responsibility for the station. You'll also receive a new assistant keeper, a young man named Thomas, who's completing his training at a more accessible station and will arrive when Samuel departs. You accept the promotion with mixed feelings. On one hand, it's recognition of competence and a step forward in the Lighthouse service career structure. On the other hand, it means losing Samuel's steady presence and experienced judgment. You've learned to read his moods, trust his decisions, and appreciate his particular approach to lighthouse keeping. Breaking in a new assistant will require patience and attention you're not certain you have. Samuel spends his remaining weeks training you in aspects of headkeeper responsibilities you haven't handled. There's more paperwork than you'd realised. Monthly reports to the Lighthouse board, inventory management, supply requisitions and personnel evaluations. There's also the weight of final authority. As assistant keeper, you could always defer difficult decisions to Samuel. As head keeper, those decisions will be solely yours. He also shares wisdom that isn't in any manual. How to judge when someone's isolation difficulties are a temporary adjustment versus a genuine unsuitability for lighthouse work. How to balance necessary discipline with the flexibility required when two people must live and work in very close quarters. How to represent the lighthouse service properly during the rare occasions when outsiders visit. These lessons come through stories and observations rather than lectures, Samuel's preferred teaching method. One evening, sharing tobacco on the bench outside the dwelling, Samuel tells you about his first station, a remote light where he served under a head keeper who'd been lighthouse keeping for 30 years. That keeper had taught Samuel something that proved more valuable than any technical training. Lighthouse keeping isn't really about maintaining equipment or following procedures. It's about maintaining yourself, your alertness, your judgment, your sense of purpose, because everything else depends on the keeper's reliability. You ask what happens when you can't maintain yourself, when the isolation or exhaustion or sheer routine wears you down. Samuel takes a long draw on his pipe and says, that's when you either find new ways to stay engaged, or you request a transfer. There's no shame in recognising your limits. The shame is in staying at a station you can no longer manage properly, because then ships are depending on someone who's no longer dependable. Thomas arrives on the same supply boat that takes Samuel away. He's 23, eager, and clearly nervous about this posting. You remember feeling similar nervousness 6 months ago, which now seems like years. Samuel introduces you both, hands you a formal letter confirming your promotion, and says he'll write once he's settled at his new station. Then he's in the dory heading toward the tender, and you're alone with your new assistant. Thomas has that scrubbed, earnest look of someone who's spent more time studying manuals than actually working. His uniform is pristine, his equipment is new, and his questions reveal that he's memorized procedures without yet understanding why they matter. You recognize this because you were similar not long ago. Time and experience will season him. Your job is ensuring he survives long enough to gain that experience. You start his training the same day because lighthouse work doesn't pause for transitions. The afternoon's tasks become teaching opportunities. You demonstrate proper lens cleaning while explaining why technique matters. You show him how to read the barometer and what different patterns indicate. You have him practice wick trimming until he can do it smoothly. Each task comes with context that connects procedure to purpose. Thomas is quick to learn mechanical tasks, but struggles with the isolation's psychological aspects. After a week, he admits that the silence bothers him. He's from Boston, accustomed to constant noise and activity. The lighthouse's quietness feels oppressive, and he's having trouble sleeping because the wind and waves sound too loud in the absence of city sounds. You remember feeling similarly disoriented by the acoustic environment. You suggest strategies that helped you, focusing on the natural rhythms, treating the sounds as information rather than noise, and understanding that adjustment takes time. You also share something Samuel taught you, that some people adapt to isolation and others don't, and there's no predicting which type someone is until they're actually living it. The first storm you weather with Thomas reveals both his potential and his gaps. He handles the increased watch duties well, staying alert and following procedures, but he becomes anxious in ways that interfere with judgment. When the fog bell mechanism jams during the storm's peak, Thomas panics and wants to wake you immediately. You're already awake, no experienced keeper sleeps soundly during storms, and you talk him through diagnosing and fixing the problem himself afterward. You explain that lighthouse keeping requires a particular kind of calm. Emergencies will happen, often at the worst possible moments. Panicking wastes time and clouds judgment. The solution is trusting your training, working systematically, and knowing when to ask for help versus when to solve problems independently. Thomas nods, but you can see he's still processing this. Experience will be his real teacher. You're also learning lessons about leadership that didn't seem important when you were assistant keeper. You discover that different people require different management approaches. Thomas responds well to patient explanation, but poorly to criticism, even constructive criticism. He needs explicit praise for good work, whereas Samuel operated on the assumption that no comment meant satisfactory performance. You find yourself thinking about how Samuel managed you, his mixture of giving you responsibility while remaining available for questions, his way of correcting mistakes without making you feel incompetent, and his patience with your adjustment to isolation. You try to emulate this approach with Thomas while developing your own leadership style. Letters from Samuel arrive monthly with the supply boat. He's settling well at his new station, enjoying being closer to his grandchildren, but admits missing the clean simplicity of the remote lighthouse. Harbour lights have more visitors, more bureaucracy, and more distractions from the essential work. He asks how Thomas is developing, and offers advice on managing a young assistant's enthusiasm without crushing his spirit. You write back with updates and questions, grateful for the continued mentorship, even at distance. Samuel's letters become a kind of professional development resource, offering perspectives you can't get from manuals or even from direct experience. He's teaching you to see patterns across situations rather than treating each challenge as unique. As summer arrives, you and Thomas settle into a functional partnership. He's growing more comfortable with isolation, developing his own routines and interests. He's revealed a talent for sketching, and fills notebooks with drawings of birds, waves, cloud formations, and lighthouse equipment. His mechanical skills improve with practice, and his panic responses diminish as experience builds confidence. You've also discovered unexpected satisfaction in teaching. Helping Thomas develop competence feels meaningful in ways that simply maintaining the lighthouse doesn't. You're not just keeping a light burning, you're training someone who'll continue the work after you move on. It's a kind of immortality, passing skills and knowledge forward through generations of keepers. One evening, Thomas asks why you became a lighthouse keeper. You realise you've never articulated this clearly, even to yourself. After thinking, you say something about wanting work that matters, that has a clear purpose and measurable results. You wanted to be responsible for something important but not be crushed by administrative complexity or social performance. Lighthouse keeping offered honest work where competence is obvious and where your effort directly affects others' safety. Thomas considers this and admits he became a keeper partly to escape family pressure to join his father's business. Lighthouse work seemed adventurous, romantic even. The reality has been harder and less romantic than he imagined, but also more satisfying. There's something real about this work that his father's import business lacked. You understand exactly what he means. Modern life in the 1880s feels increasingly abstract. Money represents labour, contracts represent relationships, and cities represent communities that deliver anonymity. Here at the lighthouse, everything is concrete. The light either burns or it doesn't. The lens is either clean or it isn't. Ships either pass safely or they don't. There's clarity here that's increasingly rare in a world growing more complex by the year. As you and Thomas share tobacco and watch sunset colour the water, you realise you've become what Samuel was to you. A bridge between the lighthouse service's institutional requirements and the human reality of doing this work. It's a role you never sought but have apparently accepted. You're no longer just keeping a lighthouse. You're keeping a tradition, maintaining a skill set, and preparing the next generation to continue the work. The light will outlast you both, serving keepers you'll never meet, and guiding ships that haven't been built yet. But for now, in this moment, you and Thomas are its guardians. You're doing work that matters, in a place that demands your best, with a purpose that needs no justification. It's enough. The inspector arrives in August without warning, which is precisely how the Lighthouse Board prefers it. You spot his boat approaching on a Tuesday morning. Not the regular supply tender, but a smaller vessel that carries only the inspector and his assistant. You have about 15 minutes to ensure everything is presentable, though Samuel's training has made you meticulous enough that the lighthouse is always inspection ready. The inspector is a career lighthouse serviceman named Henderson, severe and thorough in ways that make you understand why keepers sometimes dread these visits. He examines everything, running white-gloved fingers along windowsills to check for dust, testing the fog bell mechanism repeatedly, scrutinising log entries for any irregularities, and measuring oil consumption against your reported usage. Thomas is visibly nervous, but you've learned that the best approach to inspection is quiet confidence in your work. Henderson finds minor issues. Some brass fittings could be more polished, and your log entries occasionally lack detail he'd prefer to see. But nothing that suggests inadequate performance. He signs your station log to indicate satisfactory inspection, then does something unexpected. He asks to talk with you privately in the lantern room. Once there, Henderson's severity softens slightly. He explains that he's been inspecting lighthouses for 20 years, visiting every station from Maine to Maryland. He's seen excellent keepers, adequate keepers, and keepers who should never have been assigned to isolated stations. You, he says, are developing into an excellent keeper. Your station is well maintained, your assistant is progressing properly, and your log entries demonstrate the kind of attention to detail that prevents problems rather than merely responding to them. Then Henderson shares something that stays with you for years. He says that lighthouse keeping is entering a transitional period. Electricity is coming, not this year or next, but within your career lifetime. When it arrives, it will change everything about how lights are maintained and operated. The lighthouse service will need keepers who can adapt to new technology, while maintaining the core values of vigilance and responsibility that have always defined the profession. He sees that adaptability in you. More importantly, He sees someone who understands that lighthouse keeping isn't really about technology. It's about maintaining reliability in systems that others depend on. That understanding will remain relevant regardless of whether lights burn oil or electricity. He's recommending you for advanced training when it becomes available, preparing you for eventual promotion to inspector or to manage multiple stations. This conversation transforms how you think about your work. You'd been viewing lighthouse keeping as an honest job at civilization's edge, a way to escape modern complexity. Henderson helps you see it differently, as participation in a critical infrastructure that enables maritime commerce, military operations and safe passage for anyone who ventures onto the sea. Your lighthouse is one node in a network of lights that collectively make ocean travel safer than it's ever been in human history. After Henderson departs, you find yourself looking at the lighthouse differently. The tower is 70 feet of granite, but it's also an idea made physical, the idea that humans have a responsibility to help each other navigate danger. The lens is 2 tons of glass and bronze, but it's also a commitment that darkness and distance don't absolve us of duties to strangers who'll never know our names. You share some of Henderson's comments with Thomas over dinner, though not the parts about your potential advancement. That feels like boasting. But you tell him about the coming changes, about electricity and modernization, and about the need to balance tradition with adaptation. Thomas listens carefully and asks intelligent questions about how electrical lights might work, and whether they'll still require constant tending. The truth is, you don't know. You've read articles about Edison's electric lights in New York City, but applying that technology to lighthouses involves challenges you can barely imagine. Will electric lights need the same kind of focused lenses? Will they burn as steadily as oil lamps? Will they require different maintenance skills? These questions are above your pay grade, but they're increasingly relevant to your profession's future. As autumn arrives, you notice changes in your own perspective on lighthouse keeping. The work hasn't changed. The same daily maintenance, the same watch rotations, the same endless attention to detail. But your understanding has deepened. You see connections between tasks that once seemed separate. You anticipate problems before they develop. You've internalized the rhythms of this place so completely that you can sense when something's slightly wrong, even before you consciously identify what. Thomas is developing similarly, though he's months behind where you were at his stage. He no longer panics during routine problems, has learned to read weather signs, and can clean the lens without your supervision. He's also growing more comfortable with isolation, having found his own ways to stay engaged through his artwork and letter writing. He'll make a good headkeeper someday, probably sooner than he expects given the Lighthouse Service's constant need for qualified personnel. One October evening, a vessel passes close enough that you can see crew moving on deck. They're probably repositioning after a day's fishing, heading back to port while daylight remains. The vessel is completely unremarkable, a working schooner like dozens you've seen, but watching it, you're suddenly aware of your role in its safety. That crew trusts that your light will burn tonight. They've probably never thought about it consciously. Lighthouses are just part of the maritime landscape, like tides and prevailing winds. But their trust is real. If your light fails, if you make a mistake in maintenance, or if you fall asleep during watch, their vessel could run onto these rocks. Their lives, their families, their futures, all of them depend partly on your vigilance. This recognition carries no drama or grand emotion. It's simply true, the way mathematics is true. Your work matters, not in abstract theoretical ways, but in concrete life and death terms. A ship's captain who safely navigates past your light doesn't owe you thanks. They owe you competence, which you provide through attention to tasks that have become routine but remain crucial. You've also begun to understand your place in the continuum of keepers who've maintained this light. The first keeper lit it in 1847, when your parents were children. Since then, dozens of keepers have performed the same tasks you perform, maintaining the same light through similar storms and identical daily routines. After you leave, others will continue the work using techniques you're currently teaching Thomas. This continuity is the real legacy. Not any individual keeper's service, but the unbroken chain of responsibility that keeps lights burning year after year. decade after decade. You're maintaining that chain, adding your link while preparing the next keeper to add theirs. It's work that lacks glory but possesses genuine dignity. Winter returns with its shorter days and longer watches. The cold is familiar now, the isolation is normal, and the routines have become so ingrained that you could perform them while half asleep. Thomas has fully adapted and no longer needs close supervision. You've developed the kind of functional partnership that allows two people to share small spaces without friction, each person occupying their own psychological territory while contributing to shared goals. The supply boat brings news of changes throughout the Lighthouse service. 2 new lighthouses are under construction further up the coast. Several older lights are being upgraded with more powerful lenses. There's talk of establishing a training centre where keeper candidates would receive formal instruction before station assignments. The service is professionalising, becoming more systematic and less dependent on informal knowledge transmission. You wonder how this will change the keeper experience. Will formal training replace the apprenticeship model where experienced keepers teach newcomers? Will standardisation eliminate the local variations and individual techniques that currently characterise different stations? Progress seems inevitable, but you hope something essential isn't lost in the modernisation. On the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, you stand alone in the lantern room during your evening watch. The lamp burns steadily, the lens rotates with its precise rhythm, and the beam sweeps out across darkness that seems especially absolute tonight. Below, the dwelling's windows glow with Thomas's lamplight. Beyond that, there's only sea and stars and the distant lights of other vessels navigating through the night. You're 32 years old, in excellent health, with potentially 20 more years of lighthouse keeping ahead of you. You could eventually manage multiple stations, train new inspectors, or maybe participate in the transition to electrical lights that Henderson mentioned. The future is uncertain but not frightening. You've learned to be comfortable with uncertainty in this profession, where weather and mechanical failures provide constant reminders that control is limited and temporary. What you know with certainty is that tonight, tomorrow night, and every night for as long as you're assigned to this station, the light will burn, ships will pass safely, captains will mark their positions and continue their voyages. This work will continue long after you're gone, maintained by keepers who'll learn the same lessons you've learned, face similar challenges, and find similar satisfactions in work that demands their best. The lens catches the lamplight and sends it out across the dark water. Somewhere beyond your horizon, someone sees it and knows where they are. That's enough. That's everything. The legacy of the light isn't written in records or celebrated in ceremonies. It's written in safe passages, in ships that reach port, and in crews that return home to families who never knew they were in danger. You check the oil reservoir, trim the wick, and wind the clockwork mechanism. The routines continue because the need continues. Dawn is still 8 hours away, and the light must burn until then, and through every night that follows. This is your work, your purpose, your contribution to the slow accumulation of human efforts that make the world slightly safer, slightly more navigable, and slightly more survivable for those who venture into dangerous places. The light sweeps across the sea, regular as a heartbeat, reliable as a sunrise. You stand watch through another night at the edge of the world, guardian of a flame that guides strangers through darkness. It's work that requires no applause because it provides its own meaning, and that meaning is enough. Imagine Rome in 100 BCE, when the main concern was not your cholesterol or your mortgage, but rather whether or not the barbarians would storm your city gates. Gaius Julius Caesar was born into this world, but everyone just called him Julius because Romans loved their nicknames almost as much as they loved conquering things. Now you may picture a golden cradle with a baby Julius, born to be great. The problem with the Caesar family, though, is that they were similar to that relative of yours who constantly talks about how great they were, but never quite lives up to their expectations. When you consider that half of Rome claimed divine ancestry, their claim to be descended from Venus herself seems impressive. Everybody seemed to have a well-known ancestor listed on their LinkedIn profile. Subura, the neighbourhood where Julius grew up, was essentially the archetypal equivalent of a rough area of town. with its winding streets, dubious odours, and the kind of nightlife your parents warned you about. Imagine it as Rome's equivalent of the wrong side of the tracks. However, for a young man with lofty aspirations, it was the ideal setting for learning about real people and real issues, skills that would come in handy later when he had to interact with regular soldiers and civilians. When he was younger, Julius was what we might kindly refer to as academically gifted but physically unimpressive. Other Roman boys were learning to wrestle and swing swords, but Julius was more interested in words and concepts. After too much wine, he could debate philosophy like a college professor and recite poetry like a medieval bard. His family likely questioned whether they had unintentionally brought up a Greek scholar rather than a legitimate Roman soldier. This is where the story becomes intriguing, though. Think of Julius's uncle Marius as the family's first true success story. He passed away when Julius was only 16, and the political climate in Rome abruptly changed like a volatile weather system. Sulla, Rome's newest strongman, had all the charm of a tax auditor, and twice the ruthlessness of the young Caesar. After observing this scrawny adolescent from a dubious family, Sulla concluded that Julius might cause trouble in the future. When Julius obediently refused, Sulla placed him on what was effectively Rome's first wanted list. He had ordered the young man to divorce his wife. Yes, Caesar was already married at 16 because Romans didn't mess around. Julius Caesar, who was 18 at the time, was hiding in the Italian countryside like a participant in an antiquated witness protection program. The majority of teenagers would have called their parents in a panic and pleaded for them to come home. Julius, though, he took advantage of this time to reflect, make plans, and come to the crucial realization that you must outplay everyone else in the game if you want to survive in Rome. After Sulla's death, which the Romans commemorated with nearly the same fervour as births, Caesar came out of hiding with a fresh perspective on power. He had discovered that you were either prey or predator in Rome, and he had no desire to be anyone's dinner. You've probably experienced the realization that office politics are more complex than international diplomacy when you start a new job. For young Julius Caesar, that was Rome, except that gladiators were used at office parties and the stakes were life and death. In ancient Rome, being a prosecutor was akin to being a district attorney and a game show host. This was Caesar's first real job. Roman trials served as public entertainment, and a young attorney could gain notoriety by putting on a strong front and damaging the reputation of his rival. Caesar proved to have a natural talent for this. He could transform a cross-examination into a performance piece and make arguing sound poetic. Caesar, however, stood out from other aspirational young Romans because he genuinely cared about his abilities. Caesar studied rhetoric like a doctoral student studying for finals, while his peers were happy to rely on inherited wealth and family ties. Even future dictators require a good education, which is why he went to Rhodes to study under the best instructors. Something happened during this learning experience that exemplifies Caesar's personality. His ship was taken by pirates. At the time, Mediterranean pirates were a highly organised maritime criminal organisation. Caesar chuckled when they asked for 20 talents of silver to free him. He was offended, not because he found it amusing. He allegedly asked, 20 talents? I'm worth at least 50. Don't you know who I am? The pirates increased their price, likely believing they had captured either a madman or a high-ranking official. During his captivity, Caesar treated the pirates more like dim house guests than captors. He worked out, wrote poetry, and told them to quiet down if they were making too much noise for his afternoon snooze. The pirates found it amusing that he even vowed to return and crucify them all. Caesar wasn't kidding, though. After being set free, he promptly gathered a fleet, found the pirates, and had them crucified, though he was lenient and had them killed first. It was a precursor to Caesar's unusual charm and ruthless practicality. Caesar returned to Rome and started moving up the political office ladder, or cursus honorum as the Romans called it. Imagine it as a medieval video game, where every level opens up new tasks and opportunities to either make friends or deadly foes. As he advanced through the ranks, quaestor, aedile, and praetor, Caesar learned new things about the inner workings of Rome. Caesar was essentially in charge of Rome's entertainment as an aedile, overseeing public games and festivals. The majority of politicians attempted to cut costs because they believed that this was an essential expense. Caesar believed it to be the greatest marketing opportunity ever created. He organised gladiatorial fights that left people talking for months, hosted parties that made Super Bowl halftime seem insignificant, and somehow managed to accrue enormous debt while rising to the position of most popular politician in Rome. Caesar knew something his creditors did not. In politics, popularity is the most valuable asset. His creditors were likely having collective heart attacks. If you're loved, you can always find money, but if you're hated, no amount of money can help. Rome had a problem by the time Caesar was in his 40s. The Republic was like an old car held together with duct tape and wishful thinking, which was actually the largest of Rome's problems. Now that Rome ruled over the majority of the known world, the system that had functioned when it was a tiny city-state was disintegrating. After realizing the situation, 3 men made the decision to take action. The most renowned general in Rome, Pompey the Great, had conquered more land than most people could find on a map. Crassus was so wealthy that he gave the impression that contemporary billionaires were barely scraping by. A contemporary nation-state would have been impressed by Caesar's charm, intelligence, and debts. Despite never using that term themselves, these 3 comprised what historians refer to as the first triumvirate. It was more akin to a casual gentleman's agreement to support one another in achieving their goals. Pompey wanted his conquests in the east to be formally acknowledged, and his veterans to be fairly rewarded. To go along with his wealth, Crassus desired respect and possibly a military position. Caesar desired a prominent provincial position where he could gain notoriety and, ideally, enough cash to settle his massive debts. You have to imagine that this partnership was similar to 3 CEOs from separate businesses coming together with the covert intention of eventually acquiring the others. Professionally respectful but always waiting for someone to show weakness, they were friends in the same way that sharks are friends with other sharks. By splitting up Roman politics like a pizza, the 3 managed to make their arrangement work. In 59 BCE, Caesar was made a consul, which was a 1-year term as president with a few extra togas, often using tactics that made his fellow senators clutch their pearls and mutter about the good old days. He used this position to push through legislation that gave his partners what they wanted. Witnessing a master chess player defeat opponents who were still learning how to move the pieces was like being Caesar's consul. Caesar had the other consul locked in his house and pelted with trash when he attempted to oppose him. Caesar cheerfully disregarded centuries of precedent and declared that the gods were clearly on his side when senators attempted to use religious technicalities to block his legislation, with the same sense of horror you might have when you see someone reorganize your meticulously arranged spice cabinet. The traditional Roman establishment observed all of this. Caesar was accomplishing his goals, but he was also violating numerous unspoken laws that had maintained Roman governance for centuries. Caesar was dangerous, though, because he wasn't merely breaking the law for fun. He was resolving actual issues that the conventional system was unable to manage. The provinces needed to be properly administered, veterans needed land, and Rome needed leaders who could make decisions rather than arguing over protocol all the time. Caesar had achieved his ultimate goal by the end of his consulship: control of Gaul, the enormous region north of Italy that was home to numerous tribes that the Romans regarded as only marginally more civilized than untamed animals. It was an opportunity to achieve great wealth, military success, and enough political standing to be considered one of Rome's most powerful men when he returned. By sending him to battle barbarians in the wilderness, his enemies most likely believed they were getting rid of him. They were unaware that they were going to produce the most powerful military leader in Roman history. Consider yourself a travel writer tasked with covering what the Romans referred to as Gaul, which includes parts of Switzerland, Belgium, and modern-day France. The following is likely what your guidebook would say: bring sturdy boots and a good sword. Scenic forests, rolling hills, and fascinating local tribes who enjoy painting themselves blue and collecting enemy heads as decorative items. Caesar's new task was likely to be to suppress small uprisings for a few years, perhaps extend the boundaries a bit, and then return home with enough treasure to settle his debts. Caesar, on the other hand, was going to spend 8 years essentially rewriting the European map and establishing a military myth that would live on for generations to come. Caesar found himself in a situation that was a combination of crisis, opportunity, and adventure movie waiting to happen. When he arrived in Gaul in 58 BCE, the Swiss tribe known as the Helvetii had decided that their mountain homes were too small, and were moving through Gaul with everything they owned, resembling an antiquated form of a huge RV convoy that also happened to be spear-armed. Caesar viewed this migration as the ideal pretext for entering Gallic politics. In the battle that followed, he blocked the Helveti's route and proved something that would later become his signature. He could elevate military strategy to the level of fine art. Caesar combined technical skill with psychological warfare, and a knack for appearing precisely where his adversaries least expected him, in contrast to other Roman generals who relied on brute force and conventional formations. The Helvetii discovered the hard way that this middle-aged Roman politician had somehow become one of the greatest military thinkers in history. Caesar sent them home to rebuild their former lands and reflect on their life decisions rather than simply defeating them. However, Gaul was similar to a huge puzzle, with 10 new issues revealed when one piece was solved. Other Gallic tribes began approaching Caesar for assistance with their neighbours as soon as he had dealt with the Helvetii, usually because someone was doing something that they didn't like. Though the couples were entire tribes and the counselling sessions involved cavalry charges, it was similar to serving as a marriage counsellor for warrior societies. Caesar had a talent for turning these tribal disputes to Rome's advantage. Caesar established himself as the protector of Gallic independence, while extending Roman authority when the Germanic king Ariovistus began to establish himself in Gallic territory. Using your opponent's strength against them while appearing to be the reasonable party was the epitome of political jiu-jitsu. When Caesar insisted on a meeting, the German king most likely assumed he was merely interacting with another Roman official. Instead, he had to contend with a person who was both diplomatically charming and subtly threatening to use extreme violence. When talks broke down, Ariovistus learned from Caesar's legions that professional Roman military engineering differs greatly from raiding parties. Caesar's campaigns were consistent from year to year. Caesar would march his legions across impossible terrain in impossible time, arrive where no one was expecting him, and then proceed to show why Roman military doctrine had conquered most of the known world after some Gallic tribe caused trouble. He played against opponents who were still learning checkers, much like a chess grandmaster. Caesar was changing the way the Romans viewed war, though, in addition to winning battles. His legions were able to march distances that left their enemies gasping in their wake, build siege works that resembled tiny cities, and build bridges across raging rivers in a matter of days. More significantly, Caesar was demonstrating that Roman engineering and discipline could conquer any challenge, human or natural. The Gallic tribes started to understand that they were up against more than just another Roman politician seeking a short-term military victory. They were up against a man who was a combination of logistical genius, strategic genius, and a total refusal to concede defeat. While teaching a whole generation of Roman soldiers that impossible was just another word for Tuesday, Caesar was also rewriting the rules of warfare. If this were a film, Vercingetorix would be the charismatic rebel leader who finally learns how to fight the empire, and Caesar would be the intelligent but increasingly dangerous general whose success is beginning to worry his own government. Every great story needs a worthy opponent, and Caesar found his in a young Gallic chieftain named Vercingetorix, whose name roughly translates to Great King of Warriors. By 52 BCE, Caesar had systematically conquered Gaul for 6 years, using the same level of efficiency as someone setting up a massive bloody filing system. However, the Gallic tribes had been observing, learning, and gradually coming to the conclusion that Roman military precision was outperforming their old style of combat, which involved numerous individual heroics and dramatic charges. Vercingetorix stood for something novel, a Gallic leader who recognized the advantages of his own people as well as the shortcomings of the Romans. He planned what is now known as a guerrilla campaign rather than engaging Caesar's legions in direct combat. His soldiers would attack Roman supply routes, stay out of direct combat, and withdraw to fortified areas that would be expensive for the Romans to attack. For the first time in his Gallic campaigns, Caesar was truly challenged, and it was like witnessing a medieval insurgency. He was being forced by Vercingetorix to fight the kind of war that the Romans detested, one in which local expertise and popular support were more important than superior planning and equipment. The ensuing campaign resembled a lethal game of cat and mouse that was played throughout Gaul's countryside. Vercingetorix would show up with his warriors, slaughter Roman soldiers, and then disappear into forests that his people were familiar with, like their own backyards. Caesar was always on the defensive as he pursued an adversary that would not remain motionless long enough for a true Roman-style conflict. Caesar's years of military command had taught him that every strategy had a counter-strategy. Caesar would put Vercingetorix in a situation that the Gallic leader couldn't ignore, forcing him into a pitched battle if he wished to avoid one. Alesia, a hilltop fortress that Vercingetorix selected as his stronghold, provided the opportunity. With its high walls, steep approaches, and enough supplies to last a long siege, the position appeared impregnable. After seeing Alesia, the majority of Roman generals would have chosen to pursue a simpler target. Caesar chose to try something that went against all military common sense after taking a look at Alesia. He would construct not one, but 2 full sets of fortifications to enclose the fortress, one facing Alesia to keep the defenders inside, and another facing outward to prevent the siege from being broken by Gallic relief forces. The scale of the engineering made building Roman bridges seem like a do-it-yourself weekend project. In addition to maintaining a siege and preparing for attacks from various angles, Caesar's legions constructed miles of walls, ditches, traps, and defensive positions. It was similar to attempting to construct a house while fending off intruders and getting ready for a dinner party, but with more stabbing. Caesar's knowledge of Roman military engineering, leadership, and warfare was put to the ultimate test during the siege of Alesia. Vercingetorix and his soldiers were starving inside the fortress as they observed Caesar's impossibly strong defences gaining strength every day. The kind of great battle that had made Roman legions famous was created outside as Gallic relief armies assembled to break the siege. With desperate defenders, overwhelming odds, cavalry charges, and the fate of Gaul hanging in the balance, the final assault had all the makings of a Hollywood film. Caesar demonstrated that military brilliance involves more than just strategy. It also involves the capacity to control chaos. He was everywhere at once, organising attacks on his inner walls and leading the defence of his outer ones. Vercingetorix walked out of Alesia to throw his weapons at Caesar's feet in a gesture of both defeat and dignity, thereby saving his people from complete destruction and ending the battle. It was the event that essentially put an end to Gallic independence for the following 5 centuries and immortalised Caesar's reputation. Caesar's accomplishments in Gaul were causing the kind of political issues that contemporary spin doctors dread back in Rome. He had, on the one hand, brought vast wealth into Rome's treasury, conquered territory roughly the size of modern France, and demonstrated that Roman arms could prevail anywhere. However, he had also built an army of seasoned soldiers who were personally loyal to Caesar and didn't care much about what other people thought. Consider this. Suppose your colleague went on a brief business trip and returned 8 years later with a private army, a multinational corporation, and enough cash to purchase your entire business. Caesar had effectively done that, and his fellow politicians were beginning to feel as though they had unintentionally created a monster. In particular, the Roman Senate was concerned. Imagine a chamber full of men in togas who argued about precedent and procedure most of the time. As consul, they had witnessed Caesar defy political conventions, and now he had returned with a military reputation that made Pompey the Great appear like a weekend warrior. Even worse, Caesar was still legally protected from prosecution as long as he was in office because he was still a governor. Caesar's adversaries recognised a chance. They could prosecute him for all those constitutional irregularities from his consulship if they could make him return to Rome as a private citizen. It would be akin to compelling a prosperous but morally dubious entrepreneur to forfeit his corporate safeguards and confront a group of prosecutors who had spent 8 years crafting their case. The trap was simple but elegant. Caesar's political survival required him to either remain in Gaul or return to Rome with sufficient power to defend himself, while Roman law mandated that he must disband his armies before entering Italy. In essence, his adversaries were pressuring him to decide between abiding by the law and committing political suicide. Negotiations dragged on for months, much like a high-stakes divorce mediation. Caesar's opponents insisted on a gap that would expose him, while his supporters in Rome sought a compromise that would allow him to go straight from governor to consul. Caesar and his legions sat in Gaul in the meantime, watching Roman politics splinter over how to handle him. Being asked to mediate between 2 former friends who both believe you should take sides put Pompey the Great in the middle of this mess. Caesar had been partnered with Pompey in the triumvirate, but Pompey was uncomfortably powerful after Caesar's success in Gaul. In essence, Pompey was being asked to decide between his long-standing alliance and their apprehension about Caesar's aspirations. When the Senate passed what amounted to a martial law declaration in January of 49 BCE, the crisis reached a breaking point, and Pompey was granted emergency powers to protect the Republic from Caesar. Everyone in Rome knew that it was the political equivalent of declaring war. At the banks of the Rubicon River, which has historically served as the border between Gaul and Italy, Caesar was informed of this development. This river was the ultimate red line in Roman politics because it was forbidden by Roman law for any general to cross it with troops. Standing there with his seasoned legions, Caesar had to make a decision that would affect not only his own destiny, but also the course of the Roman Republic. Caesar reportedly stopped at the riverbank and uttered the words that would reverberate throughout history: "Alea iacta est," the die is cast. He then led his army across the Rubicon, changing from a Roman governor to a rebel against the state he had spent his entire professional life serving. It was a time when historical inevitability, political necessity, and personal ambition came together to form a single decision. Caesar was not merely crossing a river, He was also crossing the boundary between the Roman Republic and the future. Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon sparked a civil war that the most skilled military in the world would be engaged in against itself, something the Romans had feared for generations. It was similar to witnessing a family business disintegrate, except that the family business controlled the majority of the Mediterranean region, and the disputes were resolved with swords. The Romans had never witnessed anything like Caesar's march across Italy. Caesar launched what may have been the first charm offensive in history, rather than the ruthless conquest they had anticipated. He showed unusual clemency to the citizens of the cities that welcomed him. He offered them positions in his army and pardoned the enemy soldiers who turned themselves in. He released Roman officials he had captured with courtesy notes, implying they might want to re-evaluate their political affiliations. It was the best kind of psychological warfare. Caesar was proving that he was a Roman statesman attempting to rescue the Republic from its own political dysfunction, not just another ambitious general looking to plunder Rome. Caesar's policy of clemency was both genuinely compassionate and incredibly well thought out. Each enemy he pardoned served as a living example of his reasonableness. Meanwhile, Pompey and the Senate were learning that civil war preparation is far more difficult than conquest preparation abroad. Their plan was to leave Italy, assemble troops in the eastern Mediterranean, and then return with a massive force to put an end to Caesar's uprising. The political realities of the situation were totally disregarded in favour of sound military reasoning. Pompey gave Caesar the ultimate propaganda triumph by leaving Rome. Now that his enemies had fled like cowards, Caesar could say he was protecting the city. Even as he methodically destroyed the political structure that had stood in his way, Caesar made it a point to uphold republican traditions and established institutions when he arrived in Rome. The ensuing civil war spread like a deadly reality show throughout the Mediterranean region. The greatest armies in history were commanded by Caesar and Pompey, and they were commanded by officers who had dedicated their professional lives to honing their military skills. These kinds of colliding forces produced amazing and destructive results. Caesar proved during his campaign in Spain that he could outmaneuver opponents without necessarily destroying them. Caesar gained control of the Iberian Peninsula through superior logistics rather than superior violence, after he encircled Pompey's allies so thoroughly that they surrendered without a significant conflict. Military theorists were impressed by this type of victory for centuries to come. The real battle, however, took place at Dyrrhachium, in present-day Albania, where Pompey's army first outwitted Caesar in what turned out to be one of Caesar's few decisive losses. For an instant, Pompey appeared to have discovered the secret to defeating the most successful general in Rome. Caesar's reaction to this setback provided important insight into his personality. Instead, with the patience of one who knew that individual battles do not decide wars, he examined what had gone wrong, modified his strategy, and readied himself for the next engagement. Caesar and Pompey's larger army engaged in a fierce battle at Pharsalus, Greece, which was the pivotal moment for which Roman military doctrine was created. Pompey's army was great but predictable, and Caesar had learned to improvise during his 8 years in Gaul. The actual battle was a tactical flexibility masterclass. Caesar used his reserves in a surprising formation that turned the strength of the enemy into weakness when Pompey's cavalry threatened to outflank Caesar's forces. Watching a chess grandmaster sacrifice a piece to reach checkmate 3 moves later was like that. The Republic's ability to oppose Caesar was essentially destroyed by Pompey's defeat at Pharsalus, but it also signalled to Caesar that a military triumph was just the start of his troubles. Overcoming adversaries is comparatively easy. Managing an empire shattered by civil war is a completely different matter. Caesar was in the unique position of winning a civil war after Pharsalus, but he wasn't entirely sure what to do next. In one of the biggest blunders in history, the Egyptians chose to win Caesar over by killing Pompey and giving his head as a present. Pompey had fled to Egypt, seeking refuge from Rome's long-standing ally. The Egyptians likely didn't anticipate Caesar's response when he saw the severed head of his former rival. Caesar reportedly wept, whether out of true grief or political calculation, instead of gratitude. The man whose opposition had given Caesar's own position legitimacy was no longer his most credible opponent. He was now merely a Roman general occupying a foreign land with no obvious adversary to engage in combat with. However, Egypt provided restitution, chiefly in the form of Cleopatra VII, Egypt's final pharaoh and perhaps the most cultured woman Caesar had ever met. Here was a person who ruled one of the richest kingdoms in antiquity, spoke 9 languages, and had received his education from the finest Alexandrian scholars. She resembled a cross between a Fortune 500 CEO and a Harvard MBA, who also happened to have ancestry dating back to Alexander the Great, rather than a Disney princess. Caesar and Cleopatra's relationship was a combination of mutual recognition, political alliance, and personal attraction between two of the most brilliant minds in antiquity. The 52-year-old Caesar had lived his entire life surrounded by Roman politicians who believed that tactical maneuvering meant slightly different forms of bribery. Managing a kingdom that was essentially a multinational corporation with pyramids, 21-year-old Cleopatra had been dealing with court intrigue since she was a young girl. Alexandria, the greatest centre of learning and culture in antiquity, served as the backdrop for their romance. Caesar found himself in a city with the largest library in the world, the most sophisticated engineering and intellectual traditions that made Rome appear like a promising startup. While Roman senators were debating precedent and procedure, Caesar was captivated by Egyptian governance and partially enamoured with Cleopatra during his months-long stay in Egypt. While Rome was still learning how to rule over lands outside of Italy, this kingdom had been handling intricate bureaucracy for thousands of years. Caesar learned imperial administration lessons from the experience that shaped his subsequent reforms. However, this ancient sabbatical romance was eventually overshadowed by political reality. Caesar couldn't afford to ignore the opportunities for opposition that his extended absence from Roman politics was creating, and his enemies were regrouping throughout the Mediterranean. Upon his return to Rome, Caesar encountered the same problem that has plagued successful revolutionaries for centuries: how to institutionalize change without destroying the system you are attempting to reform. Caesar's solution was characteristically bold. He would establish himself as a dictator, but one who would fortify rather than undermine Roman institutions. The Romans had never known a dictatorship like Caesar's. In the past, dictators had been appointed for particular crises and were supposed to step down after the crisis was over. Caesar appeared to have a longer-term vision of a reformed Roman state with himself as its permanent executive, fusing the effectiveness of monarchical decision-making with the traditions of republican institutions. The breadth and usefulness of his reforms were astounding. Caesar changed the Roman calendar to the Julian calendar, which is still in use today with a few tweaks. He started large-scale public works projects, changed the debt law, increased citizenship, and started organising colonies for Rome's expanding populace. It was similar to witnessing someone manage a whole civilization and restructure it. Caesar's success, however, was setting the stage for his demise. As Caesar accumulated powers that made him effectively a king in all but name, Roman senators who had dedicated their professional lives to the republican system of governance watched. The man who had said he was saving the republic was now threatening to destroy it completely. Both former foes and disillusioned friends were part of the plot against Caesar. Because Caesar had treated Brutus almost like a son, men like him started to think that the only way to preserve Roman liberty was to kill Caesar. This choice was a combination of personal animosity, true patriotism, and likely some concern about Caesar's next move. Despite fortune-tellers' cautions, his wife's dreams, and most likely his own political instincts, Caesar entered the Roman Senate building on March 15, 44 BCE, also known as the Ides of March. Following that, dozens of senators alternated stabbing the man who had rebuilt the Roman world, which was less like an assassination than a group therapy session with knives. Caesar's life and death were equally dramatic. His final words, according to legend, when he saw Brutus among his murderers were, "Et tu, Brute? And you, Brutus?" It was the ultimate betrayal by someone he had trusted, and it encapsulated the tragedy of a man whose greatest accomplishments had set the stage for his own downfall. Sometimes the cure is worse than the illness, don't you know? That's basically what happened when Caesar was assassinated by the Roman senators. They believed they were preserving the Republic, but in reality, they ensured its demise and paved the way for a civil war that would make Caesar's dispute with Pompey seem like a local quarrel. Caesar's death had been carefully planned by the conspirators, but it seems they had neglected to plan for what would happen next. It became evident within hours of the assassination that they had killed Rome's most well-liked man without knowing how to handle the power vacuum they had caused. The company in question happened to control the majority of the known world, so it was similar to successfully ousting a CEO without a succession plan. When Mark Antony, Caesar's faithful lieutenant, came out of hiding to give Caesar's funeral oration, he quickly transformed it into the most potent political theatre in antiquity. By reading Caesar's will, which left money to all Roman citizens, and displaying his bloodied toga while explaining each wound, Antony turned Caesar's funeral into a masterclass in emotional manipulation, rather than the straightforward ceremony the conspirators had anticipated. The response from the crowd was exactly what Antony had hoped for, and what the conspirators should have been afraid of. In search of anyone involved in the assassination, Romans rioted throughout the city. Protected by the very government buildings they had claimed to be defending, the conspirators ended up barricaded on Capitoline Hill. However, the true drama was only getting started. Caesar had adopted his 18-year-old grandnephew Octavius as his son and heir, a surprise that would change the course of Roman history according to his will. Suddenly this young man, who would go on to become Augustus, was the heir to the most illustrious name in Roman politics, and the son of a god, Caesar, had been posthumously deified. Young Octavius's transition into a political figure was similar to witnessing someone go from intern to CEO in a single day. He was studying philosophy at a Greek college one day, and then he was heading back to Rome to claim an inheritance that included immense wealth, a well-known name, and the allegiance of Caesar's seasoned legions. Octavius was inheriting a revolution, whereas most teenagers would have been overwhelmed by inheriting a family business. In the years after Caesar's death, Mark Antony, Octavius, and a politician by the name of Lepidus formed what historians refer to as the Second Triumvirate. This triumvirate was formal, lawful, and specifically created to find Caesar's killers while dividing the Roman world among themselves, in contrast to the unofficial agreement Caesar had made with Pompey and Crassus. Caesar's policy of clemency was rendered obsolete by the ensuing systematic campaign of retaliation. By publishing proscription lists, which were essentially death warrants for their political rivals, the triumvirs transformed Rome into a place where slandering neighbours could bring in large sums of money, and where political connections were essential to one's survival. The conspirators who had killed Caesar were now dispersed throughout the Mediterranean, frantically attempting to assemble armies while being methodically pursued by men who combined Caesar's military prowess with none of his compassion. At Philippi, where Brutus and Cassius led Republican forces against Antony and Octavius's armies, the final battle took place. The Roman Republic came to an end at the Battle of Philippi, but it also served as a sneak peek at the imperial structure that would take its place. The Roman world was split between Antony and Octavius like a particularly valuable piece of real estate being split by business partners who didn't fully trust each other after Caesar's assassins were killed. However, even this arrangement was not sustainable. Octavius had the ideal opportunity to portray himself as the protector of Roman values against foreign corruption because of Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, which started as a political alliance and eventually turned into a true romance. In the ensuing propaganda war, Antony, a Roman who had left his native land for Egyptian luxury, was transformed from Caesar's avenger to Caesar's traitor. The Roman Republic's last civil war unfolded like a battleship soap opera. Octavius stood for republican institutions, duty to the state, and traditional Roman values. The threat of foreign dominance, personal indulgence, and Eastern luxury were all symbolized by Antony and Cleopatra. In 31 BCE, their fleets clashed at Actium, deciding not only who would govern Rome but also the nature of the city-state. The Roman Republic came to an end with Octavius's victory at Actium, and the Roman Empire began. Rome was the only superpower in the ancient Mediterranean after Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide in Alexandria, ending the Hellenistic era that had lasted since Alexander the Great. Let's talk about something amazing as you curl up with your blanket and maybe refill that teacup. How a man who passed away more than 2,000 years ago continues to have an impact on your life in ways you probably aren't even aware of. Caesar's handiwork is visible every time you look at a calendar. That Julian calendar he made in 46 BCE, with leap days every 4 years and a year with 365 days. We still use a slightly altered version of it today because it was so well designed. Julius Caesar decided that Roman timekeeping needed to be better organised, which is why December 31st exists today. You are adhering to a system created by a man who has never seen a car or an airplane when you schedule your birthday or summer vacation. However, Caesar's impact extends far beyond calendar reform. Caesar's title, Imperator, is where the word emperor originates. German and Russian rulers who wished to inherit Caesar's name used the variations Kaiser and Tsar. Ambitious leaders have been attempting to emulate Julius Caesar with regional traits for more than 2 millennia. Caesar invented a number of political ideas that have reverberated throughout history in both inspiring and terrifying ways. These ideas include the notion that popular support could legitimize radical change, that military success could translate into civilian authority, and that charismatic leadership could transcend traditional institutional limits. Caesar's strategy is being used by every populist politician who says they are speaking for the people against the ruling class. Consider the expression crossing the Rubicon. When someone says they're crossing their Rubicon, they're referring to a decision that will alter everything forever. Caesar's decision-making moment on that riverbank in 49 BCE is the direct source of that metaphor. Historians use it to explain times when societies change, couples use it to talk about significant life transitions, and corporate executives use it in board meetings. Caesar's military advancements impacted warfare for centuries and persisted throughout the Roman Empire. Roman doctrine adopted his emphasis on agility, speed, and engineering solutions to tactical issues. In order to move swiftly through Gaul, his legions constructed roads, which later served as the basis for European transportation systems that persisted well into the modern era. The routes that Caesar's engineers surveyed more than 2,000 years ago are still used by some European highways. Caesar's demonstration that the political structures of the ancient world were not static or unalterable, however, may have been his most enduring contribution. Before Caesar, the majority of people believed that things had to be the way they were. Caesar proved that anyone with enough vision, talent, and willpower could rebuild entire civilizations, institutions, and customs. This was dangerous as well as liberating. Caesar demonstrated the ability of human societies to change, adapt, and advance. From debt relief for struggling farmers to citizenship for formerly marginalized communities, his reforms truly improved the lives of millions of Romans. However, he also demonstrated how easily democratic institutions could be overthrown by someone who was more aware of their flaws than their supporters. Caesar's revolution gave rise to the centuries-long Roman Empire, which served as a model for structuring and governing vast heterogeneous societies. Caesar contributed to the development of Roman law, which served as the basis for legal systems across Europe and ultimately impacted legal traditions across the globe. You benefit from ideas that developed from Roman precedents when you have the presumption of innocence, the right to a trial, and legal safeguards against capricious government action. Aspiring leaders have even attempted to emulate Caesar's personal style. For thousands of years, people have been captivated by his leadership style, which combines military skill, intellectual sophistication, and public appeal. By bringing a biography of the Roman general on his military expeditions, Napoleon purposefully modelled himself after Caesar. Caesar's speeches are still studied by contemporary politicians as a source of rhetorical and persuasive lessons. Caesar's memory has endured through literature and drama, in ways that were impossible for purely historical research. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar created dialogue that has become ingrained in our common cultural vocabulary, while making the story understandable to audiences who are ignorant of Roman politics. The phrase, "Friends Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears," is likely more well known than anything that the real Antony said. Caesar's life poses issues that are just as pertinent today as they were 2 millennia ago, including ambition, leadership, and the nature of political change. Was Caesar an ambitious autocrat who overthrew the Republican government for his own benefit? Or was he a visionary reformer who prevented political dysfunction in Rome? His story will always be fascinating because the truthful response is most likely both. The same conflicts that shattered the Roman Republic still plague contemporary democracies. How can democratic accountability and effective leadership be balanced? How can outmoded institutions be reformed without jeopardizing the stability they offer? When leaders assert that they speak for the people's will against established institutions, how do you react? These are issues that every democratic society must deal with, not just historical ones. As we draw to a close, it's important to take a moment to reflect on Caesar's character outside of his political scheming and military triumphs. Because despite his historical significance, Julius Caesar was just a regular person with the same wants, needs, and anxieties as everyone else. According to reports, Caesar had a great deal of personal charm and could make anyone feel like the most important person in the room. He was tall and pale, with dark eyes and a receding hairline that apparently bothered him so much that he frequently covered it with laurel wreaths, according to Roman sources. The fact that even the most influential people in history were self-conscious about their appearance and experimented with unconventional hair loss remedies is strangely reassuring. His political rivals occasionally made fun of him for being effeminate because he was infamously conceited about his appearance and lavished a lot of time and money on personal grooming. Caesar's focus on style and appearance was viewed as somewhat scandalous in a society that valued masculine military virtues. However, this same ostensibly gentle politician was able to personally lead cavalry charges against Germanic warriors and outmaneuver soldiers half his age. Even by Roman standards, Caesar's intellectual curiosity was legendary. During his Gallic campaigns, he wrote poetry, studied philosophy, and supposedly wrote a treatise on grammar while travelling across the Alps. Imagine having such a restless mind that you take advantage of military marches to write academically. In addition, He penned in-depth analyses of his own military operations, which are still studied today as historical documents and as examples of persuasive political propaganda. A more intimate aspect of Caesar's personality is shown through his relationship with his daughter Julia. He reportedly loved her, and a union with Pompey was one of the few occasions when Caesar appeared to put political gain ahead of the happiness of his family. Both Caesar and Pompey were said to have been devastated when Julia died in childbirth, and some historians contend that her passing aided in the dissolution of their political partnership. In the end, even the most prosperous politicians are just fathers who miss their kids. Caesar's well-known clemency toward vanquished adversaries appears to have been motivated by more than just political expediency. Rather, it appears to have been a sincere conviction that kindness worked better than brutality. In a time when enslavement and mass executions were commonplace following military triumphs, this was unusual. Caesar saw that how you handle defeated opponents often determines whether they become future allies or lifelong enemies, something that many leaders fail to recognize. However, Caesar was also capable of being brutal when he felt the need to do so. His willingness to use political violence when other options failed, his systematic destruction of towns that resisted his forces, and his massacre of German tribes who broke their agreements with Rome all demonstrate his ability to put strategic necessity ahead of personal preferences. His relationships with women also reflected his complexity. In an era when such views were rare, Caesar appears to have truly respected intelligent women, even beyond his well-known liaisons with Cleopatra and others. According to his correspondence, he regarded women as intellectual allies rather than merely as romantic conquests or political instruments. In a culture that typically treated women as property, this was radical thinking. Caesar was either psychologically incapable of accepting limitations or extremely confident in his abilities, as evidenced by his gambling addiction. It is important to note that his willingness to stake everything on a single political or military move was essentially high-stakes gambling, most likely both. Throughout his career, he took a number of calculated risks that would have destroyed someone with less skill, but they continued to pay off for him until they didn't. Historical sources paint a picture of a person who blended intellectual sophistication with real-world application, genuine brilliance with great ambition, and personal charm with occasional ruthlessness. He was the type of person who would plan military campaigns in the afternoon and engage in philosophical discussions with academics in the morning, then stay up late writing poetry about both experiences. Caesar appears to have fascinated and frustrated his contemporaries at the same time. Even his adversaries lamented his aspirations while recognizing his abilities. Politically opposed to Caesar, Cicero acknowledged that Caesar was likely the most talented orator of their time. Even as he sought to ruin Caesar's career, Cato, who saw Caesar as a danger to republican rule, respected his intelligence. Most astonishing of all, Caesar appears to have kept his sense of humour throughout his ascent to power. Examples of his wit, practical jokes, and capacity for self-loathing abound in Roman sources. Roman custom dictated that a slave whisper remind us of mortality in the victor's ear during his triumph celebrations. Caesar is said to have joked that he didn't really need the reminder because he had plenty from his political rivals. Brilliance, ambition, charm, ruthlessness, intellectual curiosity and humour were all combined to create a person who was uniquely suited to deal with the challenges of late Republican Rome. However, it also produced a person who was ultimately too big for any system, including the one he attempted to design for himself. As our time with Julius Caesar comes to an end, it's important to consider what we can learn from his remarkable life about ambition, leadership, and the delicate balance that every society must maintain between change and stability. Caesar's life provides a brilliant example of how a single person's ability and drive can transform entire societies. He demonstrated that even institutions that were supposed to be permanent, like the Roman Republic, which had endured for centuries, could be changed by someone who knew their flaws better than their supporters did. This is sobering as well as inspiring. It is sobering because it demonstrates how easily treasured customs can vanish when they become disconnected from the realities of the modern world, and inspiring because it implies that human societies can change and grow. There were real issues with the Roman Republic that Caesar overthrew. It was a system of governance created for a tiny city-state attempting to run an empire in the Mediterranean. Effective governance was hampered by its institutions' growing inability to make critical decisions, its politicians' preference for self-interest over public service, and its traditional checks and balances. Caesar dealt the last blow to a dying system rather than destroying a robust one. Caesar's solution, however, which concentrated power in the hands of a single, extremely competent person, brought about new issues. What occurs if the competent person passes away? What occurs if concentrated power is inherited by a less competent person? Even though personal rule may be effective at first, it can lead to instability that lasts for generations, as the civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination showed. Throughout history, this pattern has recurred. Charismatic leaders who promise to overcome bureaucratic inefficiencies and accomplish goals are frequently sought after by societies with dysfunctional institutions. As Caesar did with his changes to Roman law, government, and citizenship, these leaders can occasionally actually make things better. However, the concentration of power that enables these advancements also makes power abuse inevitable, either by the original leader or by their successors. Caesar's relationship with his soldiers provides leadership lessons that are still applicable today. He was successful because he shared the struggles of his followers, genuinely cared about their well-being, and continuously valued hard work over political connections. In addition to his success, his legions followed him because they believed he would protect their interests. Caesar showed that service is the ultimate goal of leadership, even if that service furthers your personal goals. Caesar's rapid transformation from Roman patriot to destroyer of the Republic raises significant questions about the failure of political systems. In addition to becoming ineffectual, institutions that are unable to adjust to changing conditions foster an environment that rewards people who are prepared to work against or outside of them. Caesar first attempted to operate within the Republic's structures rather than trying to overthrow it. He only made the decision to completely avoid those systems when they continuously prevented him from making the necessary adjustments. This affects contemporary democracies. Those who are willing to employ illegal means have more opportunities when legitimate institutions become so clogged up that they are unable to solve actual issues. Making sure that democratic institutions can continue to develop and reform is the answer, not accepting deadlock as unavoidable. Caesar's clemency policy, his practice of pardoning defeated enemies rather than executing them, represented a revolutionary approach to political conflict. Caesar approached politics as a process in which today's adversaries could turn into tomorrow's allies, rather than as a zero-sum game in which rivals must be destroyed. This strategy, which proved remarkably successful during his lifetime, implies that political reconciliation frequently yields greater results than political retaliation. Caesar's murder serves as a reminder that clemency has its bounds, though. Some opponents consider your power's very existence to be illegitimate, making it impossible to make amends. Caesar's killers were driven by constitutional ideals rather than personal grievances. They killed him because they thought his continued existence threatened Roman liberty, not because he had hurt them. This implies that, despite its desire, political reconciliation occasionally necessitates concessions that core values cannot support. An important point regarding political succession is illustrated by Octavius's transition from teenager to Augustus. Although people can change institutions in ways that outlast their own lives, institutions are more important than individuals. Caesar created the conditions for imperial rule, but Augustus created the imperial system that would govern Rome for centuries. Institutional structure without vision rarely inspires enduring loyalty, and vision without institutional structure rarely survives its creator. Caesar's interest in everything from grammatical theory to military engineering demonstrates his intellectual curiosity, and implies that effective leadership calls for a wide range of knowledge rather than specialized knowledge. Every society faces interconnected problems, and solving one often necessitates knowledge of seemingly unrelated fields. Caesar was successful in part because he took a multifaceted approach to issues, fusing political, social, military, and economic viewpoints in ways that more specialized specialists might overlook. Lastly, Caesar's tale serves as a reminder that the interplay between structural forces and personal decision-making drives historical change. Although Caesar did not cause the issues that led to the fall of the Roman Republic, his solutions to those issues influenced the course of the empire's transition. Perhaps a more violent transition instead of the comparatively peaceful one that Augustus oversaw, or perhaps a reformed republic instead of a new empire, could have resulted from different decisions. We can better navigate our own historical moment if we comprehend this interplay between circumstance and choice. Although the structural forces forming our world are beyond our control, we do have some control over how we react to them. Caesar's life demonstrates how one person's actions, even when limited by external factors, have the capacity to influence the course of history in ways that last for centuries. As you finish your tea and get ready for bed, think about this. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, which contain leadership and strategy lessons that are just as applicable today as they were 2,000 years ago, are being read by someone, somewhere tonight. Somewhere, a student is learning the funeral oration of Antony from Shakespeare's play by heart. They are absorbing concepts related to political manipulation and rhetoric that will shape their future thoughts on public speaking. Caesar's tale endures because it is timeless rather than because it is ancient. The same basic issues that the Romans faced in the 1st century BCE are faced by all generations. How can one strike a balance between freedom and security? How can outmoded institutions be changed without jeopardizing social order? How can you tell the difference between leaders who truly work for the public good and those who are just interested in themselves? The inability of the Roman Republic to adequately address these issues led to its downfall. Caesar rose to power because he could offer solutions, even if those solutions turned out to be untenable. His life serves as a reminder that political structures are human inventions that need ongoing care, attention, and adaptation in order to thrive. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable structural forces, individual people can still have an impact on the path of history, which is perhaps the most significant lesson to be learned from Caesar's life. The fall of the Roman Republic, Caesar, and the ensuing empire was not inevitable. Numerous individual decisions made by people who, like us today, had to deal with fear, uncertainty, and challenging trade-offs have shaped history. Caesar had the option to choose not to cross the Rubicon. Although they had other options, his adversaries decided to kill him. Other outcomes were possible, but Augustus decided to establish a stable imperial system. The world we inherited was shaped by the decisions made by imperfect people in unfeasible situations. This implies that our decisions are also important. Although we cannot foresee their long-term effects, Caesar, for example, could not have predicted that his invasion of Gaul would ultimately result in the fall of the Roman Republic. We can make them carefully, taking into account both their possible effects and their moral implications. You may dream about senators in togas discussing the future of their republic, Roman legions marching through Gallic forests, or an ambitious young man standing at the banks of a small river, contemplating whether or not to alter the course of history. You are drawn into an ongoing human narrative through these dreams, one that started long before Caesar and goes on long after. Remember that you're taking part in that same continuing story when you wake up tomorrow and look at your calendar, Caesar's calendar, to make plans for the day. Future generations' world is shaped by the decisions you make, the organizations you uphold or oppose, and the way you treat both allies and adversaries. Although Julius Caesar lived 2 millennia ago, his tale ultimately speaks to universal human emotions. Aspiration and accomplishment, love and loss, success and failure, and the nuanced interplay between personal preference and historical context. These encounters allow us to connect with individuals who faced essentially similar difficulties, despite living in very different worlds over the ages. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of a human story that is still being written, and that your chapter, no matter how small, adds to a story that will be told long after we're all just names in history books. We can affect what we leave behind, but like Caesar, we have no control over how we will be remembered. And maybe that's sufficient. That might be all. Picture yourself standing in a field somewhere in northern France around the year 950. If you'd been there a century earlier, you'd be shivering in your woolen cloak, watching anxiously as late spring frosts threatened the barley you'd carefully planted. The growing season would have been short and unpredictable, a constant gamble against cold and damp that made every harvest feel like a minor miracle. But now something has shifted. You probably wouldn't notice it in any single year. Climate doesn't announce itself with fanfare or send advance notice. Instead, you'd gradually realise that your grandfather's stories about brutal winters and failed crops don't quite match your own experience anymore. The frost comes later each autumn. The spring thaw arrives a week or two earlier. Those precious growing days between the last frost and the first one stretch just a bit longer. This is how the medieval warm period arrived, not with drama, but with the quiet insistence of warmer ocean currents and shifting atmospheric patterns that nobody in medieval Europe could explain or even properly measure. They had no thermometers, no weather satellites, and no climate scientists publishing papers about Atlantic oscillation patterns. What they had were fields that suddenly seemed more generous, vineyards creeping northward into territories where grapes had never ripened before, and a gradual sense that nature had shifted into a more forgiving mood. The change began roughly around 900 CE. and would last until about 1300, give or take a few decades depending on which part of Europe you called home. Scientists now estimate that average temperatures during this period were perhaps 1 to 2 degrees Celsius warmer than the centuries before and after. 1 or 2 degrees doesn't sound like much when you're adjusting your thermostat, but in agricultural terms, in an era when survival depended directly on what you could coax from the soil, those degrees might as well have been a gift from heaven. Imagine the old farmers of that era, men and women who had spent their lives working land that yielded just barely enough to survive. They must have noticed the patterns shifting. The wheat grew taller, the oats filled out more completely, vegetables that had always been temperamental suddenly became reliable. And most remarkably, in regions where farming had always been marginal at best, communities found themselves with actual surpluses for the first time in living memory. The warming wasn't uniform, of course. Northern Europe felt the effects most strongly. Places like England, Scandinavia, and the northern reaches of the Holy Roman Empire suddenly found their climates becoming surprisingly hospitable. The Norse, those seafaring people we usually associate with cold and ice, discovered they could grow barley in Greenland. Think about that for a moment. Greenland, that massive island of ice and rock, once had farms producing grain. The name Greenland wasn't just Viking marketing. For a few centuries, parts of it actually were green. Meanwhile, the Mediterranean regions experienced their own transformations. Italy and southern France already had favourable climates, but the warmer period brought longer growing seasons and more predictable weather patterns. The olive groves flourished, wine production expanded. The entire rhythm of agricultural life adjusted to this new, more generous tempo, but perhaps the most significant changes occurred in places that had previously been on the edge of viability. The Scottish Highlands, those misty mountains where farming had always been a hard-scrabble affair, suddenly supported more extensive agriculture. Villages appeared in alpine valleys that had been too cold for permanent settlement. The tree line crept higher up mountainsides, and forests reclaimed areas that had been tundra just generations before. You have to understand, medieval people didn't think of weather as something variable and cyclical the way we do. They believed climate was essentially fixed, part of God's unchanging creation. When weather varied, they attributed it to divine will or moral causes. A harsh winter meant God was angry. A good harvest meant their prayers had been answered. The idea that global temperature patterns could shift over centuries without any supernatural cause would have been almost incomprehensible to them. So when the weather improved, medieval Europeans didn't see climate change. They saw a blessing. They interpreted the warmer temperatures and better harvests as evidence that God was pleased with Christian civilization. This wasn't just wishful thinking. It was the only framework they had for understanding why their world was becoming more abundant. The timing of this climatic shift coincided with other changes in European society. The chaos of the early medieval period, those centuries after Rome's fall when various kingdoms rose and fell, when Viking raids disrupted coastal communities, when central authority was more aspiration than reality, was gradually giving way to more stable political structures. The warming climate didn't cause this stabilisation, but it certainly helped. It's much easier to build a civilization when you're not constantly worried about starving. As you lie there tonight, consider how differently medieval people experience seasons compared to us. You probably interact with weather primarily as an inconvenience, traffic delays, cancelled plans, and wardrobe decisions. For medieval Europeans, weather was existential. A bad growing season didn't mean buying more groceries. It meant hunger, possibly starvation. A mild winter didn't mean lower heating bills. It meant livestock survived, fuel wood lasted longer, and people made it through to spring. When temperatures rose by those 1 or 2 degrees, when growing seasons extended by a week or two, the effects rippled through every aspect of life. More food meant better nutrition, which meant healthier people, which meant more workers, which meant more land could be cultivated, which meant even more food. It was a virtuous cycle, the kind of positive feedback loop that drives historical change in ways that are only obvious in hindsight. The forests of Europe, which had been slowly recovering since the Roman period, now faced a new pressure. Warmer weather meant more people, and more people needed more farmland. The great medieval deforestation began in earnest during this period, as communities cleared woodland to create fields, pastures and settlements. The primeval forests that had once covered most of Europe began their long retreat into the pockets of wilderness that survive today. Settle deeper into your blankets now and imagine you're walking through a medieval village during harvest time in the year 1150. The smell of cut grain fills the air, that dusty, slightly sweet scent that only comes when wheat or barley is being gathered. You hear the rhythmic sound of scythes through stalks, the voices of workers calling to each other across the fields, and somewhere nearby, someone is singing a work song whose melody has been passed down through so many generations that nobody remembers who first composed it. What you're witnessing is an agricultural revolution that happened without anyone planning it. Without any government program or conscious innovation, the medieval warm period created conditions that allowed medieval Europeans to finally move beyond subsistence farming into something that resembled actual productivity. The key crop in this transformation was wheat. Before the warming period, much of northern Europe relied on hardier but less nutritious grains like rye and oats, which could survive in poor conditions but didn't provide the same caloric value as wheat. Wheat is fussier. It needs more warmth, better soil and more careful timing. But when conditions are right, wheat yields more food per acre than almost any other grain crop available to medieval farmers. As temperatures rose, the wheat line moved north. Fields in England that had grown rye for generations were replanted with wheat. French estates that had struggled with mixed grain crops found they could specialise in wheat production. The difference wasn't just agricultural, it was nutritional and economic. Wheat makes better bread, stores longer, and commands higher prices at market. Communities that successfully transitioned to wheat farming found themselves with both better diets and more valuable crops to trade. But the real revolution came from the combination of warmer weather with several farming innovations that happened to emerge around the same time. The heavy plough, which could turn the dense soils of northern Europe far better than the light Roman scratch ploughs, became widespread during this period. The three-field system of crop rotation, where you plant one field with winter crops, one with spring crops, and let the third lie fallow, allowed farmers to keep more land productive each year. These innovations weren't new inventions during the medieval warm period, but they became practical and widespread because the climate now supported them. A heavy plough is only useful if your soil is productive enough to justify the investment. Three-field rotation only makes sense if your growing season is long enough for both winter and spring crops to mature reliably. The warming temperatures turned agricultural theory into practical reality. You'd see other changes too, subtle ones that transform daily life in ways that medieval people probably didn't fully appreciate. Kitchen gardens became more productive, providing vegetables that added variety and nutrition to diets that had been monotonously grain-based. Fruit trees that had been temperamental now produced reliable crops. Herbs for medicine and flavouring thrived in the extended growing seasons. Beekeeping expanded dramatically during this period, and if you've ever tasted real honey, you'll understand why this mattered. In an era before sugar was available to anyone but the wealthy, honey was the only sweetener most people would ever taste. More temperate weather meant longer flowering seasons, which meant bees could produce more honey. Monasteries in particular became centres of beekeeping, and the demand for beeswax candles ensured that honey production was both spiritually and economically valuable. The warming period also made livestock farming more feasible in northern regions. Cattle, sheep and pigs could be supported in larger numbers because winter fodder lasted longer and animals didn't need to burn as many calories just staying warm. This meant more meat, milk, cheese and wool, all the products that made medieval life slightly more comfortable and substantially more prosperous. Dairy production particularly benefited from the climatic changes. Medieval people didn't drink much fresh milk. It spoiled too quickly without refrigeration, but they were masters of dairy preservation. Cheese, butter and fermented milk products provided crucial protein and fat during winter months when fresh food was scarce. Better weather meant healthier livestock, which meant more milk, which meant communities could produce larger stores of preserved dairy products. The expansion of sheep farming in England during this period laid the groundwork for the medieval wool trade that would eventually make England wealthy. Sheep are remarkably hardy animals, but they do best in moderate climates where they can graze year-round without exhausting themselves fighting cold. The medieval warm period created ideal conditions for large-scale sheep farming across northern England, Scotland and the Low Countries. If you could have spoken with a medieval farmer about these changes, and if they had the conceptual framework to understand your question, they probably wouldn't have described it as an agricultural revolution. They would have talked about how their lord had allowed them to clear more forest for planting, or how their village had pooled resources to buy a better plough, or how the harvest had been good for several years running. The systematic nature of the changes would have been invisible to them, obscured by the daily work of survival and the limited scope of their individual experience. But step back, take the longer view that historical distance provides, and you see something remarkable. European agricultural production probably increased by 50 to 75% between 900 and 1300. The same land, worked by similar methods, suddenly yielded dramatically more food. Some of this came from innovation, some from expansion onto marginal lands, but much of it came from those 1 or 2 degrees of warming that made everything just slightly easier. This abundance created possibilities that hadn't existed before. For the first time since the Roman Empire, significant numbers of people could be supported without directly working the land. You needed farmers to produce surplus food, but once you had that surplus you could support craftspeople, merchants, builders, scholars, and all the other specialists that complex societies require. The grain mills that dotted every medieval stream and river worked overtime during this period, processing the increased harvests into flour. The technology of water mills was ancient. Romans had used them extensively, but the medieval warm period gave medieval Europeans enough grain to make mills economically viable throughout the countryside. The steady splash and grind of mill wheels became the background music of medieval rural life. Vineyards expanded northward in one of the period's most visible changes. Wine production, which had retreated southward after the Roman period, now crept back into central France, the Rhineland, and even southern England. Medieval people discovering they could grow wine grapes in Yorkshire must have felt like residents of Alaska suddenly finding they could grow oranges. It was unprecedented, remarkable, and highly profitable. The expansion of viticulture wasn't just about alcohol, though medieval people certainly appreciated their wine. Vineyards represented long-term agricultural investment. You don't plant grapevines if you expect the climate to turn harsh in a few years. Vines take time to mature and require consistent conditions. The fact that communities were willing to invest in vineyards across northern Europe suggests a widespread, if unconscious, belief that the good weather was going to last. As you nestle deeper into your comfortable spot, let's visit a medieval village at the height of the medieval warm period, say around 1200. This isn't the grim, poverty-stricken settlement that popular imagination often conjures. This is a village experiencing something its residents might not have words for but can certainly feel: prosperity. The village sits in a valley, surrounded by fields that stretch farther than they did in your grandfather's time. The forest has been pushed back, replaced by cultivated land divided into the long strips of the open field system. Smoke rises from perhaps 40 cottages, twice as many as existed a century ago. The church, once a simple wooden structure, is being rebuilt in stone, a project that has consumed the village's surplus wealth for the past decade, but will stand as a testament to their success for centuries to come. You notice that people look different than you might expect. They're not the skeletal, malnourished figures of popular medieval stereotypes. Better nutrition over several generations has produced a population that's healthier, taller, and more robust. Children play in the village common, and there are many of them. The improved diet has reduced infant mortality and increased fertility. Population growth during the medieval warm period was substantial, with Europe's population roughly doubling between 1000 and 1300. The cottages themselves show signs of modest but real improvement. Thatched roofs are better maintained because there's labour and materials to spare for repairs. Some houses have actual chimneys instead of simple smoke holes, a technological advancement that might seem trivial until you've spent a winter in a smoke-filled room. Windows remain small, glass is still expensive, but shutters are more carefully fitted, and some households have even acquired oil lamps to supplement their rushlights and tallow candles. Inside these homes you'd find possessions that suggest a level of comfort unknown in earlier centuries. Iron pots and pans, wooden plates and bowls, ceramic jugs for storing ale or cider, and perhaps even a few pewter items for special occasions. These aren't wealthy people by any means, but they're no longer living at the absolute edge of subsistence. They have small margins of safety, tiny buffers against disaster that make life incrementally more secure. The village market held weekly has expanded from a simple exchange of local goods to a genuine commercial event. Farmers bring surplus produce, vegetables, eggs, cheese, wool, and the products of their land and labour. Travelling merchants offer goods from distant places, salt from coastal evaporation ponds, iron tools from regional forges, cloth from Flemish weavers, and pottery from specialised ceramic workshops. The fact that these markets can sustain regular trade indicates that people have enough surplus to buy things they don't strictly need for survival. Money circulates more freely than it did in earlier centuries. The feudal economy hadn't disappeared. Peasants still owed labour services to their lords, and agricultural production was still organised around manorial estates. But increasingly these obligations could be paid in cash rather than in kind. A peasant might pay a fee instead of working 3 days a week on the lord's land, creating a primitive but functional labour market where people could sell their time for money. This monetisation of the economy might sound dry and technical, but it represented a fundamental shift in how medieval people experienced daily life. Money creates options. With cash, you could hire someone to repair your roof, buy a piglet to raise for winter meat, or save toward a dowry for your daughter. Without money, you were locked into a barter economy where everything you needed had to be produced locally or acquired through complex webs of reciprocal obligation. The Lord's Manor, visible on its hill overlooking the village, has also improved. The old wooden palisade has been replaced with stone walls. The great hall has been expanded, and rumour says the Lord's wife has ordered glass windows for the solar, the private family quarters where the nobility retreated from the public life of the hall. These improvements aren't just displays of wealth. They're investments made possible by increasing agricultural revenues from lands that now produce reliable surpluses. But perhaps the most significant change is harder to see directly. The slow shift in legal status and social relationships that surplus wealth enables. When everyone is barely surviving, social structures remain rigid because there's no room for negotiation or innovation. When there's a surplus, things become fluid. Some peasants are accumulating enough wealth to buy their freedom from feudal obligations. Others are specialising in particular crafts, becoming the village's acknowledged expert in carpentry or smithing or leatherwork. A few particularly successful peasant families are even beginning to differentiate themselves from their neighbours, acquiring more land, better tools, and the kind of resources that mark the beginning of a rural middle class. The son of one such family has been sent to the monastery to learn reading and writing, an investment in education that would have been unthinkable when every pair of hands was needed for basic survival. The village priest, often the only literate person in the community, has become more than just a spiritual authority. He's an administrator, a record keeper, and sometimes a teacher for promising children whose families can spare them from farm work. The church building itself serves multiple functions: a place of worship on Sundays, a meeting hall for village assemblies, and a secure storage space for important documents and valuable items. Market towns began sprouting across Europe during this period, growing up at crossroads, river crossings, and other strategic locations where trade naturally concentrated. These towns occupied a space between the rural villages and the established cities, serving as commercial hubs where local agricultural surplus could be converted into goods, services, and opportunities. In these market towns, you'd find the beginnings of specialised medieval crafts. Blacksmiths who once made everything from horseshoes to cooking pots now focused on specific products, achieving levels of skill and efficiency that generalists never could. Weavers formed guilds to control quality and training. Tanners, despite the noxious smell of their work, became essential suppliers to the leather goods trade. Bakers ran ovens large enough to serve dozens of families, operating on scales that made economic sense only when populations were large and prosperous enough to support them. The prosperity wasn't evenly distributed, of course. Life in a medieval village, even during the best of times, was still life without modern medicine, sanitation, or personal liberty as we understand it. People worked long hours at physically demanding labour. Disease remained ever present. Women died in childbirth with frightening regularity. Children grew up expecting to follow their parents' occupation, with little opportunity for social mobility beyond what the church might offer to particularly bright or devout individuals. Yet compared to the centuries before and after, the medieval warm period offered something that medieval Europeans had rarely experienced: a sense that life was getting better rather than worse, that the next generation might have it easier than the current one, and that the world was expanding rather than contracting. This optimism, born of full granaries and healthy livestock, created a psychological climate as important as the physical warming that made it possible. Let's drift now from the villages of continental Europe to something more adventurous. Though don't worry, we'll keep things suitably peaceful and contemplative. Picture the coast of Norway around the year 1000, where the warming climate was creating opportunities that would have been unthinkable just a century earlier. The Norse, those seafaring people we often call Vikings, had always been masterful sailors, but the medieval warm period gave them something they'd never had before: ice-free seas for longer parts of the year. The Arctic ice that normally choked the northern Atlantic retreated just enough to open routes that had been impassable, creating maritime highways to territories that had been legends or rumours. Eric the Red's colonisation of Greenland around 985 represents one of the most remarkable episodes of the medieval warm period. Greenland, that massive island that's mostly ice even today, had coastal areas that became remarkably habitable during the warming centuries. Eric and his followers, families seeking new opportunities, second sons with no inheritance, people fleeing feuds or seeking fresh starts, established settlements that would endure for nearly 500 years. Imagine sailing from Iceland toward Greenland in an open boat, your worldly possessions packed around you, livestock lowing nervously in the hull, and children huddled against the spray. You'd navigate by sun and stars, by the flight patterns of birds, and by the colour and temperature of the water. After days at sea, you'd finally spot the high mountains of Greenland rising from the ocean, their peaks white with permanent snow, but their lower slopes surprisingly green. The Norse Greenlanders settled primarily on the southwestern coast, where fjords cut deep into the island and provided shelter from the North Atlantic's ferocious storms. They built turf houses, thick-walled structures of stone and sod that could withstand Arctic winds while conserving precious warmth. These weren't temporary camps but permanent homesteads, complete with barns for livestock, storage rooms for hay and supplies, and all the infrastructure of agricultural settlement. And they farmed. This detail always surprises people who imagine Greenland as an eternally frozen wasteland. During the medieval warm period, Norse settlers grew barley for bread and beer. They raised cattle, sheep, and goats that grazed on surprisingly lush summer pastures. They hunted seals and caribou for meat and skins. They cut hay in summer and stored it for winter fodder. They even exported walrus, ivory, and polar bear hides back to Europe, luxury goods that commanded premium prices in continental markets. Life in Norse Greenland was never easy, even during the best climatic conditions. Winters remained harsh, growing seasons stayed short, and the settlers lived at the absolute edge of where medieval agriculture could function. But for several centuries it worked. Archaeological evidence shows that the Greenlanders maintained trade contacts with Europe, imported timber for construction, acquired iron tools and weapons, and participated in the broader medieval economy despite their extreme isolation. From Greenland, Norse explorers pushed even farther west, reaching what they called Vinland, the northeast coast of North America. Leif Erikson's voyage around the year 1000 brought Europeans to the Americas 5 centuries before Columbus, though his settlement didn't last. The temporary camp at Lonso Meadows in Newfoundland stands today as evidence of this remarkable voyage, proof that medieval Europeans briefly touched American soil before retreating back to Greenland and Iceland. The warming climate also opened up new possibilities in the North Atlantic itself. Iceland, which had been settled by Norse colonists in the 870s, flourished during the medieval warm period. The island's livestock populations expanded, its fishing grounds became more productive, and its position as a way station between Scandinavia and Greenland made it a crucial link in northern trade networks. But the Norse Atlantic adventure wasn't just about exploring westward into new territories. It was also about the quotidian reality of living in these remote settlements, maintaining connections across vast stretches of ocean, and building communities and environments that tested human resilience in ways that more temperate regions never did. Consider the logistics of the Greenland colony. Almost everything made of wood, timber for buildings and boats, barrel stays for storage, firewood for warmth, had to be imported from Iceland or Norway. Greenland had virtually no trees, so every plank represented a successful trading voyage across dangerous seas. Iron was equally precious, and skilled craftspeople who could work metal were valued community members. Church bells, glass windows, communion wine, and countless other items required regular trade contact with distant Europe. The Greenlandic Norse maintained their European identity despite their isolation. They built churches modelled on Scandinavian designs, buried their dead in Christian graveyards, and maintained bishops who reported to ecclesiastical authorities in Norway. This connection to broader Christendom mattered deeply to them. They didn't want to be forgotten outposts, but recognised members of the European civilization, however remote their location. The warming period also affected Norse activities in more traditional waters. The waters around the Faroe Islands became more productive. Norwegian fishermen could venture farther north along the coast, accessing cod grounds that had been too dangerous or icebound in earlier centuries. Trade routes across the Baltic expanded as ice-free periods lengthened, connecting Scandinavia with the emerging cities of northern Germany and Poland. In a delightfully mundane way, the medieval warm period made sea travel less immediately terrifying. Medieval ships were remarkably seaworthy. The Norse Narr, the primary cargo vessel of the North Atlantic, could survive conditions that would sink more modern ships. But they were also open to the elements, uncomfortable and dangerous in ways that modern travellers can barely imagine. Warmer waters meant marginally less hypothermia risk for sailors, who inevitably got soaked by spray. Longer ice-free seasons meant extended trading windows. Reduced storm frequency, a debated effect of the warming, but suggested by some climate reconstructions, meant fewer shipwrecks and lost crews. The climatic optimism that allowed the Norse to attempt Greenland colonisation also influenced exploration closer to home. The development of permanent fishing stations in Iceland, the expansion of seal hunting operations, and the growth of Arctic trade in furs and walrus ivory all reflected confidence that the favourable conditions would continue. Let's turn now from the adventures of seafaring Norse to something equally ambitious but more stationary. The extraordinary cathedral building boom that swept across Europe during the medieval warm period. Get comfortable. We're going to spend time thinking about stone, faith, and what it means when a society has enough surplus wealth to invest in structures that take generations to complete. Around the year 1000, something remarkable began happening across Europe. Communities that had been making do with modest wooden churches decided to rebuild in stone. But they didn't just replace one building with another of similar size. They built upward and outward, creating structures of unprecedented height and ambition. The Romanesque and then Gothic cathedrals that rose during the medieval warm period represented engineering achievements that rivaled anything since the Roman Empire. The cathedral at Santiago de Compostela in Spain, begun in 1075. Canterbury Cathedral in England, Rebuilt after a fire in 1174, Chartres Cathedral in France, with its magnificent stained glass, was largely constructed between 1194 and 1220. Notre Dame de Paris started in 1163. Cologne Cathedral begun in 1248. These buildings and hundreds like them represented not just religious fervour, but economic capacity. You don't build cathedrals when you're worried about starving. Imagine the construction site of a major Gothic cathedral in, say, 1200. The scaffolding rises impossibly high, wooden structures that sway alarmingly in the wind but somehow support teams of masons working at heights that would make modern safety inspectors faint. Stonecutters shape blocks with hammer and chisel, producing edges so precise that mortar becomes almost unnecessary. Carpenters construct the complex wooden centering that will support stone arches until the mortar sets. Glassmakers craft coloured windows that transform sunlight into divine revelation. The organisation required for these projects was staggering. Quarries had to be opened or expanded to provide suitable stone. Transportation networks were needed to move massive blocks from quarry to construction site, sometimes across dozens of miles. Skilled craftsmen, masons, carpenters, glaziers, metalworkers had to be recruited, housed, and paid. Raw materials from across Europe had to be acquired: lead for roofing, iron for reinforcement, gold leaf for decoration, and precious pigments for painting. All of this required surplus wealth on a scale that hadn't existed in Europe since the Roman period. The agricultural abundance made possible by the medieval warm period created the economic conditions for cathedral construction. But the decision to actually build these massive structures reflected something else: confidence in the future. Think about what it means to start a building project that you know won't be finished in your lifetime. When a community broke ground on a cathedral, they understood that their grandchildren might see it completed, or their great-grandchildren, or possibly never. They were investing resources that could have been spent on immediate needs: better housing, more food, stronger defences, in favour of a permanent monument that would serve generations not yet born. This long-term thinking was itself a luxury made possible by climatic stability. When harvests are unreliable and survival uncertain, you focus on immediate needs. When conditions are favourable and predictable, you can afford to think in terms of centuries rather than seasons. The Gothic architectural revolution that occurred during this period, pointed arches, flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, and all the technical innovations that allowed buildings to soar higher and admit more light, wasn't just artistic development. These innovations solved practical problems of building tall stone structures that didn't collapse under their own weight. Medieval masons were rediscovering structural engineering principles that Romans had known and that had been largely forgotten during the early medieval period. But if you asked a medieval master mason why his cathedral needed to be so tall, he wouldn't talk about engineering principles. He'd talk about reaching toward heaven, about creating a physical manifestation of divine glory, and about light streaming through stained glass as a metaphor for divine grace illuminating the human soul. The Gothic cathedral was theology rendered in stone and glass, a three-dimensional argument about the nature of God and humanity's relationship to the divine. The stained glass windows deserve their own moment of contemplation. Imagine standing inside Chartres Cathedral as afternoon sun streams through the famous blue windows, transforming ordinary daylight into something that seems to come from another world. Medieval people believed these windows served an educational purpose. They told biblical stories to an illiterate population, but they also created an atmosphere that felt genuinely transcendent. The craftsmanship involved in medieval stained glass was remarkable. Glassmakers had to produce coloured glass by adding metallic oxides during the glass-blowing process. Each window required thousands of individual pieces, cut to precise shapes and fitted into lead cames, then assembled into enormous compositions depicting everything, from Bible stories to saints' lives to the trades and professions of the town. The major rose windows, those enormous circular windows at the ends of transepts, contained enough individual glass pieces that cataloguing them all could take weeks. The social organisation of cathedral construction created its own culture. Master builders, the medieval equivalent of architects, moved from project to project, bringing teams of skilled masons with them. These master builders often signed their work. Surviving cathedral designs show remarkably detailed architectural drawings that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of geometry and structural mechanics. The workshops attached to major cathedrals became centres of craft training where skills were passed from master to apprentice. A young man hoping to become a stonemason might spend years learning the trade, starting with simple tasks like mixing mortar and gradually advancing to more complex work. The lodge, the workshop building attached to the construction site, developed its own culture, customs, and even primitive union-like organisations. Cathedral construction also created demand for specialised trades beyond the core building crafts. Sculptors decorated facades with biblical scenes and grotesque figures. Painters created enormous frescoes on interior walls. Metalworkers produced decorative ironwork for doors and windows. Woodcarvers crafted choir stalls, rood screens, and elaborate altarpieces. Each cathedral became a focus point for every artistic trade in medieval Europe. The economic impact of a major cathedral project on its surrounding region was substantial. Construction might employ hundreds of workers directly, while secondary effects, feeding workers, housing them, providing materials, supported hundreds more. Towns with major cathedral projects effectively had a permanent jobs program that could last for generations, providing employment and circulating money through the local economy. Monasteries and abbeys went through similar building booms during this period. The Cistercian order, founded in 1098, established hundreds of abbeys across Europe during the 12th and 13th centuries. These monasteries weren't just religious centres, but agricultural innovators who applied systematic thinking to farming, livestock breeding, and land management. Cistercian abbeys often sat in remote valleys where the monks had cleared forest and drained wetlands, creating productive farmland through organised labour and engineering. The architectural style developed by the Cistercians, austere, elegant, emphasising proportion and light rather than decoration, created some of the period's most beautiful buildings. Fountains Abbey in Yorkshire, Fontenay Abbey in France, and Poblet Abbey in Spain. These structures combine spiritual purpose with practical design in ways that still impress visitors today. As you drift towards sleep, consider the ambition it took to build these structures. Medieval people lacked power tools, steel reinforcement, modern cranes, or computer-aided design. What they had was time, skill, faith, and the economic surplus created by a climate that had decided for a few centuries to be unusually cooperative. Let's spend some time now in the medieval countryside during what we might call its golden age, those decades in the middle of the medieval warm period when the benefits were clearest and the eventual ending still felt impossibly distant. Find that perfect spot in your blankets and imagine you're experiencing a full year in rural medieval Europe, watching the seasons turn in a world where nature seemed more generous than usual. Spring arrives in early March, earlier than your grandparents remembered. The last snow melts quickly, leaving fields muddy but ready for ploughing. You'd see teams of oxen or horses pulling ploughs through heavy soil, opening furrows that will receive this year's crop. The plough team is the most valuable asset a village owns, 8 oxen working together, guided by an experienced ploughman who can keep his furrows straight by eyeballing landmarks in the distance. The ploughing takes weeks, and everyone has opinions about how it's going. Some fields are being opened for the first time, form a forest that was cleared during the winter and now needs to be brought into cultivation. Other fields are returning to service after a year lying fallow, and you can see how the soil is recovered, thick with earthworms and surprisingly friable, despite its clay content. Once ploughing finishes, planting begins. Spring wheat or barley goes into the ground, each seed pressed into the soil by hand or broadcast across the field, in that ancient motion that farmers have used since agriculture was invented. Children follow the sowers, using sticks to cover seeds with soil, simultaneously protecting them from birds and giving them better contact with the earth. It's tedious work and your back would ache from the constant bending, but there's satisfaction in seeing the neat rows taking shape across the field. Between planting and harvest, there's constant work. Weeding, monitoring for pests, repairing fences to keep livestock from trampling the crops, and maintaining drainage ditches to prevent waterlogging. Medieval farming was labour-intensive in ways that modern agriculture hasn't been for centuries. But there are also moments of relative leisure, times when the crop simply needs to grow and there's nothing to do but wait and hope. Summer brings the hay harvest, one of the year's crucial tasks. Hay provides winter fodder for livestock, and the amount you can store determines how many animals will survive until spring. You'd see entire villages in the meadows, cutting grass with scythes in synchronised rows, turning the cut hay to dry, then gathering it into haystacks that tower over the workers like rustic monuments to agricultural effort. The rhythm of scything is almost hypnotic. The long sweep of the blade through grass, the step forward, the next sweep. Experienced mowers can work for hours with barely a pause, their movements so practiced they seem effortless. Behind them come the women and children, raking the cut grass into windrows, then turning it regularly so all sides dry evenly. If rain threatens before the hay is completely dry, there's a frantic scramble to get it under cover, because wet hay can mould or even spontaneously combust in the stack. The extended growing seasons of the medieval warm period meant hay harvests were more abundant than in previous centuries. Meadows that once yielded one cutting per summer now produced two, sometimes even a third late-season harvest. This surplus hay meant villages could support larger herds, which meant more milk, more meat, and more oxen for ploughing. It was another of those virtuous cycles where better conditions created opportunities that reinforced the benefits. High summer settles over the countryside like a warm blanket. The grain crops are growing tall now, transforming fields into seas of green that ripple in the breeze. Barley and oats head out first, their bearded tops catching the sunlight. Wheat follows later, its seed heads heavy with developing grain. Walking past these fields, you'd hear the constant whisper of wind through stalks, punctuated by bird song and the distant sounds of village life. This is the season of relative plenty, when gardens are producing vegetables and everyone's diet improves. Fresh peas and beans appear on tables. Onions and garlic are pulled as needed. Herbs grow thick in every dooryard garden. Sage and thyme and rosemary, used for both cooking and basic medicine. The village might have a few beehives humming with activity as bees work the wildflowers in the meadows. Livestock are out on pasture, supervised by shepherds or cowherds who spend long days in the fields with their charges. It's lonely work, but not unpleasant during good weather. You might see a young shepherd sitting on a hillside with his sheep scattered across the slope, practicing his carving on a piece of wood or simply watching clouds drift across remarkably blue skies. August brings the grain harvest, the year's defining event. This is when everything comes down to weather and timing. Harvest too early and the grain hasn't fully ripened. Harvest too late and a storm might flatten the crop, or rain might ruin it in the field. Medieval farmers had to judge the perfect moment by experience and instinct, reading signs in the wheat heads and watching the sky with the intensity of meteorologists who knew their lives depended on getting the forecast right. When the harvest begins, it consumes the entire community. Everyone who can work does. Men cutting the grain with sickles or scythes, women binding the cut stalks into sheaves, and children gathering the sheaves into shocks to dry. The work continues from dawn to dusk, and sometimes beyond when moonlight allows. There's a desperate urgency to get the crops safely gathered before weather or accident can destroy months of agricultural labour. The sound of harvest is distinctive, the swish of blades through stalks, the rustle of grain being bound, and the rhythmic thump as sheaves are set upright into shocks. People call to each other across the field, coordinating work, warning about obstacles and maintaining the social cohesion that makes group labour possible. Songs help pace the work, and someone usually knows dozens of verses about harvesting, some ancient and some improvised for the occasion. Once the grain is cut and shocked, it needs to be transported to the village and stored in barns until threshing can begin. This is where you'd see the harvest carts, sturdy wooden vehicles pulled by oxen, loaded so heavily with sheaves that they seem impossible to move. The trip from field to barn is slow and careful, because losing a cartload of grain to an overturned wagon would be a minor disaster. Threshing begins after harvest finishes, and it continues through autumn and into winter whenever weather permits. The sheaves are spread on a prepared threshing floor, usually just beaten earth in a barn or courtyard, and beaten with flails to separate grain from chaff. It's exhausting, repetitive work that produces clouds of dust and leaves everyone coughing. The rhythmic sound of flails striking grain provides the soundtrack for autumn in every medieval village. After threshing comes winnowing, where workers toss the threshed grain into the air so wind can carry away the lighter chaff, while heavier grain kernels fall back down. It requires a certain knack to get the tossing motion right, and it only works when there's enough breeze but not so much that you lose grain. Watching skilled winnowers at work has its own aesthetic. The graceful arc of grain through the air, the shower of chaff drifting downwind, and the steady accumulation of clean grain in baskets. Autumn is also time for the pig slaughter, one of the year's major events. Pigs, which have spent the summer growing fat on food scraps and forest mast, are killed and butchered in a process that transforms them into the preserved meat that will sustain families through winter. Everything from a pig is used. The meat is salted or smoked. The fat is rendered into lard. The blood is made into sausages. The intestines become sausage casings, and even the head is boiled for brawn. The work of butchering and preserving is skilled and communal. Families help each other, knowing their turn will come and they'll receive the same assistance. The smell of smoking meat hangs over villages in autumn, a scent that means security. You have food stored for the lean months ahead. Late autumn brings different tasks. Root vegetables are harvested and stored in cool cellars. Apples are picked and pressed for cider, or stored in straw-lined boxes, where they might last until spring. The last grazing is finished, and livestock are brought into barns or closer pastures, where they can be monitored during winter. Firewood cut during the summer needs to be split and stacked close to houses, where it will stay relatively dry. Winter in the medieval warm period was milder than in centuries before or after, but it was still winter. You'd see less outdoor work and more indoor tasks: weaving, tool maintenance, food preparation, and craft work. This is when the social life of villages turned inward, when people gathered in the relative warmth of halls or large houses, and when storytelling and music passed the dark evenings. The Christmas season brought its own traditions: the Yule log, carefully selected and brought to the hearth with ceremony. Special foods were saved for this celebration, perhaps a goose or even beef if the harvest had been good. Evergreen decorations to remind people that life persists even in the darkest season. Mystery plays performed by village amateurs, retelling biblical stories with enthusiasm that compensated for any lack of professional polish. Throughout all these seasons, you'd notice the background presence of the church marking sacred time alongside agricultural time. Saints' days provided regular interruptions to work, creating a rhythm of feast and fasting that structured the year religiously and socially. The liturgical calendar told medieval people where they stood in salvation history, even as the agricultural calendar told them where they stood in the annual cycle of planting and harvest. The medieval warm period didn't eliminate the hardships of rural life. People still worked incredibly hard, still faced dangers from disease and accident, and still lived within narrow social and economic constraints. But it softened some of the harshness. Harvests were more reliable, winters were less brutal, and the margin between sufficiency and starvation widened just enough to make life feel less desperate. In the evenings, when work finally finished, you might see people sitting outside their cottages during the long summer twilights, simply enjoying the warmth and the relative prosperity. Children play games that have been passed down through generations. Adults repair tools or spin thread, the kind of light work that can be done while socializing. Someone might have a simple instrument, a pipe or a small drum, and provide music for impromptu dancing. These moments of leisure, these spaces where life was about more than mere survival, were the real gift of the medieval warm period. The climate didn't just provide food, it provided time, energy, and psychological space for medieval Europeans to build something beyond subsistence. The cathedrals and market towns and manuscripts all flowed from this fundamental surplus of resources and confidence. As you settle even deeper into comfort, preparing for the final stage of sleep, let's contemplate something more melancholic. How the medieval warm period ended, and what its fading can teach us about climate, resilience, and the fragility of even seemingly stable conditions. The end of the medieval warm period wasn't dramatic or sudden. There was no catastrophic event, no volcanic eruption or meteor impact that clearly marked a transition. Instead, around 1300, temperatures began to gradually decline. Growing seasons shortened year by year so incrementally that no single year felt definitively different from the one before. Imagine being a farmer in the year 1310, noticing that the last frost came a bit earlier this autumn than usual. Then the next year, spring seemed to arrive late. Then a summer that was unusually cool and wet, with rain at harvest time that ruined part of the crop. Individually, these were just weather variations of the sort that every agricultural society experiences. But they were accumulating into a pattern that would eventually be recognised as the onset of what historians call the Little Ice Age. The Norse colonies in Greenland felt the changes most acutely. Those settlements that had thrived for 3 centuries found their growing seasons becoming shorter, their pastures less productive, and their hunting territories shrinking as ice returned. The last definite record of the Greenland settlements dates to the early 1400s, after which they simply vanished from history. Whether the inhabitants died, were evacuated, or assimilated with the Inuit people who had moved into the territory remains uncertain. The fate of these Greenland colonies offers a sobering lesson about the relationship between climate and settlement. The Norse Greenlanders had built an entire society based on conditions that turned out to be temporary. Their farms, their churches, and their way of life all depended on a climatic window that gradually closed. When conditions changed, they lacked the flexibility to adapt. They couldn't transform their agricultural settlements into hunting societies like the Inuit, couldn't abandon their livestock-based economy, and couldn't or wouldn't change the fundamental patterns that had worked for generations. Archaeological evidence from the abandoned Greenland settlements is haunting. The last inhabitants had eaten their dogs and cattle, suggesting desperate hunger. But they hadn't adopted Inuit hunting techniques or diet, even as those indigenous people thrived in the same environment. Cultural identity, it seems, can be both a source of resilience and a fatal limitation. Back in Europe, the cooling climate created stresses that contributed to what historians sometimes call the crisis of the late Middle Ages. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1317 struck a population that had grown to levels sustainable only during optimal climate conditions. 3 years of cold, wet weather ruined harvests across northern Europe, and millions died of starvation or diseases that thrive when populations are weakened by malnutrition. The Black Death, arriving in 1347, found a European population already stressed by decades of deteriorating climate and periodic food shortages. Whether climate change directly contributed to the plague's spread remains debated, but there's no question that the warming period's end had weakened medieval Europe's resilience to catastrophe. Yet the story isn't simply one of decline. Medieval Europeans proved remarkably adaptive in many ways. Agricultural practices evolved to suit shorter growing seasons. Communities diversified their crops, relying less on wheat and more on hardier grains. Fishing became more important in coastal regions where farming became marginal. Trade networks adjusted to new realities. The cathedral building boom slowed but didn't entirely stop. Some projects were completed even as conditions deteriorated, a testament to institutional momentum and the importance people placed on these structures. Other cathedrals remained unfinished for centuries, their incomplete towers standing as monuments to interrupted ambition. The end of the medieval warm period reminds us that climate isn't a static backdrop to human history, but an active force that shapes what's possible and what's difficult. Those 1 or 2 degrees of warming that characterised the medieval warm period had allowed European civilization to expand and flourish. The return to cooler temperatures constrained that expansion and forced adaptation. Modern climate science gives us tools that medieval people lacked. We can measure temperature changes precisely, model climate systems, and predict future trends with reasonable accuracy. We know that the medieval warm period was primarily a regional phenomenon. It affected Europe and the North Atlantic strongly, but other parts of the world experienced different patterns. We understand that it was driven by natural variations in solar output and ocean circulation, not by any human activity. But we also know that our current warming is different, faster, more global, and driven by human greenhouse gas emissions rather than natural cycles. The medieval warm period offers both hope and warning. Hope because it shows that societies can thrive during warming periods and adapt to climate changes, and warning because it demonstrates that populations and economies built for one climate regime can face serious disruption when conditions shift. The medieval experience suggests that climate change creates winners and losers, and that the impacts are never evenly distributed. The Norse benefited enormously from warming that opened the North Atlantic, while other regions experienced different effects. When cooling returned, those same Norse settlements that had flourished during warm centuries were among the first casualties. Perhaps the deepest lesson is about the human tendency to assume that current conditions will persist indefinitely. Medieval Europeans who planted vineyards in England or established farms in Greenland weren't being naive. They were responding rationally to conditions that had persisted for generations. But those generations were a blink in climatic terms, a temporary window that felt permanent, only because human lifespans are so brief. As you drift towards sleep, consider how the medieval warm period changed everything for medieval Europeans without them fully understanding what was happening. They experienced the benefits: better harvests, expanding populations, ambitious building projects, without knowing they were living through a climatic anomaly. They built their world around conditions that seemed normal, but were actually unusual. The cathedral at Trondheim in Norway, begun in 1070, still stands today, nearly 1,000 years later. The Norse settlement at Brattahlid in Greenland, founded around 985, is now just archaeological ruins slowly disappearing under advancing ice. Both were products of the same optimistic era, both built by people who believed they were creating permanent institutions. One survived climate change, the other didn't. These outcomes weren't inevitable. They resulted from countless individual choices, institutional structures, geographical advantages, and sheer luck. The medieval warm period didn't determine medieval history, but it shaped the space within which that history unfolded, creating opportunities and imposing constraints that influenced everything from agriculture to architecture to exploration. As sleep draws closer and your breathing settles into its nocturnal rhythm, let's take one last quiet moment to reflect on what those warm centuries mean for us, viewing them from the comfortable distance of 700 years. The medieval warm period stands as a reminder that Earth's climate is never truly stable, that the normal conditions we experience are actually temporary states within longer patterns of variation. Medieval Europeans couldn't have known this. They lacked the scientific tools and historical perspective to see their time in context. We have no such excuse. We can look back across centuries and see how profoundly climate shapes human possibilities. Those medieval farmers who brought new land under cultivation, the Norse sailors who colonized Greenland, and the master builders who designed soaring cathedrals. They were all responding to opportunities created by climatic conditions they didn't understand and couldn't predict. Their successes and failures offer a strange kind of comfort. Humans have always lived with climate uncertainty, and have always built civilizations on foundations that turned out to be more temporary than they imagined. The surplus wealth that made medieval cathedral culture possible came ultimately from soil and sun, from the interaction of human labour with environmental conditions that happened to be favourable. When we admire a Gothic cathedral today, we're looking at frozen climate data, evidence of what humans can achieve when nature provides an extra margin of resources and time. But we're also looking at ambition, creativity, and the human desire to create something that transcends the immediate moment. The medieval builders knew their cathedrals would outlast them, and they were right. Chartres, and Canterbury and Cologne still stand, still inspire, and still serve purposes their creators would recognise. Climate made these structures possible, but human vision and effort made them real. The village prosperity of the medieval warm period, modest by our standards but real by theirs, shows how relatively small environmental changes can cascade through society. An extra week of growing season meant more food, which meant healthier children, which meant more workers, which meant new land could be cleared, which created opportunities for specialisation, which enabled market towns, which facilitated trade, which distributed wealth more widely. Small causes, large effects, and when conditions deteriorated, the process reversed. Shorter growing seasons meant smaller harvests, which meant less surplus, which meant reduced trade, which meant economic contraction, which meant social stress. The medieval warm period's end didn't destroy European civilization, but it certainly tested it, exposing vulnerabilities that had been masked by favourable conditions. Tonight, as you sleep in a climate-controlled room, your comfort maintained by technologies medieval people couldn't have imagined. The story of the medieval warm period offers perspective. We have capabilities they lacked. We can predict weather, control indoor climate, transport food globally, and adapt to environmental changes with resources they never possessed. But we also face challenges at scales they never encountered. With climate changing faster than natural systems can adapt, affecting populations far larger than medieval Europe ever supported, the optimism of the cathedral builders, believing they were creating permanent monuments for a stable future, echoes in our own assumptions about tomorrow. We build cities on coastlines and in deserts, plan for futures that assume conditions won't change dramatically, and invest in infrastructure designed for climate patterns that may already be shifting. Perhaps medieval experience offers a gentle warning. Assume less permanence, build more flexibility, and remember that favourable conditions don't last forever. But there's also inspiration in those medieval centuries. Humans adapted, survived, and occasionally thrived through climate changes they couldn't measure or predict. We have better tools, but face larger challenges. Medieval Europeans worked within their constraints and created remarkable things. We can do the same, hopefully with more foresight about the foundations we're building upon. The fields that medieval farmers cleared during the medieval warm period still feed us today. The churches they built still shelter congregations. The market towns they established still serve as centres of commerce and community. What they created during those warm centuries outlasted the climate that made creation easier, proving that human achievements, carefully designed and solidly built, can endure through changing conditions. As you drift into sleep, let the story of the medieval warm period settle into your thoughts like snow accumulating slowly on a winter field. Quiet, gentle, covering everything with a layer of perspective. Those medieval farmers and sailors and builders were people like you, practical, ambitious, trying to make the best of conditions they inherited, hoping to leave something valuable for those who came after. They succeeded more than they probably imagined. 7 centuries later, we still study their lives, admire their achievements, and learn from their adaptations and their failures. The climate that shaped their world has changed again, and is changing still. But the essential human story of working with what nature provides, adapting when conditions shift, and building toward futures we hope for but can't guarantee, continues. Sleep now, warm and comfortable, and perhaps dream of those medieval summers when growing seasons stretched just a bit longer, when harvests filled barns to overflowing, and when communities looked at empty hillsides and saw opportunities rather than challenges. Dream of cathedral builders measuring stone by hand and eye, creating structures that would outlast not just their own lives, but the climate that made their work possible. The medieval warm period ended, but its lessons remain. Climate shapes history without determining it. Humans adapt, build, create, and endure through changing conditions. The margins between success and failure can be measured in degrees of temperature and weeks of growing season. And what we build during favourable times must be solid enough to survive when conditions shift, because shift they always do. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own climate, your own challenges, and your own opportunities. The medieval warm period is gone, but its story connects you to an unbroken chain of humans who have always lived with climate uncertainty, always built despite it, and always hoped that what they created would endure, and sometimes wonderfully it does. Imagine living in a world where nobody really agreed on how to figure out what was true. Not just disagreeing about the facts, that happens all the time, but fundamentally disagreeing about the process itself. Should you trust your senses, or are they lying to you? Should you rely on logic and mathematics, or should you look at the actual world around you? Can you even trust that the world around you is real? This was Greece in the 5th century BCE, and it was having something like an intellectual identity crisis. For most of human history, people had explained the world through stories about gods and heroes. Thunder wasn't a meteorological phenomenon, it was Zeus having a bad day. Disease wasn't about germs and immune systems, it was divine punishment, or maybe a curse from that neighbour who gave you the evil eye last Tuesday. But then something remarkable happened. A group of people in the Greek world started asking a revolutionary question. What if we could understand the world without resorting to supernatural explanations? What if there were natural causes for natural effects? What if, instead of just accepting that things happen because the gods will it, we could actually figure out how the world works? These early thinkers, we call them the pre-Socratics because they came before Socrates, which is a bit like calling everyone who lived before Shakespeare pre-Shakespeareans, came up with wildly different theories. Thales thought everything was made of water. Heraclitus believed everything was constantly changing. Like a river you can never step in twice. Parmenides argued the opposite, that change was an illusion and reality was actually perfectly still and unchanging. You can imagine how confusing this must have been for regular people trying to live their lives. One philosopher tells you everything is water, another says everything is fire, and a third insists that motion is impossible, and you're not really walking to the market. You just think you are. It was like having too many fortune cookies with contradictory advice, except these philosophers were dead serious and would debate these points for hours. Then came Socrates, wandering around Athens like that uncle who asks uncomfortable questions at family dinners. Socrates didn't claim to know anything. In fact, his whole thing was admitting he knew nothing, which somehow made him wiser than everyone else. His method was to ask questions until people realised they didn't actually understand the things they thought they understood. This made him simultaneously the most important philosopher in Athens and probably the most annoying person at parties. Socrates had a brilliant student named Plato who took his teacher's question-asking method and built an entire philosophical system around it. Plato believed that the world we see around us is just shadows on a cave wall, imperfect copies of perfect forms that exist in some higher realm. That chair you're sitting on? It's just a flawed imitation of the perfect form of chairness that exists in the realm of forms. Plato's philosophy was beautiful, elegant, and deeply mathematical. It appealed to people who like their truth pure, abstract, and divorced from the messy complications of everyday reality. The physical world, in Plato's view, was just a distraction from true knowledge, which could only be found through pure reason and contemplation. This was the intellectual world into which Aristotle would be born, a world where philosophers disagreed about everything, where the relationship between thought and reality was unclear, and where nobody had quite figured out how to systematically study the natural world. It was like the internet before search engines or a library where all the books were filed randomly, and nobody could agree on what counts as a book. The Greeks had made tremendous progress in mathematics, logic, and abstract thinking. What they needed was someone who could take all these brilliant ideas and connect them to the actual observable world. They needed someone who could bridge the gap between pure philosophy and empirical observation, between what we can think and what we can see. They were about to get exactly that person, though he would arrive from an unexpected place, not from Athens itself, but from the wild northern frontier of the Greek world. In 384 BCE, in a small town called Stagira on the Macedonian peninsula, a child was born to a family that straddled two worlds. His name was Aristotle, Aristoteles in Greek, which means something like the best purpose or excellent end, a name that turned out to be remarkably prophetic, even if his parents couldn't have known it at the time. Aristotle's father, Nicomachus, was the court physician to the Macedonian king. This was no small thing. Imagine being the personal doctor to royalty in an era when medicine was part science, part guesswork, and part hoping really hard that your treatments worked before the patient died. Nicomachus apparently did well at it, which suggests he had a combination of observational skills, empirical knowledge, and the bedside manner necessary to keep nervous monarchs calm. Growing up in a physician's household meant young Aristotle was exposed to a very different way of thinking than most Greek philosophers of his time. While Plato and his students in Athens were debating abstract forms and mathematical perfection, Aristotle was probably watching his father dissect fish, examine symptoms, and make careful notes about which treatments worked and which ones didn't. This early exposure to empirical observation, to the idea that you learn by looking, touching, measuring, and recording, would shape everything Aristotle would later do. Medicine in ancient Greece wasn't about applying perfect theoretical principles. It was about noticing patterns, testing treatments, and learning from experience. It was messy, practical, and grounded in the physical world. Tragically, both of Aristotle's parents died when he was young, probably around 10 years old. This must have been devastating for the boy, but it also set in motion events that would change the course of intellectual history. His guardian, a man named Proxenus, took responsibility for the orphaned child and continued his education. Young Aristotle grew up in Macedonia, which was considered the backwoods of the Greek world. Athenians looked down on Macedonians the way sophisticated urbanites have always looked down on rural populations. They saw them as rough, unsophisticated, and not quite civilized. The Macedonian accent was apparently a source of mockery in Athens, like speaking with a strong regional accent in a place that prides itself on its sophistication. But being from the provinces gave Aristotle something valuable, a certain independence, from Athenian intellectual fashion. He wasn't raised in the echo chamber of elite Athenian thought. He'd seen how people lived in different places, under different systems. He'd been exposed to the practical, empirical approach of medicine rather than just the abstract reasoning of philosophy. When Aristotle was 17, an age when most of us were trying to figure out who we were and what we wanted to do with our lives, his guardian made a decision that would alter the course of philosophy forever. He sent the young man to Athens to study at Plato's Academy, the most prestigious philosophical school in the Greek world. Imagine being a teenager from a small provincial town, arriving in Athens, the intellectual and cultural capital of Greece. It would be like moving from a rural town to the most exciting city you can think of, except instead of worrying about where the good coffee shops are, you're suddenly surrounded by the greatest minds of the ancient world debating questions about the nature of reality. Athens in the 360s BCE was extraordinary. It was recovering from the devastating Peloponnesian War, but still retained its status as the centre of Greek intellectual life. The agora, the marketplace, wasn't just where people bought vegetables and sandals. It was where philosophers held forth, where politicians debated, and where ideas collided and combined in fascinating ways. Plato's Academy sat just outside the city, walls, in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, which is where we get the word academy. It wasn't a school in the way we think of schools today, with classrooms and curricula and final exams. It was more like an advanced research institute crossed with a philosophical monastery, where brilliant people gathered to think, debate, and pursue knowledge for its own sake. Young Aristotle, arriving from Macedonia with his provincial accent and his physician father's emphasis on observation, must have seemed a bit odd to the other students. But he had something they lacked. A mind that could absorb and synthesize information like a sponge absorbing water. Within a short time, it became clear that this young man from the provinces was something special. You know how in university some students just coast through, doing the minimum required to get by, while others become completely absorbed in their studies to the point where they forget to eat or sleep? Aristotle was definitely the second type, except more so. He didn't just study at Plato's Academy. He became its most brilliant and ultimately most independent-minded student. Plato apparently called him the mind of the school, which is high praise from someone who didn't hand out compliments lightly. But Plato also called him the foal or the reader, nicknames that suggest Aristotle was always reading, always learning, always consuming knowledge with an appetite that probably worried the Academy's librarians about the survival of their scrolls. Aristotle spent 20 years at the Academy from age 17 to 37. That's longer than many people spend in their entire educational career today. But ancient philosophical education wasn't like modern university, where you take classes, write papers, and graduate after 4 years. It was more like a lifelong apprenticeship in thinking itself. During these years, Aristotle absorbed everything Plato had to teach. He learned about the forms, about the immortality of the soul, and about mathematics as the key to understanding reality. He learned Socrates' method of questioning, Plato's theory of knowledge, and the elaborate philosophical system that Plato had built over his lifetime. But something interesting was happening as Aristotle learned. He was also beginning to disagree, not in small ways, but fundamentally. While Plato looked at a tree and saw an imperfect copy of the form of treeness existing in some perfect realm, Aristotle looked at a tree and thought, this tree right here is real and worth studying for itself. This might not sound like a revolutionary insight, but it was. Plato's philosophy essentially said that the physical world was less real, less important, and less worthy of study than the abstract realm of forms. Aristotle was starting to think the opposite, that you couldn't understand anything without careful study of actual physical things. Imagine being a student whose growing convictions directly contradict your revered teacher's fundamental beliefs. It must have created considerable tension. Plato had built his entire philosophical system on the idea that true knowledge comes from reason alone, that the senses deceive us, and that the physical world is just shadows on a cave wall. And here was his best student, increasingly convinced that observation and empirical study were essential to understanding anything. Aristotle began writing during this period, though most of his early works are lost. What we do know is that he was developing his own philosophical positions, often in direct contradiction to Plato's teachings. There's a famous saying attributed to Aristotle, "Plato is dear to me, but dearer still is truth." Whether he actually said this or not, it captures his attitude. Loyalty to his teacher, yes, but greater loyalty to following arguments wherever they led. The academy during these years was like an intellectual pressure cooker. Students and teachers would debate for hours, testing ideas against each other, looking for weaknesses in arguments, and trying to build philosophical systems that could withstand scrutiny. It was mentally exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. Aristotle distinguished himself not just by his intelligence, but by the breadth of his interests. While other students might focus narrowly on one area of philosophy, Aristotle seemed interested in everything. Ethics? Sure. Politics? Absolutely. The natural world? Fascinating. Poetry and drama? Why not? He was developing into what we might call a polymath, someone whose curiosity encompassed the entirety of human knowledge. But there were social challenges too. Aristotle's provincial background and his Macedonian connections made him something of an outsider in Athenian society. Athens and Macedonia had complicated relations, sometimes allies, sometimes rivals, always regarding each other with a mixture of respect and suspicion. Being Macedonian in Athens was like being permanently foreign, never quite fitting in no matter how long you stayed. In 347 BCE, after 2 decades at the academy, Plato died. He was over 80 years old and had shaped Western philosophy more profoundly than perhaps any single person before or since. His death left a vacancy at the head of the academy, and many people, probably including Aristotle himself, expected that the brilliant student would succeed his master. But that's not what happened. The academy's leadership chose Plato's nephew Speusippus instead. We can't know exactly why. Maybe Aristotle's disagreements with Platonic doctrine were already too well known. Maybe his Macedonian background worked against him, or maybe there were personal factors we'll never understand. Whatever the reason, Aristotle found himself passed over for the position he'd spent 20 years preparing for. So Aristotle did what any reasonable person would do when faced with professional disappointment. He left Athens entirely and began an entirely new chapter of his life. He was 37 years old, intellectually mature and ready to chart his own course. What he didn't know was that his best work still lay ahead of him. Leaving Athens after 20 years must have felt like leaving home, even if that home had never quite accepted you as family. Aristotle travelled to Assos, a small city on the coast of what's now Turkey, where a former fellow student named Hermias ruled as a local tyrant. Though tyrant in Greek didn't necessarily mean bad ruler, just sole ruler, which shows you how differently ancient Greeks thought about political terminology. Assos gave Aristotle something he'd never really had before, freedom to pursue his own philosophical vision without being in Plato's shadow. He established a small philosophical school, gathered students, and began to seriously work out his own ideas. It was like being a musician who'd apprenticed with a master for 20 years, and was finally ready to compose their own music. But Assos also gave Aristotle something unexpected. Love. He married Pythias, who was either Hermias' daughter or niece. Sources disagree, and ancient family trees are notoriously difficult to untangle. What we do know is that Aristotle seems to have genuinely loved her, which is worth noting in a time when philosophical marriages were often more about alliances than affection. The couple had a daughter, also named Pythias. Aristotle would later write about marriage and family life with the kind of nuanced understanding that suggests his own experience informed his philosophy. He understood that human flourishing wasn't just about abstract contemplation, it was also about relationships, love, and the texture of daily life. During his time in Assos and later on the nearby island of Lesbos, Aristotle began the biological, research that would occupy him for much of his life. The Aegean coast was perfect for this. Tide pools full of sea creatures, forests with diverse plant life, and marine environments that changed with the seasons. It was a living laboratory, and Aristotle approached it with the systematic curiosity he'd inherited from his physician father. He would wade into tide pools, examining starfish and sea urchins with the focus of a modern marine biologist. He dissected squid, studied dolphins, and observed how different fish species spawned. He collected plants, noted their characteristics, and tried to understand the patterns that connected different forms of life. It was hands-on, empirical work that would have made Plato deeply uncomfortable. All this focus on the physical world, this belief that truth could be found by getting your feet wet and your hands dirty. Aristotle was developing a method that combined observation with logical analysis. He would look at many examples of something, say different types of fish, notice their similarities and differences, and then try to work out the principles that explain these patterns. It was the beginning of what we now call the scientific method, though Aristotle would have just called it investigating nature. His biological observations were remarkably accurate. He correctly described the development of chick embryos inside eggs, noted that whales and dolphins are mammals rather than fish, and documented hundreds of species with precision that wouldn't be matched until centuries later. Some of his observations were so detailed that modern biologists who've gone back to check have found them essentially correct. But then, in 343 BCE, Aristotle received an invitation that would change his life again. Philip II of Macedonia, remember that kingdom in the north that sophisticated Athenians looked down on, had a teenage son who needed a tutor. The son's name was Alexander, and Philip was willing to pay handsomely for the best education money could buy. For Aristotle, this was both an opportunity and a homecoming. He would be returning to Macedonia, the land of his childhood, but now as a distinguished philosopher rather than an orphaned boy. More importantly, he would have the chance to shape the mind of a young prince who might someday rule Macedonia. Neither Philip nor Aristotle could have imagined that this teenage student would become Alexander the Great, conqueror of the Persian Empire and creator of an empire stretching from Greece to India. But for 3 years, in a quiet grove in Macedonia, one of history's greatest minds taught one of history's greatest conquerors. Picture this. You're Aristotle, a 40-year-old philosopher who spent your entire adult life studying everything from ethics to zoology, and now you've been hired to teach a headstrong, ambitious 13-year-old prince who's already been training with weapons and horses, who's grown up hearing stories of military glory, and who shows about as much interest in philosophical contemplation as most teenagers show in eating vegetables. The tutoring took place at Mysa, a village in Macedonia, where Philip had established something like a private school for Alexander and a few select companions. It was quieter than the royal court, which was probably essential for any serious studying, and it had the kind of natural surroundings that Aristotle loved for observing and collecting specimens. What did Aristotle teach a future world conqueror? We know he introduced Alexander to Homer's Iliad, which became the prince's favourite book. Alexander reportedly slept with a copy under his pillow, along with a dagger, which tells you something about his priorities. The Iliad wasn't just entertainment, it was a manual on honour, glory, and what it meant to be a hero in the Greek tradition. But Aristotle taught more than literature. He introduced Alexander to philosophy, science, medicine, and the Greek ideal of education, as forming the complete person, body, mind, and character all developed in harmony. He encouraged the young prince's curiosity about the natural world, his interest in different cultures, and his appreciation for knowledge of all kinds. There's a wonderful image of Aristotle and his teenage students, Alexander and his Companions, walking through the countryside, discussing philosophy while observing plants and animals. It combines everything Aristotle loved: intellectual conversation, empirical observation, and the belief that education happens best when you're actively engaged with the world rather than locked in a classroom. Did Aristotle's teaching actually influence the man Alexander became? It's hard to say for certain. Alexander the Conqueror, who swept across Asia, wasn't exactly practicing the moderate contemplative life that Aristotle advocated in his Ethics. He was more interested in military glory than philosophical wisdom, more concerned with conquest than with the careful observation of nature. But there are hints of Aristotle's influence. Alexander founded cities throughout his empire and filled them with Greek culture, libraries, theatres and schools. He collected botanical and zoological specimens during his campaigns and sent them back to Aristotle, supporting his former teacher's scientific research. He showed curiosity about the peoples he conquered, trying to understand their customs and incorporate them into his empire rather than simply destroying them. Their relationship was complicated, like many relationships between teachers and students, who've gone in different directions. Later, when Alexander executed Aristotle's nephew Callisthenes for alleged treason, it created a rift between them. Aristotle had shown Alexander how to think, but he couldn't control what the young man thought about or what he chose to do with his power. After 3 years, when Alexander was 16, Philip decided his son was ready for more practical education, namely learning to be a warrior and leader. Aristotle's job was done. The tutor and his student would go their separate ways, one to conquer the known world, the other to found a school and revolutionize human understanding. In 335 BCE, at age 49, Aristotle returned to Athens. Alexander was now king, Philip had been assassinated, and beginning his conquest of Persia. Athens was nervous about Macedonia's growing power, but Aristotle's connection to the Macedonian court actually gave him resources and protection that few other philosophers enjoyed. It was time for Aristotle to do what he'd been preparing for his entire adult life: establish his own school, develop his own philosophical system, and teach students according to his own vision rather than Plato's. The intellectual adventure was about to enter its most productive phase. When Aristotle returned to Athens in 335 BCE, he couldn't return to Plato's academy. It had its own leadership and its own Platonic tradition that Aristotle had largely rejected. So he did what any philosopher with ambition and resources would do. He founded his own school. The Lyceum, named after the nearby temple of Apollo Lyceus, became Aristotle's intellectual home for the next 12 years. Located in a grove just outside Athens, it was similar to the academy in being a place where philosophers gathered to study, debate, and pursue knowledge. But in crucial ways, it was completely different. For one thing, the Lyceum was far more empirically focused. Where the academy emphasized mathematics and abstract reasoning, the Lyceum collected specimens, dissected animals, gathered data, and built what was essentially the ancient world's first research library. Aristotle wanted his students to study the actual world, not just contemplate perfect forms. The school got the nickname peripatetic, which comes from the Greek word for walking around. This wasn't because they were wanderers or couldn't sit still. It was because Aristotle liked to teach while strolling through the covered walkways of the Lyceum. There's something about walking that helps thinking, as if the physical movement somehow facilitates intellectual movement as well. Imagine morning lectures where Aristotle and his advanced students would walk slowly through the colonnade discussing complex philosophical questions while the less advanced students listened and tried to keep up, both physically and intellectually. In the afternoons, Aristotle would give public lectures on more accessible topics, drawing crowds of interested Athenians who wanted to hear what this brilliant Macedonian philosopher had to say. The Lyceum became a centre for what we might call systematic research. Aristotle organised his students to collect and organise information on an unprecedented scale. They gathered constitutions from 158 different Greek city-states, analysing how different political systems worked. They collected biological specimens, built up a library of books and scrolls, and created charts and diagrams to organise information. This was revolutionary. Before Aristotle, philosophy was largely about individual thinkers developing their own systems. Aristotle turned philosophy into something more like a research enterprise, with multiple people working together to gather data, test hypotheses, and build cumulative knowledge. The library at the Lyceum was apparently extraordinary for its time. Aristotle collected not just philosophical works but texts on every subject: history, medicine, drama, politics, and natural science. He understood that to think clearly about any topic, you needed to know what others had thought before you. It was an early version of the research library concept that would become essential to universities centuries later. During his morning sessions, Aristotle would address the more technical aspects of his philosophy. These weren't casual conversations, they were rigorous, systematic explorations of difficult questions. How do we gain knowledge? What is the nature of reality? What makes an action ethical? How should societies be organised? Aristotle approached these questions differently than Plato had. Instead of starting with abstract principles and deducing conclusions, he would often start with observations and work his way toward principles. He believed that philosophy should be grounded in how the world actually works, not in how we might wish it to work in some perfect realm of forms. His teaching method involved what we might call collaborative inquiry. He would raise a question, examine what previous thinkers had said about it, identify the difficulties with their answers, and then work toward his own solution, always testing his ideas against observations and common sense. The atmosphere at the Lyceum must have been intense but also collaborative. Students weren't just passively absorbing Aristotle's wisdom, they were actively engaged in research, debate, and the collective pursuit of knowledge. Some were dissecting animals and examining their organs, others were studying plant life or collecting information about different governments. Still others were working through logical problems or ethical questions. Aristotle himself was incredibly productive during these years. He wrote on an astonishing range of topics: physics, metaphysics, ethics, politics, poetics, rhetoric, biology, and psychology. His works weren't written in the polished literary style of Plato's dialogues. They read more like lecture notes or research papers, dense with argument and packed with observations. This wasn't because Aristotle couldn't write well. His lost dialogues were apparently beautifully written. It's because what survived were his working texts, the materials he used for teaching and research rather than for public consumption. It's like the difference between a professor's polished textbook and their lecture notes. The notes are rougher, but often contain more of the real thinking. The Lyceum attracted students from throughout the Greek world and beyond. Some came because of Aristotle's connection to Alexander, who was now conquering the Persian Empire and making Macedonia the dominant power in the Mediterranean world. Others came because the Lyceum represented something new in education, not just learning to think, but learning to observe, analyse and understand the natural and human world. For 12 years, Aristotle led the Lyceum in this systematic investigation of reality. It was the most productive period of his intellectual life, when he synthesized everything he'd learned into comprehensive philosophical and scientific systems that would influence human thought for the next 2 millennia. But this productive period was about to end in a way that must have felt painfully familiar to Aristotle. Once again, political events would force him to leave Athens, once again demonstrating that philosophers, however wise, cannot escape the tumultuous currents of history. Before we discuss how Aristotle's time in Athens ended, let's explore what made his approach to knowledge so revolutionary, because this is really the heart of Aristotle's legacy, not any single discovery, but a whole new way of thinking about how we understand the world. Settle back into your cushions as we dive into philosophy, but I promise to keep it relaxed and avoid the kind of dense jargon that makes most people's eyes glaze over. Aristotle's ideas at their core are actually quite practical and grounded in common sense. Remember how Plato believed that true knowledge came from contemplating perfect, eternal forms that exist in some realm beyond the physical world? Aristotle looked at this theory and essentially said, "That's beautiful, but it doesn't help us understand the actual world we live in. If you want to understand horses, you don't contemplate the perfect form of horseness. You go observe actual horses." This might seem obvious to us now, but it was radical then. Aristotle was saying that the physical world isn't just imperfect copies of something better. It's real and worth studying for its own sake. That tree outside your window isn't a poor imitation of some perfect tree form. It's an actual tree with its own nature, and you can learn about trees by examining it. Aristotle developed what we call an empirical approach to knowledge. Empirical just means based on observation and experience. He believed that knowledge begins with our senses, what we see, hear, touch, taste, and smell. These sensations give us raw data about the world, which our minds then process into understanding. But Aristotle wasn't naive about this. He knew that senses can be deceived and that appearances can be misleading. His solution was to combine observation with reason, to look carefully at many examples, notice patterns, and use logic to work out the principles underlying what we observe. His biological work shows this method perfectly. He didn't just look at one dolphin and declare he understood all dolphins. He examined many dolphins, dissected them, observed their behaviour, talked to fishermen about what they'd seen, and gradually built up a comprehensive understanding. It was painstaking, systematic work that required patience and attention to detail. Aristotle organised knowledge in ways that still influence how we think. He created the first system for classifying living things, grouping organisms by their shared characteristics. His categories weren't always perfect by modern standards, but the underlying method, observe similarities and differences, group things accordingly, look for the principles that explain the patterns, is still how biological classification works. Today, he applied the same systematic approach to other areas. In ethics, he observed how people actually live and what seems to make them happy, then worked out principles for good living based on these observations. In politics, he studied 158 different governments, noting what worked and what didn't, building a political science grounded in actual experience rather than abstract ideals. Aristotle's concept of causation was particularly influential. He argued that to truly understand something, you need to understand 4 different types of causes. Take a bronze statue as an example. The material cause is the bronze itself, what it's made of. The formal cause is the shape, the design of the statue. The efficient cause is the sculptor who made it. And the final cause is its purpose, why it was made. This framework might seem complicated at first, but it's actually quite intuitive. When you ask, why is this statue here? You might mean, what is it made of? Or, who made it? Or, what's it for? Aristotle recognized these as different types of questions that all contribute to complete understanding. His emphasis on final causes, on purpose and function, was especially important for biology. Aristotle understood that you can't fully understand an organ or organism without understanding what it's for. The heart makes sense when you understand it's for pumping blood. Eyes make sense when you understand they're for seeing. Everything in nature exists for a reason, serving some purpose in the organism's life. Now, Aristotle sometimes took this teleological thinking too far. He assumed that everything has a purpose assigned by nature, which isn't quite how evolution actually works. But his instinct that function and purpose are essential to understanding was fundamentally sound. Modern biology still asks, what is this for? Even if it answers that question in terms of evolutionary advantage rather than in inherent purpose. In logic, Aristotle literally invented formal logic as a discipline. He developed the syllogism, that method of reasoning where you start with 2 premises and derive a conclusion. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. It sounds simple, but Aristotle systematically worked out all the valid and invalid forms of this kind of reasoning, creating a tool for checking whether arguments actually make sense. For over 2,000 years, Aristotle's logic was essentially all of logic. It wasn't until the 19th century that mathematicians developed forms of logical reasoning that went beyond what Aristotle had created. That's an extraordinary intellectual achievement, creating a system so robust that it remains fundamentally sound for millennia. Aristotle's ethics emphasized something he called eudaimonia, usually translated as happiness or flourishing, but he didn't mean momentary pleasure or simple contentment. He meant living well in the fullest sense, developing your capacities, acting virtuously, engaging with your community, and using your reason well. The key to eudaimonia, Aristotle argued, is virtue, but virtue understood as a kind of skill, or excellence that you develop through practice. Courage isn't something you're born with, it's something you cultivate by repeatedly facing your fears appropriately. Generosity is a habit you develop by practicing giving well. Every virtue lies between 2 extremes. Courage between cowardice and recklessness, generosity between stinginess and wastefulness. This is practical ethics grounded in how people actually become good, rather than abstract theories about moral perfection. Aristotle understood that becoming a good person is like learning to play an instrument. It requires practice, guidance, and the formation of good habits over time. In all these areas, biology, logic, ethics, politics, Aristotle's method was similar. Start with careful observation. notice patterns, work out underlying principles, test these principles against further observations, and build systematic understanding. It was the birth of organised science and systematic philosophy, even though Aristotle wouldn't have recognised those as separate disciplines. What made Aristotle's approach so revolutionary was this combination of respect for empirical observation, with confidence in human reason. He believed we could understand the world, not through divine revelation, not through pure mathematics divorced from reality, but through the careful, systematic application of our observational and rational faculties. This was optimistic without being naive, empirical without being merely fact-collecting, and systematic without being rigid. It was a vision of human knowledge as something we build gradually, collectively, through careful attention to reality and rigorous thinking about what we observe. And now, with your tea perhaps growing cold and your eyelids perhaps growing heavy, we need to see how Aristotle's story ends, because even the greatest philosophers cannot entirely control the historical currents that sweep them along. In 323 BCE, news reached Athens that would change everything. Alexander the Great had died in Babylon. At the age of 32, the empire he'd built with astonishing speed was already fracturing as his generals fought over the pieces, and in Athens, anti-Macedonian sentiment that had been simmering for years suddenly boiled over. Aristotle found himself in an impossible position. He was Macedonian by birth, had been Alexander's tutor, and maintained close connections to the Macedonian court. For 12 years, Athens had tolerated his presence because Macedonia's power made it necessary. But with Alexander dead and Macedonia temporarily weakened, old resentments surfaced. Someone brought charges of impiety against Aristotle, the same charge that had been used against Socrates a century earlier. The specific accusation was something about honouring a friend in ways reserved for gods, which sounds technical but was really just a pretext. The real issue was politics. Aristotle represented Macedonia, and Athens wanted to strike back at Macedonia however it could. Aristotle, now 61 years old, and having watched Socrates' fate unfold from his prison cell, made a different choice. He decided not to stay and face trial. According to tradition, he said he wouldn't let Athens sin twice against philosophy, a reference to Socrates' execution. So he left Athens, turning over the Lyceum to his student Theophrastus, and retired to Chalcis, his mother's hometown. Think about what this meant. For 12 years, Aristotle had built the Lyceum into the ancient world's premier research institution. He had gathered an incredible library, trained brilliant students, and created systematic approaches to nearly every field of knowledge. And now, because of politics he couldn't control, he had to walk away from it all. In Chalcis, Aristotle lived quietly for about a year. We don't know much about this final period of his life. He was likely working on his writings, perhaps revising and organising the vast body of work he'd produced over his lifetime. He may have been suffering from some illness. Ancient sources mention stomach problems, which given ancient medicine's limitations could have meant almost anything. In 322 BCE, just 1 year after leaving Athens, Aristotle died at the age of 62. It wasn't a dramatic death like Socrates' execution, or a mysterious one like Alexander's early demise. It was simply the end of a life that had been, by any measure, extraordinarily productive and influential. Aristotle left behind his daughter Pythias. His wife of the same name had died years earlier, and he'd later had a relationship with a woman, named Herpyllis, with whom he had a son named Nicomachus. His will, which survived, shows him as a thoughtful, caring person who made provisions for his family, his slaves, whom he freed, and even his concubine's future. It's a touching document that reveals the human side of this towering intellect, but more importantly, he left behind an intellectual legacy that would shape human thought for the next 2,000 years. His works, or rather the lecture notes and research texts that survived, were preserved and eventually edited by scholars in later centuries. They became the foundation for education throughout the Mediterranean world, and eventually throughout medieval Europe. Now comes one of the most fascinating parts of Aristotle's story. Not what he did during his life, but what happened to his ideas after his death. Because unlike many philosophers whose influence fades with time, Aristotle's impact actually grew over the centuries, spreading far beyond the Greek world he knew. After Aristotle's death, his writings were preserved by the Lyceum under Theophrastus's leadership, but they weren't immediately famous throughout the ancient world. For several centuries, Aristotle was known more for his published dialogues, works that haven't survived, than for the dense technical treatises we now have. Then came a strange period where Aristotle's works apparently disappeared from circulation. According to tradition, they were hidden in a cellar in Asia Minor to protect them from being seized, where they suffered damage from moisture and insects. Whether this story is entirely true or partly legend, we do know that Aristotle's major works were relatively unknown for a couple of centuries. In the 1st century BCE, a scholar named Andronicus of Rhodes collected and edited Aristotle's writings, organising them into the form we know today. This wasn't just filing papers, it was an act of reconstruction and interpretation that shaped how we read Aristotle. The arrangement of his works, the way they're grouped and titled, comes largely from Andronicus's editorial decisions. As Rome became the Mediterranean's dominant power, Greek philosophy spread throughout the empire. Aristotle's works became central to higher education. Young Romans who wanted philosophical training studied Aristotle along with Plato and the Stoics. His logic became the standard method for teaching reasoning, and his ethics a framework for thinking about the good life. But Aristotle's most significant journey was yet to come. As the Roman Empire declined and eventually fell in the West, much of Greek learning was lost in Europe. The sophisticated intellectual culture that had produced and preserved Aristotle's works crumbled as cities shrank. Trade declined, and literacy became increasingly rare outside monasteries. However, Aristotle's work survived in the Eastern Roman Empire, what we call the Byzantine Empire, centred on Constantinople. Byzantine scholars continued to read, copy and study Aristotle in Greek. Meanwhile, something extraordinary was happening further east. Islamic scholars in the expanding Arab world encountered Aristotle's works and recognised their value immediately. Beginning in the 8th century CE, a massive translation movement began in Baghdad and other centres of Islamic learning. Aristotle's treatises were translated from Greek into Arabic, often by Christian scholars working in Muslim courts. Islamic philosophers like Al-Farabi, Avicenna and Averroes didn't just translate Aristotle, they engaged with his ideas, wrote extensive commentaries, and integrated his philosophy with Islamic theology and science. Averroes in particular became such an important interpreter of Aristotle that medieval Europeans would later call him simply the commentator, while Aristotle was the philosopher. This Islamic engagement with Aristotle preserved his works and developed his ideas in ways that would prove crucial for European intellectual history. When Europe began to recover economically and culturally in the 11th and 12th centuries, scholars rediscovered Aristotle, but often through Arabic translations and Islamic commentaries, rather than directly from Greek sources. The reintroduction of Aristotle to Western Europe was like injecting intellectual electricity into a system that had been running on minimal power. Suddenly, European scholars had access to systematic treatments of logic, natural science, ethics, and metaphysics that far exceeded anything available in Latin. It was like upgrading from a basic toolset to a fully equipped workshop. But this created a problem. Much of Aristotle's philosophy, particularly his ideas about the eternity of the world and the nature of the soul, seemed to conflict with Christian theology. Church authorities were unsure whether this pagan Greek philosopher from ancient times should be taught in Christian universities. Enter Thomas Aquinas, a 13th century Dominican friar who accomplished one of the great intellectual syntheses in Western history. Aquinas carefully worked through Aristotle's philosophy, showing how it could be reconciled with Christian doctrine. He distinguished between what reason could discover, Aristotle's domain, and what required divine revelation, theology's domain, creating a framework where both could coexist. Aquinas' achievement meant that Aristotle became central to medieval university education. Students learned Aristotelian logic, physics, ethics, and metaphysics as the foundation for their studies. The University of Paris, Oxford, Cambridge, all the great medieval universities made Aristotle the core of their curriculum. For several centuries, Aristotle's authority was so great that Aristotle said so was considered a sufficient argument to settle most questions. This led to some absurdities. Scholars would debate how many teeth a horse has by analysing what Aristotle wrote rather than, just counting a horse's teeth. Aristotle himself, who emphasised observation, would have been appalled. The scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries involved, in many ways, overthrowing Aristotelian physics and cosmology. Galileo's experiments contradicted Aristotle's claims about motion. Harvey's discovery of blood circulation contradicted Aristotelian physiology. Newton's physics replaced Aristotelian explanations of how things move. But interestingly, Even as scientists rejected Aristotle's specific conclusions, they often kept his method, the emphasis on observation, the search for causes, and the systematic organisation of knowledge. Modern science isn't Aristotelian, but it's arguably descended from Aristotle's approach to investigating nature. Today you might think Aristotle is just a historical curiosity, relevant only to scholars studying ancient philosophy, but his influence persists in surprising ways. Every time you use formal logic, you're using tools Aristotle developed. When you think about ethics in terms of character and virtue rather than just rules, you're thinking in Aristotelian terms. When scientists classify organisms or analyse functions, they're following procedures Aristotle pioneered. His political science, his analysis of poetry and drama, his psychology, and his understanding of how we form concepts, all of these continue to influence how we think, often without our realising it. Aristotle is like the foundation of a building you live in. You don't usually notice it, but everything rests on it. As your tea grows cold and the hour grows late, let's consider what Aristotle's life and work mean for us today. Because this isn't just ancient history, it's about how we understand the world and our place in it. Aristotle gave us something fundamental: confidence that the world is knowable through careful observation and clear thinking. Before him, many people thought true knowledge required mystical insight or divine revelation. After him, it became possible to believe that ordinary human beings, using their senses and their reason, could genuinely understand reality. This is such a basic assumption for us that we barely notice it. When you wonder how something works and decide to look it up or experiment to find out, you're operating on Aristotelian principles. The idea that we can figure things out by observing carefully and thinking clearly, that's Aristotle's legacy. His emphasis on studying actual things in the actual world rather than abstract perfections influenced the entire development of science. Yes, scientists have rejected many of his specific conclusions. His physics, his astronomy, and his chemistry were wrong in important ways. But his method of systematic observation, careful classification, and looking for underlying principles, that's still how science works. Aristotle's virtue ethics has seen a remarkable revival in recent decades. Modern philosophers rediscovered that his approach to ethics, focusing on character, habits, and human flourishing rather than just rules and duties, addresses aspects of moral life that other ethical theories miss. How do we become good people? What does it mean to live well? These Aristotelian questions feel more relevant to many people than abstract debates about moral principles. His political science, with its careful analysis of different forms of government and what makes them work or fail, still informs political theory. His understanding that politics isn't about implementing perfect systems, but about finding arrangements that work for actual human beings with all their flaws, that's a lesson every generation needs to relearn. In education, Aristotle's model of learning through apprenticeship and hands-on experience with a master teacher influenced how universities developed and still shapes how we think about advanced education. The idea of gathering students around a wise teacher to pursue knowledge collectively, that's the Lyceum's legacy, still alive in graduate seminars and research groups. But perhaps Aristotle's most important legacy is something less tangible, his demonstration that human knowledge is cumulative, that we can build on what previous thinkers discovered, and that intellectual progress is possible. Before Aristotle, philosophers tended to create their own complete systems from scratch. Aristotle showed that you could start with what others had learned, identify their insights and errors, and build something better. This is how knowledge actually grows, not through lone geniuses inventing everything themselves, but through communities of thinkers building on each other's work. Every scientific paper that begins with a literature review, every philosopher who engages with previous traditions, every scholar who stands on the shoulders of giants, they're all following the model Aristotle established at the Lyceum. Aristotle also showed us that intellectual breadth matters. In our age of specialization, when experts know more and more about less and less, Aristotle reminds us that understanding anything fully requires understanding its connections to everything else. His interests spanned from marine biology to literary criticism, and from formal logic to political science, because he understood that reality doesn't come neatly divided into academic departments. There's something profoundly human about Aristotle's approach to knowledge. He wasn't interested in abstract perfection divorced from lived experience. He wanted to understand the world we actually inhabit, messy, complicated, full of purposes and functions and constant change. He believed that ordinary things, plants, animals, human relationships, political systems, were worthy of serious systematic study. This might sound obvious now, but it was revolutionary then and remains important today. How often do we dismiss the everyday as uninteresting, searching for something more exotic or dramatic to hold our attention? Aristotle teaches us to look closely at what's right in front of us, because ordinary reality is actually extraordinary when you examine it carefully. His life also reminds us that intellectual work happens in communities. Aristotle didn't develop his ideas in isolation. He learned from Plato, taught Alexander, collaborated with students at the Lyceum, and engaged with other philosophers. Knowledge is social, built through conversation, debate, teaching, and collaborative investigation. And yet Aristotle's story also carries a cautionary note. His systematic approach sometimes became too rigid. His confidence in human reason sometimes led to speculation beyond what observation could support, and his influence eventually became so great that it stifled rather than stimulated inquiry. Aristotle said so became an excuse to stop thinking rather than a starting point for further investigation. This tension between respect for tradition and openness to new discovery is something every field of knowledge must navigate. We need to learn from the past without being imprisoned by it, to respect previous thinkers without treating their words as sacred scripture. Aristotle himself would have understood this. He honoured Plato while departing from Platonic philosophy, and learned from his predecessors while correcting their errors. As we near the end of our journey with Aristotle, imagine him in those final months, in Chalcis, looking back on his 62 years. What did he think about when he reflected on his life? We can't know for certain, but we can imagine. Perhaps he thought about his childhood in Macedonia, watching his father practice medicine with careful attention to symptoms and treatments. Those early lessons in observation stayed with him throughout his life, shaping his entire approach to knowledge. Perhaps he remembered arriving in Athens as a young man, feeling provincial and out of place, but discovering at Plato's academy an intellectual home that would shape him for 20 years. Even as he eventually departed from Plato's teachings, he never forgot what he learned there: the importance of rigorous argument, the value of questioning assumptions, and the pursuit of truth wherever it leads. He might have smiled, remembering his time teaching young Alexander, that energetic, ambitious teenager who would grow up to conquer the world. Did Aristotle feel pride at his students' achievements, or dismay at how different Alexander's path was from the contemplative life Aristotle advocated? Probably both. Like any teacher watching a brilliant student make choices they wouldn't have made themselves. Surely he thought about his years at the Lyceum, those productive, satisfying years when he'd finally been able to pursue his own vision of what philosophy and science should be. The morning walks with advanced students discussing complex questions while strolling through shaded colonnades. The afternoon public lectures share knowledge with anyone interested enough to listen. The collaborative research projects have students collecting data on everything from fish to governments. He might have felt regret about leaving Athens, forced out by political circumstances beyond his control. To build something significant and then have to abandon it must have been painful, but perhaps he found some comfort in knowing he'd trained capable students like Theophrastus who could carry on his work. If Aristotle had known how his ideas would travel through time, translated into Arabic, preserved by Islamic scholars, reintroduced to Europe, becoming the foundation of medieval universities, influencing thinkers for 2,000 years, what would he have thought? Probably a mixture of satisfaction and bemusement, especially at the ways his ideas would be misunderstood, ossified into dogma, and eventually partially overturned. But he would likely have been pleased that his fundamental approach, careful observation, systematic thinking, and the belief that the world is knowable, continued to influence how humans pursue understanding. That was his real contribution, not any specific doctrine, but a whole way of approaching knowledge. Aristotle understood that knowledge is always provisional, always subject to refinement as we learn more. His works constantly engage with previous thinkers, building on their insights and correcting their errors. He would have expected, probably hoped, that future thinkers would do the same with his work. In his final days, perhaps Aristotle found peace in having lived a life devoted to understanding. He'd started with nothing but curiosity and intelligence, and he'd used these to investigate nearly every aspect of reality accessible to human inquiry. He'd been a student, a teacher, a researcher, a founder of institutions, and a systematizer of knowledge. He'd loved his wife, Pythias, his companion, Herpyllis, and his children. He'd formed friendships with students and colleagues. He'd experienced political success and political exile. He'd known the satisfaction of intellectual breakthrough and the frustration of unanswered questions. In short, he'd lived a fully human life while also living a life of the mind. The ancient Greeks had a concept that Aristotle wrote about extensively: eudaimonia, human flourishing, living well. By his own account, this came from developing your capacities, acting virtuously, engaging meaningfully with others, and using your reason well. By these measures, Aristotle had indeed achieved eudaimonia, even if his life ended in exile rather than triumph. When he died in 322 BCE, Aristotle probably had no idea that he was, in a sense, immortal. His body would decay like all physical things. He understood biology too well to imagine otherwise. But his ideas, his methods, and his approach to understanding the world, these would outlast empires and influence civilizations he'd never heard of. That's a legacy worth reflecting on as you drift towards sleep. A single person, through careful thought and systematic inquiry, can influence how millions of future people understand reality. The questions Aristotle asked, the methods he developed, and the knowledge he systematized, these became tools that countless others would use to build their own understanding. As you settle into that space between waking and sleeping, where thoughts become less linear and more dreamlike, consider this. Aristotle's greatest achievement wasn't any single discovery, but showing that the world is comprehensible. Before him, many people thought that true understanding required mystical revelation or abstract mathematics divorced from physical reality. After him, it became possible to believe that ordinary people could understand the world by looking carefully, thinking clearly, and building knowledge systematically. Every time you try to understand something by observing it carefully, you're following Aristotle's path. Every time you classify things by their similarities and differences, you're using Aristotle's method. Every time you ask, "What is this for?" or "How does this work?" you're asking Aristotelian questions. You might never have studied Aristotle in school. You might not be able to name a single one of his books, but his influence is in the very air you breathe intellectually, in how you think about causes, in how you understand living things, in how you reason about ethics, and in your assumption that the world makes sense and can be understood. This is what it means to be a foundational thinker. Not that everything you say is correct. Aristotle was wrong about many things, but that you change how people think about thinking itself. You create tools that others can use, methods that others can follow, and frameworks that others can build upon. Aristotle showed us that knowledge is not something revealed from above, but something built from below, starting with simple observations and building toward comprehensive understanding. He demonstrated that you don't need mystical insights or mathematical perfection to understand reality. You need careful attention, clear thinking, and the patience to work through problems systematically. This optimistic view of human knowledge, that we can figure things out, that the world is knowable, that reason and observation together can lead us toward truth, remains one of civilization's most important assumptions. When we doubt it, science stops, inquiry ends, and we retreat into authority and tradition. Aristotle also reminds us that intellectual work is deeply human. It happens in communities of teachers and students. It requires conversation and debate. It builds on what others have learned. It connects to the practical concerns of living well. Knowledge isn't just abstract information. It's part of how we flourish as human beings. As sleep approaches and this story ends, remember that the quiet philosopher from Stagira, who spent his life observing, thinking, and teaching, changed the world, more profoundly than many conquerors. His student Alexander's empire fell apart within years of his death. But Aristotle's intellectual empire, his methods, his insights, his approach to understanding, has lasted more than 2 millennia and shows no signs of disappearing. Tomorrow, when you wake and observe the world around you, noticing patterns, asking questions, trying to understand how things work, you'll be thinking in ways that Aristotle helped make possible. The morning light streaming through your window illuminates a world that Aristotle taught us could be studied and understood, rather than merely feared or worshipped. That's his gift to us. Confidence that the world makes sense, methods for making sense of it, and the belief that understanding is worth pursuing for its own sake, not for power or wealth or fame, but simply for the joy of knowing, the satisfaction of understanding, and the human fulfillment that comes from using our minds well. Sleep now, with gratitude for this ancient Greek physician's son who devoted his life to helping humanity wake up to the intelligibility of the world. May your dreams be full of wonder at the patterns that connect all things, the purposes that animate living creatures, and the joy of understanding that makes us most fully human. And when you wake, may you see the world with fresh eyes, not as a chaos of random events, but as Aristotle taught us to see it, as a cosmos, an ordered whole that our minds are capable of comprehending, one careful observation and clear thought at a time. Sweet dreams, and may Aristotle's spirit of systematic wonder follow you into sleep and beyond. Of clothing you owned held the belief that the human body was merely a suggestion. Welcome to Victorian fashion, where comfort became obsolete and common sense took a long hiatus. Picture this. It's 1850, and you're a well-to-do lady preparing for your day. But first, you need to put on approximately 17 different garments, each one more bewildering than the last. Your morning routine doesn't start with coffee, it starts with an engineering degree and the patience of a saint. The Victorians had this peculiar relationship with the human form. They believed that nature had created significant design flaws, and they were determined to rectify these flaws using materials such as whalebone, steel, and unwavering determination. It was like they looked at the human body and said, you know what this individual needs? More geometric shapes and less ability to breathe. But here's the thing that makes Victorian fashion so fascinatingly absurd. None of these changes happened overnight. It wasn't like someone woke up one morning in 1837 and declared, from now on, women's waist shall be the circumference of a coffee mug. No, the outcome was a gradual slide into sartorial madness that took decades to perfect. The truly surprising aspect is that people at the time believed they were acting completely rationally. They had elaborate justifications for every ridiculous element. Tight corsets? Needless to say, they were beneficial for posture, and the skirts so wide that they can't fit through doorways. Undoubtedly, they are essential for maintaining modesty. Do sleeves need their own unique zip code? Simply fashionable, darling. You have to admire the dedication, really. These weren't people who half committed to anything. When Victorians decided to complicate fashion, they went all in like they were trying to win an Olympic medal in most impractical clothing design. They approached fashion the way modern people approach extreme sports, with enthusiasm that bordered on the reckless. Men were not exempt from this madness, although their version was more subtly ridiculous. While women were being transformed into human geometric shapes, men were busy perfecting the art of looking like very serious penguins. They wore top hats that accentuated their height, coats with useless tails, and enough starch in their collars to construct a miniature boat. The fascinating thing is how this all started with genuine intentions. The early Victorians weren't trying to create a fashion nightmare. They were responding to real social and economic changes. The Industrial Revolution had created new wealth, new social classes, and new anxieties about respectability. Fashion became a language, a way to communicate your place in this rapidly changing world. But somewhere along the way, that language became increasingly complex, like a secret code that only the initiated could understand. What started as dress nicely to show you're respectable evolved into transform yourself into a walking architectural marvel or risk social extinction. The irony is delicious when you contemplate it. Here was an era obsessed with moral virtue and proper behaviour, yet they created clothing that made simple human activities like sitting, walking, or breathing into minor athletic achievements. It was as if they believed that suffering for beauty was not just acceptable, but actually virtuous. As we drift into this story together, imagine the rustling of silk, the creaking of whalebone, and the gentle chaos of an era when getting dressed was an adventure, and staying dressed was an endurance test. The Victorians may have been many things, but boring wasn't one of them. Let's talk about the corset, shall we? If Victorian fashion were a movie, the corset would be the villain everyone loves to hate. Simultaneously fascinating and horrifying, like a beautifully crafted instrument of torture that someone decided to wear to afternoon tea. You've probably heard the stories about women fainting left and right, their organs rearranged like furniture in a studio apartment. However, The truth about corset wearing was not as dramatic as the legends portray. It's like that friend who tells fish stories. The basic facts are there, but they've grown considerably in the telling. Let's first tackle the issue of the 18-inch waist in the parlour. Do you notice the remarkably small waists in fashion plates and photos? Many of them were about as real as a unicorn wearing a tutu. Victorian photographers and illustrators were just as fond of creative editing as modern Instagram users. They'd pinch in waists, enhance curves, and generally present an idealised version that was as achievable as becoming a professional mermaid. But that doesn't mean corsets were just gentle, supportive garments either. These were indeed serious business. A well-made Victorian corset was like wearing an architectural support system, designed by someone who'd never actually met a human spine. They were marvels of engineering, really. Dozens of pieces of whalebone or steel, carefully shaped and sewn into what was essentially a wearable cage. The thing is, most women didn't tight-lace to the extreme degrees you might imagine. Your average Victorian lady laced her corset snugly indeed, but not to the extent that she required smelling salts each time she ascended a staircase. The fainting epidemic was more about the combination of tight lacing, heavy clothing, overheated rooms, and the Victorian lady's delicate constitution, which was often more performed than genuine. Think of it this way. If women were really fainting en masse from their undergarments, the Victorian era would have been remarkably unproductive. Yet somehow, these same corseted women managed to run households, raise children, engage in social causes, and even work in factories. They weren't delicate flowers. They were surprisingly hardy individuals who happened to dress like they were preparing for battle with their bodies. The corset also served purposes beyond the aesthetic. In an era before bras were invented, it provided necessary support for women's busts. It also helped distribute the weight of those massive skirts we'll talk about shortly. Imagine carrying a small tent around your waist all day. You'd want some structural support too. But here's where the corset story gets really interesting. It became a symbol of women's oppression and liberation simultaneously. Critics argued that tight lacing represented society's control over women's bodies, forcing them into unnatural shapes to please male ideals of beauty. Supporters countered that the corset gave women an hourglass figure that emphasized their femininity and power. The medical establishment, never one to miss an opportunity to have opinions about women's bodies, weighed in with dire warnings about the dangers of tight lacing. Doctors wrote lengthy treatises about corset liver and corset lung, conditions that sound like they were invented by someone who'd never actually examined a corseted woman, but had profound feelings about fashion. Meanwhile, the women actually wearing these garments had more nuanced views. Many found their corsets comfortable and supportive when properly fitted. Others endured silent suffering for the sake of fashion. Some rebelled entirely and joined the dress reform movement, which sounds much more exciting than it actually was. Imagine a group of very earnest women campaigning for the right to wear clothing that didn't require an engineering degree to put on. The corset industry itself was fascinating. A complex network of manufacturers, from high-end corsetiers who created custom pieces that fit like a second skin, to mass-market producers who churned out ready-made versions for the growing middle class. Getting a corset properly fitted was like visiting a very specialised architect who worked exclusively in human modification. As you settle deeper into your comfortable, uncorseted evening, remember that for Victorian women, this daily ritual of lacing and unlacing was simply part of life. They adapted to their constraints with remarkable ingenuity, developing techniques for movement, breathing, and even dancing while wearing what was essentially a fabric-covered cage. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable, even when adapting to something utterly ridiculous. Let's pause here while you adjust your position on the couch, something Victorian women couldn't do quite so easily. If corsets were the foundation of Victorian fashion madness, then skirts were the magnificent, impractical superstructure built on top. We're talking about garments that required their own transportation planning and had a carbon footprint larger than some small countries. Picture yourself getting ready for a simple trip to the market in 1860. First, you'd need to consider your skirt's diameter, typically anywhere from 6 to 12 feet across. That's not a typo. We're talking about wearing a fabric tent that could house a small family. You couldn't just walk out the door. You had to strategize your exit like you were launching a space mission. The evolution of the Victorian skirt can be compared to a person gradually losing their sense of reality, albeit in a methodical manner. It started reasonably enough in the 1840s, Full skirts, yes, but nothing that required architectural consultation. Then something happened. Maybe it was competition, maybe it was boredom, or maybe someone made a bet about how wide they could make women's silhouettes before physics intervened. By the 1850s, the crinoline had become ubiquitous and irreversible. The crinoline was essentially a cage you wore under your skirt, hoops of steel or whalebone that created a bell-shaped foundation. It was like wearing a personal tent frame, except the tent was made of silk and you were expected to waltz in it. The logistics of crinoline life were staggering. Doorways became navigation challenges. Sitting required careful calculation and preferably a chair without arms. Getting into a carriage was like solving a three-dimensional puzzle while wearing a small building. Victorian women developed skills that would have made NASA engineers weep with admiration. And yet they made it look effortless. Photos from the era show women gliding around in these massive skirts as if they were perfectly natural. However, a complex science underlay the management of crinolines. Women learned to compress their skirts by pressing down on the hoops, to navigate stairs by lifting the front of their skirts just so, and to sit by effortlessly collapsing their crinolines. The really magnificent part was how the fashion industry supported this madness. Crinoline manufacturers competed on engineering principles. Some crinolines had collapsible sections for sitting, others featured graduated hoops that created the perfect bell shape. The advertisements read like technical manuals for personal transportation devices. But crinolines had their dangers, and not just the obvious ones like getting stuck in doorways or accidentally sweeping objects off tables. Fire was a genuine hazard. All that fabric, often treated with flammable starches and dyes, combined with open flames for lighting and heating. Victorian newspapers are full of tragic stories of women whose skirts caught fire, and the width of their crinolines made it difficult to extinguish the flames quickly. Then there were the weather-related challenges. Wind turned a crinoline into a sail, which sounds poetic until you realise it meant women could be literally blown off course during their daily walks. Rain was particularly problematic. Imagine trying to dry a tent that you'd been wearing all day. The social implications were equally complex. A wide crinoline was a status symbol, proof that you could afford not just the garment itself but the lifestyle that accommodated it. If you could wear a 6-foot-wide skirt, you didn't need to work, cook, clean or engage in any practical activity. It was conspicuous consumption in its most literal form. You were conspicuously consuming space. But here's what makes the crinoline era so endearing in retrospect. Victorian women took these absurd constraints and somehow made them work. They developed elaborate etiquettes for crinoline navigation, techniques for managing their skirts in various social situations, and even sports modified for women wearing personal tents. Croquet became popular partly because it was one of the few activities where a crinoline wasn't a complete impediment. Dancing required choreography that accounted for each partner's circumference. Even something as simple as walking with a friend became an exercise in spatial coordination. The crinoline reached its peak absurdity in the 1860s, when skirts achieved their maximum circumference. It was as if Victorian fashion had been steadily expanding like a balloon, and everyone was waiting to see who would be brave enough to suggest that maybe, just maybe, this was getting a bit ridiculous. Little did they know, the next chapter would involve bustles, because apparently making skirts impossibly wide wasn't quite enough. The Victorians were just getting warmed up. Just when you think the Victorians couldn't possibly make clothing more complicated, along came the bustle era to prove that human ingenuity in the service of impracticality knows no bounds. If the crinoline was like wearing a bell, the bustle was like strapping a small shelf to your posterior and pretending your posture was perfectly normal. The transition from crinoline to bustle in the 1870s wasn't gradual. It was like watching a balloon deflate and then reinflate in a completely different shape. One day women were navigating doorways sideways because of their width, and the next they were backing into rooms because their skirts projected 3 feet behind them. It was as if Victorian fashion designers had gotten bored with horizontal challenges and decided to explore vertical possibilities. The bustle itself was a marvel of engineering that would have made bridge builders jealous. Early bustles were essentially wire cages designed to create a shelf-like projection at the back of the skirt. Later versions became increasingly elaborate. Some had springs, others featured adjustable frameworks, and the most advanced models included collapsible sections for sitting. Imagine attempting to sit down while wearing a bustle. It wasn't just a matter of bending at the waist, it required a carefully choreographed sequence of movements. You'd approach the chair from the side, collapse your bustle by pressing down on it, lower yourself carefully while managing several layers of skirt, and then somehow arrange all that fabric so you didn't look like you were being swallowed by your clothing. The logistics of bustle life were even more complex than crinoline management. At least with a crinoline, you knew you needed extra space in all directions. You never know what's going on behind you when there's a bustle. Victorian women developed a kind of spatial awareness that modern people can't imagine. They could sense exactly how much room their rear projection required and navigate accordingly. Doorways remained challenging, but in new ways. Instead of squeezing through sideways, bustled women had to judge angles carefully. If your approach was too steep, your skirt might snag on the doorframe. If the approach was too shallow, you wouldn't be able to pass. It was like parking a car, except the car was attached to your body and made of silk. The bustle also created intriguing social dynamics. Conversations became exercises in geometry. How close could you stand to someone when you were both wearing rear projections? Dancing required new techniques, and something as simple as walking arm in arm with a friend became a coordination challenge worthy of synchronized swimmers. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the bustle era was how it demonstrated Victorian society's ability to adapt to absolutely anything. Furniture makers began designing chairs that accommodated bustles. Architecture started accounting for the extra space women required. Social customs evolved to handle the new spatial requirements of female fashion. The fashion plates of the era show women looking perfectly composed in their bustled gowns, but the reality behind the scenes was a constant comedy of spatial miscalculations. Victorian literature is full of subtle references to the challenges of bustled life. Women getting stuck in carriages, skirts caught indoors, and the general chaos of trying to live normally while wearing architectural elements. Yet somehow, Victorian women made it work. They developed techniques for bustle maintenance, strategies for navigation, and even created new forms of social interaction that accommodated their enhanced silhouettes. The human ability to normalise the absurd is truly impressive. The bustle went through several iterations during its reign. The first bustle era featured relatively modest projections. Consider it to be training wheels for posterior architecture. The early 1880s brought a brief respite when skirts became more streamlined, likely bringing a sense of relief to everyone. But Victorian fashion wasn't done yet. The second bustle era, beginning in the mid-1880s, brought projections that defied not just comfort but basic physics. These weren't just bustles. They were engineering marvels that created silhouettes so extreme they looked like costume designs for a play about furniture. The final bustle designs were so elaborate they came with their instruction manuals. Some featured multiple tiers, others had adjustable angles, and the most advanced models included patented mechanisms for collapse and expansion. It was as if Victorian women were wearing transformer robots, except instead of turning into cars, they turned into chairs. As we move through this fashion timeline, remember that each of these trends lasted for years. This wasn't a brief moment of collective madness. Entire generations of women lived their daily lives in these contraptions, adapting with remarkable grace to constraints that seem impossible from our modern perspective. If you thought Victorian fashion was done surprising us after corsets, crinolines and bustles, you clearly underestimated their commitment to making every part of the human body an engineering challenge. Enter the 1890s sleeve, also known as the leg of mutton sleeve, though that name doesn't quite capture the full absurdity of wearing what amounted to small hot air balloons attached to your shoulders. Early Victorian sleeves were snug, practical affairs that allowed for actual arm movement. However, as the century progressed, sleeves began to expand, as if they were competing with skirts for the title of most impractical garment component. By the 1890s, sleeves had achieved such monumental proportions that women needed to turn sideways to fit through doorways, not because of their skirts this time, but because their shoulders had effectively doubled in width. These garments were not merely sleeves, they resembled fabric architecture with arms hidden inside them. The construction of a proper leg of mutton sleeve was an engineering marvel that required more planning than most modern home renovations. The sleeve had to be supported from within using various frameworks, wire, whalebone, or even cotton padding arranged in precise configurations to maintain the proper shape. Getting dressed involved not just putting on clothing, but assembling a complex structural system. Imagine trying to eat dinner while wearing sleeves that extended well beyond your actual arm span. Victorian women developed eating techniques that would have impressed contortionists, They learned to approach their plates at specific angles, to cut food using carefully calculated arm movements, and to drink tea without completely obscuring their faces behind walls of fabric. The practical challenges were endless. Embracing someone required strategic planning. Getting into a carriage meant compressing your sleeves like accordions. Even something as simple as reaching for an object on a shelf became an exercise in spatial mathematics. Victorian women lived in a world where their clothing had a larger footprint than their actual bodies. But the sleeves weren't just large, they were elaborately decorated. Puffed, pleated, gathered, and trimmed with every conceivable ornament. They were like wearing two small ballrooms, complete with their interior design schemes. Some sleeves featured multiple tiers of fabric, creating layered architectural effects that would have made wedding cake decorators weep with envy. The maintenance requirements were staggering. These sleeves needed to be pressed into shape regularly, their internal structures adjusted and repaired, and their elaborate decorations kept pristine. Victorian women employed armies of servants, or spent hours themselves maintaining their sleeve architecture. It was like owning a very high-maintenance pet that you wore to social events. Then there were the seasonal challenges. Summer sleeves in heavy fabrics created portable saunas around women's arms. Winter meant adding even more layers to already monumental constructions. Rain posed a significant challenge. Imagine attempting to dry two fabric pavilions fastened to your shoulders. The social implications of extreme sleeves were fascinating. They were clear indicators of leisure-class status. If you could wear sleeves that made practical work impossible, you obviously didn't need to engage in any. They were an extreme form of conspicuous consumption, demonstrating that one could afford to be completely impractical. But Victorian fashion wasn't finished with extremities yet. Hats during this era became increasingly elaborate, often featuring entire gardens of artificial flowers, preserved birds, and decorative elements that would have been impressive on a parade float. These weren't hats. They were portable ecosystems that happened to sit on people's heads. The millinery arts reached new heights of complexity during the Victorian era. Hat construction involved multiple specialists. One person might create the basic structure, another would handle the flowers, and a third would add the birds and ornamental elements. Some Victorian hats required their own structural engineering consultations. Gloves, too, became exercises in extremity enhancement. Victorian gloves were often so long they disappeared entirely under those enormous sleeves, creating the impression that women's arms simply ended in fabric somewhere around the elbow. The longest gloves extended past the elbow, requiring complex systems of buttons and hooks for removal. Even shoes joined the extremity enhancement project. Victorian boots often featured dozens of tiny buttons or an elaborate lacing system that required special tools to fasten. Getting dressed from head to toe could take hours, and often required assistance from servants or family members. The cumulative effect of all these extremity enhancements was that Victorian women became walking demonstrations of their society's relationship with practicality, which was to say they'd broken up entirely and weren't on speaking terms. Now settle in for this part of our story, because we're about to explore how Victorian fashion became more complex than quantum physics, but with more rules about appropriate necklines. Behind all this sartorial madness was a scientific approach to respectability that would have impressed laboratory researchers. The Victorians didn't just randomly decide to make clothing complicated, they developed elaborate systems of social communication through fabric, creating a language so complex that anthropologists are still trying to decode it. The Victorian dress code wasn't just about looking nice, it was about broadcasting your moral character, social status, economic situation, marital availability, and probably your opinion on the weather, all through carefully calculated costume choices. It was like wearing a social media profile, except instead of posting updates, you changed your outfit. Morning dress, afternoon dress, evening dress, calling dress, walking dress, travelling dress. Victorian women needed different costumes for different hours of the day and different social activities. It was as if they were actors in an incredibly elaborate play where the costumes changed every few hours, and forgetting your lines meant social death. The specificity of the rules was astounding. There were appropriate colours for widows at different stages of mourning, precise neckline depths for various social occasions, and exact sleeve lengths that communicated whether you were available for courtship or properly chaperoned. Getting it wrong wasn't just a fashion faux pas, it was a social catastrophe that could affect your family's reputation for generations. Take mourning dress, for example. Victorian society had developed mourning into a complex ritual that lasted for years and involved costume changes more elaborate than a Broadway production. Full mourning required completely black clothing with no ornamentation for the first year. Then came half mourning, which allowed for touches of white, grey or purple. The gradations were so specific that there were etiquette books devoted entirely to appropriate mourning attire. The fabric choices alone were a science. Certain materials were appropriate for certain seasons, social classes and life stages. Silk was appropriate for formal occasions, cotton for everyday wear, wool for winter, and linen for summer. But not just any type of silk, cotton, wool, or linen. There were dozens of varieties of each, and choosing the wrong type could broadcast ignorance of social codes more effectively than wearing a sign. Colour symbolism reached levels of complexity that would have challenged medieval scholars. White symbolises purity and youth, but this symbolism is limited to unmarried women, specific fabrics, and specific seasons. Black signifies respectability and authority, yet its significance varies based on factors such as age, marital status, and the particular shade of black. Purple was mourning, but also royalty, but also dangerous if worn by the wrong person at the wrong time. The trimming and decoration systems were equally elaborate. Ribbons, lace, embroidery, buttons and bows weren't just decorative elements. They were parts of a complex communication system. The amount of ornamentation appropriate for your age, social status, and the occasion required calculations more complex than filing tax returns. Even undergarments were part of this social communication system. The right corset, chemise, drawers and petticoats weren't just about creating the proper silhouette. They were about demonstrating that you understood and could afford to participate in the full complexity of Victorian fashion culture. The economic implications were staggering. A proper Victorian lady's wardrobe required a fortune not just to acquire but to maintain. The cleaning, pressing, mending and updating needed to keep pace with fashion changes meant that clothing consumed a significant portion of middle and upper-class household budgets. Dressmakers became crucial figures in Victorian society, not just as craftspeople, but as cultural interpreters. A competent dressmaker didn't just sew, she guided her clients through the complex social codes embedded in fashion choices. She was part counsellor, part artist, part social strategist, and part structural engineer. The seasonal transitions were particularly complex. Spring cleaning wasn't just about houses, it was about wardrobes. Summer and winter wardrobes were stored separately, with elaborate systems for preservation, moth prevention, and maintaining the shapes of complex garments during storage. Fashion magazines became essential reading, not for inspiration but for survival. They provided the constantly updated information necessary to navigate the changing rules of appropriate dress. Reading Godey's Lady's Book or Peterson's magazine wasn't leisure. It was continuing education in the science of social acceptability. The really remarkable thing is how Victorian women managed to internalise all these rules while making their complex fashion choices appear effortless and natural. Behind every graceful Victorian lady gliding through a social gathering was someone who had mastered a system of cultural communication more complex than most modern professional training programs. By the 1890s, something crazy was happening in the world of Victorian fashion. People were beginning to realise that clothing should allow for basic human functions like breathing, sitting, and moving one's arms. Although it took several decades for this revolutionary concept to gain traction, women's freedom to move was a significant catalyst for change. The dress reform movement had been percolating throughout the Victorian era, led by brave souls who dared to suggest that perhaps women's clothing shouldn't require engineering degrees to operate. These fashion rebels proposed radical ideas like skirts that didn't require their own zip codes and sleeves that acknowledged the existence of human arms. Dr. Gustav Jaeger introduced the world to woolen undergarments that prioritised health over silhouette manipulation. The rational dress movement promoted clothing that allowed for actual physical activity. As casual clothing that valued comfort over structural soundness, tea gowns gained popularity. It was like watching civilization slowly remember that humans had bodies underneath all that architectural clothing. The bicycle craze of the 1890s delivered a particularly effective blow to impractical fashion. You simply cannot ride a bicycle while wearing a bustle, and Victorian women were not about to give up this exciting new form of transportation just to maintain their rear projections. Cycling costumes featured a revolutionary concept, divided skirts that allowed women to actually move their legs independently. Sports in general began to influence fashion in ways that prioritised function over form. Tennis required clothing that allowed arm movement. Golf needed skirts that didn't interfere with swing mechanics. Even croquet, that most Victorian of games, worked better when players could actually see their feet and move without strategic planning. The influence of artistic movements cannot be understated. The aesthetic movement promoted artistic dress that prioritised beauty and comfort over rigid social signalling. Pre-Raphaelite artists painted women in flowing gowns that actually followed the lines of the human body, rather than imposing geometric shapes upon it. It was as if artists were reminding society what people actually looked like under all that structural engineering. World War I would ultimately bring an end to the excesses of Victorian fashion, but by 1900 the seeds of change had already begun to emerge. Women were entering the workforce in increasing numbers, pursuing higher education, and engaging in social causes that required practical clothing. You can't effectively advocate for social change while wearing a garment that requires two people and a manual to put on. The corset began its long, slow retreat from maximum tightness. The S-curve silhouette of the early 1900s, while still involving serious foundation garments, allowed for a somewhat more natural waist placement. Skirts began to narrow, sleeves returned to more reasonable proportions, and hats stopped requiring their own postal codes. Fashion magazines began featuring articles about healthful dress and rational clothing choices. Doctors, who had warned for decades about the dangers of tight lacing, were finally receiving attention. Social pressure for impossible silhouettes was beginning to give way to the medical establishment's concerns about corset liver and compressed organs. Perhaps most importantly, women themselves were beginning to question why their clothing should be more complex than their educations. The new woman of the 1890s and early 1900s wanted clothing that matched her expanded role in society. Practical enough for work, comfortable enough for an active lifestyle, and sensible enough to allow for the full range of human activities. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many Victorian fashion elements persisted well into the 20th century, and some never entirely disappeared. But by 1910, the era of truly extreme fashion construction was winding down. Women were beginning to dress like human beings rather than walking demonstrations of their family's economic status and their tolerance for physical discomfort. Looking back at Victorian fashion from our comfortable modern perspective, it's easy to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but there's something admirable about the sheer human adaptability it represented. Victorian women took clothing that seems impossible to live in and somehow built entire lives around it. They developed skills, techniques, and social systems that allowed them to function despite wearing architectural elements. The Victorian fashion era teaches us something important about human nature. We can adapt to almost anything, but that doesn't mean we should have to. Admitting that something widely accepted is actually ridiculous and needs change can often be the most revolutionary act. As you settle in for a comfortable night's sleep in your practical, breathable pyjamas, spare a thought for those Victorian women who managed to build rich, complex lives while wearing clothing that defied both physics and common sense. They may not have been comfortable, but they were certainly never boring, and with that, we conclude one of history's most intricate attempts to overly complicate daily life through fashion. Sweet dreams, and be grateful for elastic waistbands.